448 Chapter 1. The Thrill of the Fight. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit-based work. Note. Well, long time no see. This will be my first attempt at writing a crossover, and safe to say this has been in the works for some time now. I'd like to thank Aizen the Goat and my beta for helping me out with the details so I could write this. I could likely crank up several excuses as usual about why I'm not updating anything. Several reasons are behind it, most of them are more private issues. This story will include a peerage for Naruto that contains characters from other series like That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, Black Clover, and more. If you'd like to join a server, been a part of Aizen the Goat's Discord server for a bit now, it's a chill place to come and hang out. The link is posted below if you'd like to join. ZA 5U4 hectoseconds Kaigyu Chapter 1. The Thrill of the Fight. Kaigyu. Everybody dies, sooner than later. Many have probably wondered at some point, how, or perhaps when they will die. He didn't think that was the most important. No, he thought it was more important to think about how you should live. And especially when you should live. Those questions won't resolve on their own. Just because you are alive, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are living in the moment. The harsh truth was that the majority used their time speculating about what had happened in the past, and how it'd affect their future. Thinking about stuff that had felt terrible in the past, and thus tried justifying why the present was horrible, and how the future would only get worse. Some might even question why the past had been amazing, and why the present paled in comparison, and if the future would continue to get worse. And in doing so, you'd constantly prepare yourself for a world that doesn't exist, instead of the world that you were living in. He had made the same mistakes when he had lived as Uzumaki Naruto. What baffled him was that the universe had taken his existence, and created it anew. Even after his death by the hand of his best friend, who he had failed to save, a greater power had decided this wasn't the end. In the present day, he was still Naruto, something that he really appreciated. The sad truth was just that the surname he had come to cherish after he met his parents hadn't come along. In this existence, he had come to be known as Naruto Citri, of the House of Citri, and he was now a devil. Yes, a devil. It felt ironic to him, that he had once been known as the child of prophecy. That'd bring peace to a world of war, only to be reborn into another universe as a being that was considered the antithesis to peace. It hadn't been all bad. Living in the luxurious mansion of the Citri had its perks. Good clothes, good food, and so on. He sighed at the thought, a small smile on his face as he stuck his hands into his pockets. It wasn't just his name that had been changed, but also his looks. Damn genetics. He had once been blonde with blue eyes. Now his hair was black with faint traces of dark purple, and his eyes as red as the Sharingan he had fought against so many times. His clothes were relatively simple in comparison. An all-black high-necked jacket with matching pants and dark dress boots. It was so different from shinobi attire, it had taken a long time to get used to. Not to speak of how long it had taken to get used to his new face. I wonder if I'll ever get truly used to it, he sighed and stared down at his reflection in the floor panels. Their maids really went all in when they cleaned this place. Ever get used to what, Naruto-tan? A loud voice called out, and his brows raised in surprise. He barely got to turn his body halfway before he felt somebody slam into him from behind. Their arms dragged around his neck as they just hung there like a monkey on a tree. It was hard to fight a chuckle escaping his lips. I was wondering if I'd ever get used to you climbing on me. Wait, that came out wrong. A feminine giggle met his ears, followed by a jealous tone. It's your fault for being taller than me. Who gave you permission to be taller than your older sister Naruto-tan? It's not like I chose my height, Ne-sama. He groaned and tapped her arms on his neck with his fingers. Now could you please get off my neck? You're strangling me. The shorter dark-haired girl laughed and dropped back down to the floor. It must be the Agaras in you, but then again, even so Tan is taller than me. Naruto gave a small chuckle at her antics. He reminded him so much of himself back in the elemental nations. Not to ruin the mood, Ne-sama. But aren't you like, stupid busy? Seraphal nodded her head with a pout. I might never have accepted the Leviathan title if I knew how much work it was. And stop the formal crap, it's serenade to you. His sweat dropped and laughed in a nervous manner. Pete, please don't joke about that. A pout crept onto her face as she waved her hand dismissively. Yeah, as to why I'm here, I got good news for you. For me? He questioned with a surprised look. She raised her brows in confusion. Don't tell me you already forgot about that favor you asked of me, because I'm still holding you to your end of the deal." He seemed deep in thought for a second as his eyes widened in realization. "You got an answer from Kyoto already?" A triumphant grin found its way onto his big sister's face as she struck a pose and handed a slip of paper to him. "Sure did. I moved your request to the top of the pile, and with this pass, you're free to enter and exit as long as you don't cause any trouble." A genuine smile found its way onto his face. "You're the best." He grinned sheepishly and reached out for the paper slip, but gave a deadpan expression when she retracted her hand. "Don't forget your promise," she hummed and slowly handed him the pass after a few seconds. Looking at her hand to see if she'd draw it back again, he slowly took it and nodded his head. "I'm a man of my word. I'll keep an eye on Kuo, and inform you about Sona's progress. And what she isn't telling you." A frown fell over her face like a ton of bricks as she sighed. "So Tan never tells me anything. Last time there was an open house at the school, I had to hear it from xrias." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Don't worry, I'll keep you updated. Anyhow, I should get going. I think I'll take the train there." The Leviathan leaned up against the wall as she watched her younger brother, well, half-brother's form retreat with a bit more seriousness in her eyes. "Do you mind if I ask why you want to go to Kyoto so bad?" It seemed urgent. The former Uzumaki stopped in his tracks as he stared at the floor for a second, subconsciously touching a spot on his stomach before he turned his head to look over his shoulder. "I got a feeling I'll find someone interesting there." Seraphal's eyes glinted with interest. "Someone for your peerage? It's about time. So Tan and xrias already have quite a few members, and you're their senior and haven't even started looking properly yet." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Maybe, I don't know if they're really there. I'll let you know though." With a finger to her lips, Seraphal thought for a couple of seconds. It'd probably be good. "We've tried to establish more friendly connections since the Nekosho incidents, and this could be a help if you did befriend one." He of course knew about that. A Nekosho had apparently gone crazy due to the use of senjutsu, though he felt it was sketchy. He might have been a late bloomer in regards to learning his inherent devil abilities, but if senjutsu was anything like he remembered, then there was something sketchy about this. "I'll give it a try. I just hope they don't try to kill me on the spot." His sweat dropped. Seraphal waved her hands dismissively. "You're my little brother, you'll be fine. You've got the pass, and Yasaka knows you're coming." "Yasaka?" Naruto asked with a raised brow. She nodded. "She's the leader of the Yukai faction. She accepted the request to travel through Kyoto. So don't worry too much." He gave a nod and raised his hand in a wave. "I'll keep it in mind. I'll see you soon, Ne-sama." Her face lit up a bright red as she raised a fist to the air. "I told you already, it's Sarah-ne." With a shake of his head, he rounded a corner whilst chuckling loud enough to hear, much to her dismay. Koigyu, one thing he wasn't sure he'd ever get used to, was the technological advancement this world had compared to the elemental nations. He had seen a train before, in Koyuki's country, but this was on another level. Not to mention it hadn't been this peaceful when he had been in Yuki no Kuni, so he hadn't actually managed to get an impression of what the technology was like, so now when he sat in a train, he just stared aimlessly out the window, at the trees passing his field of vision. He could go there faster himself, sure, but he wanted to try new things once in a while. "Mind if I sit here with you?" Naruto blinked for a second, brought out of his wandering thoughts to meet the sight of a tall man with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee. Speak of looking original. He blinked again and just nodded his head in a polite manner. "Sure, go ahead. The seat is free anyway." "Ah, thank you." He grinned and sat down with a sigh, as a silence fell over them. Naruto turned his head to gaze out the window again, supporting his head with his arm that he rested on the thin windowsill. "That's strange. I could have sworn there were plenty of seats available aside from that one. Mind if I ask why you look so occupied? It's almost as if this was your first time on a train." The man chuckled. With the urge to sigh fought back, Naruto leaned back in his seat. "Not the first time, perhaps the second or third. Haven't had much need for taking the train before." "Ah, makes sense. So where are you going? On an adventure perhaps? I failed to see any luggage. If it is an adventure, it's not a thoroughly planned one." He had to admit this guy was a bit strange, perhaps just talkative, but something felt off. "I'm on my way to Kyoto. I guess you could say I'm going sightseeing." "For Yukai perhaps?" Naruto's eyes widened as he felt his guards rise to the sudden question, "How'd you?" The man waved his hands dismissively. "Don't look at me like that. Kyoto is an amazing place." All those shrines, and stands with figures of animals, it's the perfect tourist attraction. Been there a couple of times myself. His posture relaxed again as he gave a nod. I'll take your word for it then. As the train came to a stop at the next station, the stranger stretched and stood up from his seat. This is my stop. Thanks for keeping me company, it was entertaining. With a raised brow, Naruto watched as he was about to walk past him. I never caught your name. A smirk settled on the man's face as he stopped in his tracks. Oh, how silly of me, it's Azazel. He responded in a casual tone, and with that, he just walked off. Faster than anyone could blink, Naruto's eyes widened as he rose to his feet, staring from the corner of his eyes at the man's retreating form. What? No reply came, as he was forced to watch idly as the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels exited the train. With a confused look, he sat down in his seat again and let his eyes follow Azazel through the window. This couldn't have been a coincidence. There was no way that a person as important as him would take the train without wanting something. Does that mean he knows who I am? Naruto questioned himself before he scoffed with a frown. Of course he does. There's no other explanation as to why he'd come to sit next to me, but what did he want? The question rang through his mind as the train conductor blew his whistle and the train started to pick up speed again. The last thing he managed to see was Azazel just casually waving at him. Kaigyo Kyoto, it's the cultural capital of Japan and a major tourist destination. It is home to numerous Buddhist temples, Shinto shrines, palaces, and gardens, as well as the home and headquarters of the Ukai faction. Naruto had no doubt they already knew that he was here. From the intel he could gather, they were beings with excellent skill in Yujutsu and potentially Senjutsu. And if Senjutsu was anything like it was in his old life, then they'd have sensed him from miles away. He just hoped his presence here wouldn't cause any problems. He had his doubts though. There was bad blood between his faction and theirs, and even if he swore upon his life and family, they'd have no reason to believe he was being genuine about it. He sighed as he walked through the red gates of Fushimi Inari Taisha. It felt like the gates would never stop. There had to be several thousands of them. And not only that, it'd take him 2 hours to walk the entire way to where he was headed. There wasn't a specific reason as to why he chose this location to visit first. He just thought it'd be a given that he'd run into them here. The place was surrounded by forest and felt like the ideal spot for Yukai to watch him from a distance. However, something bothered him. From the moment he had stepped out of the train, it was as if eyes were staring down his neck. And he didn't believe Yukai would be so careless as to let their presence be felt on their home court. If he had to take a guess, it had to be a fallen. Azazel had after all been in his presence for a reason he didn't know, as if he was keeping an eye on him. What he could have done to intrigue the Governor-General of the Grigori was beyond him. With a twitching eyebrow, he stopped in his tracks and made a turn to his right, walking out between the red gates and into the forest. With a careful glance, he looked around him, making sure no ordinary humans were around. He stuck his hands in his pockets while grunting and stared up into the tree crowns. Why don't we stop this game of hide and seek? This is starting to annoy me, he called out into the trees. Silence filled his surroundings, as no response came. With a raised brow on his forehead, he started to wonder if he had just imagined it. He stood there for a while, waiting to see if his mind was playing jokes on him. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a snicker from behind him met his ears. With a surprised glance, he spun around on his feet, the branches that had fallen from the trees cracking beneath his feet as he stared at the person that had been keeping an eye on him ever since he arrived here. What he came face to face with was a young man with short light-colored hair sitting on top of the gate he had just walked through, wearing what he'd guessed to be old Chinese battle armor, with a staff in his grasp that he rested against his shoulder. Very impressive. You were actually able to sense me. Seems like the words about you were true. You're indeed an interesting fellow, he bellowed with a grin on his face. Naruto snorted. Compared to what I had imagined the Yukai's ability to hide to be like, I'm sad to say I'm disappointed, he chuckled with a returned grin. The stranger put a hand over his heart. You wound me with your words, devil. I shall endeavor to prove you wrong in due time. With a chuckle, Naruto shook his head. So who are you supposed to be, and what do you want from me? With a laugh, the man dropped from the gate and onto the forest floor. I'm Biku, a descendant of Sun Wukong himself. I had heard about you, and was itching to see what you're capable of. Surprise filled him as he pulled his hands out of his pockets, and crossed his arms over his chest. Biku, you say? Then you must be the Monkey King. Rumor had it that you had left your mountain. So, where did you, a vagabond, hear about me." Bhikkhu swirled his staff around and planted it into the ground. "I heard about you from a little snake. You seem to have piqued your attention with your potential. And after hearing such praise, I had to see you with my own eyes. Sorry, I don't swing that way. Now, is there anything else, or can you just go away?" Bhikkhu sighed and picked up his staff. "How unfortunate, at least I tried. Well, I'm sorry to say that I won't be leaving anytime soon. Rather, would you care to join me for a dance?" Naruto cracked his knuckles. "Well, if you are offering so much, how could I decline? Let's dance." "Glad to see that we're on the same wavelength. I've been itching for a good fight." Bhikkhu smirked and twirled his staff around as his tail flicked behind him, and faster than the ordinary person could see he flew forward. The devil's eyes narrowed as he took a fighting stance. Hand-to-hand combat had always been something he made sure to keep up with. People like Guy and Lee had always shown him the importance of being able to kick ass. Also, he didn't want to reveal all his cards from the start. He still had no idea why this guy wanted to fight, or if he had any allies. Better safe than sorry. Bhikkhu laughed as he flipped through the air and slammed the staff toward Naruto's side, watching with amusement as his opponent leaned back, letting the weapon pass right over his face. "Quick on your feet, I see." He chuckled and angled the staff to slam it down from a horizontal angle, but was surprised at the moment that the dark-haired boy put a hand to the ground and spun his feet into the air, kicking his staff right beside his hand. Bhikkhu watched as the staff was forcefully removed from his hand, an impressed grin splitting his face as he reached forward to grab it out of the air again to resume his advance. Not giving him a chance to do so, Naruto twirled back onto his feet and latched his hand onto Bhikkhu's wrist, forcing his hand down toward the ground with a strong grasp. Before Bhikkhu could react to the sudden shift in position, Naruto spun around on his feet and sent a powerful roundhouse kick toward his chest. With a small smirk, he brought up his forearm to take the force of the hit, but not before latching onto his staff with his tail. As the foot connected, he winced as the ground cracked beneath him. A shockwave followed as he was sent flying back toward the red gates where, with a grunt, he flipped backward and landed sideways on the gate with a thud. His arm latched around it for support as he used his free hand to grab his staff again from his tail. "Not bad, you're faster than I thought, but if that's as fast as you can go, then you're shit out of luck." He shouted back and prepared to use the side of the gate as a springboard to fly back into the battle. "So you want speed?" Naruto thought with an amused face. It had been a while since he had let loose, so perhaps he could take it one step further, then show me what you got. "You asked for it." Bhikkhu accepted the challenge and let out a battle cry as he leapt with extreme force, breaking the gate's pillar in half as he thrust his staff forward and shouted, "Extend." Naruto's eyes widened as Bhikkhu blitzed forward, and to top it off he watched as the staff suddenly extended in length at speeds that'd break the sound wall, a move similar to what Old Man Sandame had used. With a breath to remain calm, he dashed forward to meet his opponent head-on, much to Bhikkhu's surprise. Though the surprise turned into confusion and astonishment as the dark-haired boy disappeared from his senses, as if his entire presence had been removed from the timeline. One moment he was there, the other he was gone. Shock split his face and not even a second later, in a burst of magic, he flashed into existence just below him in a crouched-down position in his ultimate Neji counter. Naruto smirked as he thrust his palm forward into the air. "Time magic. Infinite sphere." Naruto chanted as he channeled magic into the palm of his hand only to take the form of a glowing blue sphere that radiated intense magic power. With no time to evade or dodge, Bhikkhu's eyes snapped the sphere as it neared his chest. "Time magic? Seems like Ophis was right about you, devil." Burst. Naruto thought with a grin as the orb exploded in a similar blue light to which a shock wave greater than any air cannon could produce. Unable to comprehend what happened the moment the light collided with him, Bhikkhu felt as if a mountain had been dropped onto his chest as he was sent flying back with blinding speeds, crashing through the gates, splintering them in the process. With a loud groan, a glob of blood exploded out of his mouth. All the air in his lungs had been forcefully removed by the ferocity of the attack as he felt several ribs crack in more places than one. As he rotated out of control, continuing to crash through trees and small shrines, destroying the terrain, Bhikkhu spun around and called out into the air, "Flying Nimbus." Upon his command, a golden cloud raced down beneath his face and directed him up into the air and out of harm's way. Finally having stopped, Bhikkhu let out a few pants and grabbed onto his chest over the now shattered armor, faint blue traces of light wrapping around his fingers as he channeled senjutsu to heal the worst damage done to his ribcage. "You caught me off guard," he shouted as he watched Naruto appear in a similar burst of speed above him with his fist one at back, which he blocked with his staff. Office was indeed correct. "You're strong," he mumbled through gritted teeth. Naruto flipped off the staff and landed on a nearby tree branch, "And you're quite durable for a monkey. That sphere is no joke. I better not get hit with it again, or else I'll lose. Been a while since I felt this kind of rush in a battle. Not even Valley had me this excited." As he felt strength returning to his body, he prepared to use the Nimbus Cloud to go on the offense again, but that was when he felt something approaching. With a loud audible sigh, Bhikkhu spun the staff behind his back. Seems like he'd have to pull out of the fight, for now at least. Not that he'd admit defeat, this skirmish was far from over. And even if he wasn't the one to finish, Office would make someone else do it for him. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stared the hovering cloud over. Even after being blasted with a sphere that contained severely compressed air that was sent through sped-up time, he could still keep fighting. Letting him go now would be bad, especially since I'm not sure how Office is involved. He mused and thrust his palm in the air toward Bhikkhu as magic started to gather within his hand. Time magic, Chrono Santa. Much to his surprise, the monkey Yukai raised a palm with a loud laugh. "Hold it there, you have my sincerest apologies, devil. Seems like our match must continue another day. Company is arriving, but don't worry, the next time our battle won't be this one-sided," he shouted as the cloud picked up speed and flew over the tree lines. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he prepared to leap forward and stop Bhikkhu's departure, but out of the corner of his eyes, he saw outlines of people gathering and lowered his palm to his side again. The other Yukai must have come to investigate the commotion. Seems like he'd have to stop the fight as well unless he wanted to cause trouble for his older sister's attempt at making an alliance with the Yukai. As if fighting a monkey Yukai in Kyoto wasn't trouble enough. With a frustrated sigh, he dropped from the tree and onto the grass below. He had wanted to beat Bhikkhu and extract some answers out of him, if only to figure out why he was being targeted. He had to make sure they heard of this back home, but for now, he'd have to deal with explaining what the commotion was about. As he gazed around him, he saw several people appear from behind the trees. Many of them with unique animal features. Ears, tails, wings. One of them stuck out as the Yukai started gathering around her. She appeared to be a young woman with quite a voluptuous figure and very long blonde hair with matching eyes. Man, Ero Sennin would have killed to meet her and her two friends. She reminds me a bit of Bachan. Naruto internally chuckled. If he had to take a guess, this would be the Yasaka his sister had mentioned, the leader of the Yukai faction. He must have caused quite the commotion for the leader herself to come out in person, though it wasn't entirely surprising. After all, shortly after a devil was supposed to arrive, a fight broke out. It made sense for her to assume the said devil would be a part of it. Not that it was wrong, he was very much involved in the fight. And he was winning too, not that that detail would help him. "Am I in trouble?" he eventually asked with a small smile as he raised his hands in a relaxed manner. Several of the Yukai appeared to calm down at the display, but the woman in the middle remained with a stoic expression yet spoke in a polite tone. "Please state your name and business here in Kyoto." He nodded his head and lowered his arms. "Right, where are my manners? I'm Naruto of the House of Citri. My sister Seraphal Leviathan requested my visit here to be allowed." He finished and reached into a pocket and pulled out the slip of paper Seraphal had given him earlier. She stared at him, and then at the paper with a mix of a surprised and a relieved expression before she nodded her head in return. "That'd be correct. My name is Yasaka, and I'm the leader of the Yukai faction here in Kyoto. I do not mean to deny you hospitality, but the commotion in the area was concerning." Naruto gave a small smile. "I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to, but this monkey guy came out of the blue." "Monkey guy?" Yasaka questioned while raising a brow. He nodded. "Yes, he said his name was Bhikkhu. I don't quite get what he wants, but he wasn't exactly happy with me. He left when you came though," he replied, keeping some of the details to himself. Sharing the news of Office was not something he'd do before at least relaying the information to the Satans first. The blonde woman's eyes widened just a bit. "Bhikkhu," she thought with a quiet audible hum. "Your answer is acceptable. Mind if I ask why you decided to visit Kyoto?" "Yes, of course," he quickly said. "I'm here hoping to meet someone. I suspect he is a fox Yukai named Kurama, but I'm not entirely sure." He didn't know if Kurama had been lucky enough to receive his former name as he had been, but it was worth a shot. Yasaka gave him a blank stare before her lips curled upward into a small smile. He has been quite eager to meet you as well. 448 Chapter 2, Old Friends. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit-based work. Note. A Quest user asked if I had any idea for the peerage so far, and yes, I do. But as of right now only the queen piece and one of the rook pieces are set in stone, so I'm still open to suggestions for interesting characters. Also, someone asked if the other Biju were reincarnated. I got to say I have mixed feelings about that. Part of me feels like it's plausible since Naruto had their chakra, but another part of me feels like it's a lot of extra characters to keep a check on. Let me know your thoughts about the reviews, I'll take them into consideration. Again, big thanks to my boy Aizen the Goat for helping me out a lot with details and ideas, and my beta Zuba NWC3 for the same reasons and making sure I don't mess up the plot. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM58DN4 Kaligyo Chapter 2 Old Friends. Kaligyo Naruto shifted uncomfortably as he knelt down at the traditional-style dining table in Yasaka's private residence. Said Fox Yukai sat and idly sipped on a cup of tea in front of him, not uttering a word. So when will he be here? Naruto eventually asked as he stirred the tea in his cup around. Yasaka hummed and put down her tea, but kept her hands on the warm cup. He should be arriving any minute now. With how Kurama is, I'll assume he was out training. A smile settled on Naruto's lips as he thought of it. Kurama had always been strong, so it made sense that he'd fight to get that strength back. It did make him wonder, which of them would be stronger this time around. He gave a nod. So do you live alone here? It's quite a large estate, but I guess it's only fitting for the leader of the Yukai faction. She gave a polite smile in return. I live here with my daughter, would you like to meet her? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he nodded his head. Sure, I'd love to, but are you sure that's okay? Yasaka tilted her head and thought, why wouldn't it be? The devil scratched the back of his head. Considering everything that has happened, I had my doubts that you'd want a devil of all things to be around your daughter. The Yukai chuckled as the smile returned to her face. I don't need someone to use senjutsu to know that you're a good person, devil or not. I do not sense any malicious intentions associated with meeting my daughter. He waved his hands in front of him. I really don't have any. I was just surprised. Not everyone else back at the gates looked that welcoming at me. He replied with a nervous chuckle. She let out a small sigh as she let go of her teacup and gathered her hands in her lap. I hope you don't blame them. It's been hard times, and despite your older sister working her absolute hardest to cooperate with us and form an alliance based on friendship, many have trouble letting go of the past. Don't worry, I don't have any hard feelings. It's only natural, but I do hope we can be friends in the future, Naruto replied with honesty. The blonde woman nodded her head in agreement. So do I. Now then. I shall go get my daughter, please feel free to make yourself at home. Kurama should be here any second now. Actually, there is one thing. What would you say if Kurama theoretically became part of my peerage? Naruto asked slowly. Yasaka stared at his face for a bit. Ultimately it would be up to Kurama to make that decision, but I wonder why you ask. He scratched the back of his head. It's just, my sister has been after me in regards to finding people for my peerage, but I only want people I can really trust. And you think that someone could be Kurama? Naruto quickly nodded his head. Yes, I do. She smiled with a soft giggle. As I said, it would be up to Kurama to make that choice. I'll not stand in your way should you two come to an agreement. Now if you'll excuse me. He nodded his head and watched as the fox woman stood and left the room, before he himself got up and walked up to the windows in the room, staring out over the forest that was wrapped around this large estate. If he had to be honest, he was kind of nervous. It had been 19 years since he died, and 19 years since he had last spoken with Kurama. With a loud sigh, he put his elbow in the windowsill and rested his chin in the palm of his hand. As he was almost spaced out, he barely acknowledged the door opening again. With a couple of quick blinks, he lifted his head and prepared himself to greet Yasaka's daughter. But, instead of coming face to face with the young princess of Kyoto, he was met by a singing fist crashing into his cheek that sent him rolling across the floor. What the hell? He shouted and wiped some blood from the corner of his mouth. As he was about to get back to his feet, he saw the outline of a Yukai pouncing on him. A fist one-ed back into the air ready to strike his face again. As he noticed exactly who he was dealing with, his eyes widened and he reached up to grab the red kimono he was wearing. What the hell, Kurama? This is the first time we meet in forever, and you punch my damn face? Kurama sneered, showing off his fangs as he prepared to hit again. Don't act like it's for nothing, you damn brat. What are you even talking about, you stupid fox? He sneered back and caught the incoming fist by Kurama's fist, and turned the tables, flinging him to the floor, and pressing a knee to his chest as he roughly grabbed his collar with both hands. Kurama growled and latched onto Naruto's wrists with a firm grip. It's been 25 years, and this is the first time you come? Naruto's eyes narrowed. What the hell are you even talking about? It's only been 19. Bullshit. I've been waiting for you to come around for the past 25 years, he shouted in return. The dark-haired devil's grip lessened. That's impossible. I remember vividly my 19th birthday being celebrated mere months ago. The look in Kurama's eyes softened, as he stared with disbelief. So what you're trying to say is, we arrived at different points in time. The former Jinchuriki nodded his head as he stared at him. It was quite odd. He had always seen Kurama as a fox large enough to step on him, but now he looked different, yet a bit similar. He looked to be a young man with unruly dark orange hair that went down to his shoulders, and the same red and slitted eyes he used to have. He wore a traditional red kimono with a forest pattern and ironically had 9 tails again. Seems like it, Naruto mumbled, and stared down awkwardly. The gaze was returned by Kurama as the reborn Biju snorted. I guess the dimensional gap really does work in weird ways. Sure does. A tick mark formed on the Yukai's forehead, but that doesn't excuse you for leaving me hanging here for 19 damn years. What the hell were you so busy with within Devil Town? How in the underworld was I supposed to know you made it here with me? As far as I knew, you were gone for good. What about you? Why didn't you come to find me? Naruto questioned through gritted teeth, as his grip once again tightened on Kurama's kimono. The Yukai's brow twitched before he turned his head with a grunt. Like I was able to know you were here too. I first learned of you when I heard the name of Leviathan's brother. Naruto blinked. How did that reveal it was me? My surname isn't Uzumaki anymore. Kurama snorted loudly before he exploded with laughter, because you're the only individual in existence that would be unlucky enough to be named Fishcake, twice. It's Maelstrom, you stupid fox. The obnoxious laughter soon started to die down, as Naruto let go of the Yukai's clothes. There was a moment of silence where they just stared at each other. Much to Naruto's annoyance, he was sent falling to his ass after another swift punch to his chin. With a loud sigh, he jumped to his feet. Okay, now you're starting to piss me off. The fox snorted and crept back onto his feet. Why did you hold back? What are you going on about now? Kurama clenched his fist tightly as he shouted. We died because you held back. Why did you hold back against that damn Uchiha when all he ever tried to do was kill you? A soft smile crept onto his features as he dusted his jacket off. That would be the equivalent of killing you for the number of times you tried taking over my body in the past. The orange-haired man grunted and let his gaze fall to the floor. You better not do it again. If I end up dead because of you a second time, I swear to God I'll kill you myself the third time. Assuming we're looking enough to be reborn a third time. He snickered with a fang-filled grin. Third time's the charm. Naruto shook his head before he looked over his shoulder and at the door before a grin filled his face and he spun around on his feet, hurling his fast right into Kurama's nose. Now we're equal, he smirked, much to Kurama's annoyance, though he wasn't able to retort as he held his nose. The dark-haired boy's sweat dropped. Perhaps he had hit too hard. Before he could muse more over it, he heard the door open with a creak behind him. Not good. As he turned around, he came face to face with a Yasaka that had an unbelieving and slightly fearful expression on her face, and a small girl that had to be the faction leader's daughter, that looked more amused than anything else. Naruto and Kurama shared a look before they spoke simultaneously. We can explain. Kaigyo, that reminds me, how did you think of coming here? Kurama asked skeptically. Naruto shrugged. It's odd, I just sorta felt the connection we once had for the first time. Kurama raised a brow. When I first entered the human world, about 2 years back. Kurama seemed to accept the answer. So what have you been up to all this time? What are you going to do now? Naruto leaned against the railing of the shrine they were now at, his arms folded on top of the wooden surface. His eyes gazing over the waters as the silent nature was all around them, not a single person in sight. They had fairly easily made up a story on the spot to Yasaka, that the two of them had met before, but with no details related to their past. Just that they had a run-in a couple of years back, and that was the reason it had taken so long for them to reunite. She seemed to buy it after sensing the atmosphere between them and had let their little skirmish slide. After that, they had left to get a little privacy to talk. Talking about being from another world probably wasn't the best idea to do in the open. So they found a secluded shrine in the middle of the woods and by a lake. A perfect place to not sugarcoat anything. He smiled and turned his head to Kurama, who was beside him, his elbow resting on the railing as well. I tried figuring out what to do. It took me a while to find the motivation to do anything. Kurama frowned. What do you mean, Naruto? He lifted a hand to scratch his head. After Sasuke and the war. Well, more specifically after we died, and had this feeling that we failed. Child of Prophecy failed all along. That was not your fault, it was that damn Uchiha. I never liked those creepy eyes, the fox grunted. He shrugged in return and let out a soft sigh. Anyway, it took me a while. I grew up in the house of Citri, so I didn't quite understand what this world was about. It was only when I met a guy named Cyraorg that I started understanding the problems of the underworld. Where are you going with this? Naruto smiled and stood up straight. In the underworld, hierarchy is much worse than it was in the elemental nations. I see so many devils, cast aside because of things out of their control. It reminds me a bit of how I grew up in Konoha. Kurama remained silent as he cast his eyes to the floor since he did know that it was partially his fault. While it was more Obito that was to blame, he was still the one framed and forced to wreak havoc. After a small pause, he continued with his fist punched into his hand. I figured that if anyone knew what to do about it, it'd be me. I did prove everyone wrong back in Konoha. So I'm just gonna have to do it again by becoming the strongest, and this time, I won't lose to anyone. But how will you make them believe you? Naruto smiled a bit. Because of my issues, I didn't get in touch with my magic for a while. I wasn't cast aside to the same degree I was in Konoha, but I was a bit left on my own. It wasn't that bad, but when I see how bad some other people have it, I want to do something about it. A smirk settled on the former Biju's face. You never change. I look forward to seeing you succeed for once, brat. Naruto's lips moved up into a smile as he looked at Kurama. Does that mean you want to work together with me again? The Yukai snorted and folded his arms over his chest while looking away. It's not like I have anything else to do, so we could, if you want. The devil's eyes widened as he felt a strange sense of déjà vu washing over him, as he remembered something very important to him. If you want me to lend you strength, I wouldn't mind, Naruto. The large fox's voice boomed, as he stared down at his container's back. You know what, you sure do talk a lot to me lately. I'm glad you want to lend me power, but before you do, there's something I have to say to you. Naruto panted, feeling beyond exhausted. Kurama narrowed his eyes. He turned around, and knelt down on one knee as he stared with determination. Thanks for helping me with the other Madara. All that extra power, that really helped. Don't thank me, it weirds me out. I only did what I did because I'd rather deal with you than with Madara. He paused. Besides, thanks to this cage, I can only give you a tiny bit of chakra. I'm merely interested in watching you fight a little longer, that's right. Just to pass the time. With a tick mark on his forehead, Naruto threw a pointing finger up toward the Biju's face. Hey, why do you have to get all weird just because I thanked you? And you look mad all the time. You really need to work on your attitude. I mean, you're always like, He stopped in the middle of his rant, as a huge fist stuck out between the bars, right in front of him. Just hit my chakra with yours. Oh man, chakra tug of war again? He chuckled. Idiot. We don't have to do that now, although it's not like I got anything else to do. So he could if you want. Naruto's face grew serious as he stared at the fist before he hit it with his own. A strange feeling washed over them, as the mindscape was filled with chuckles. Those last words, before they had linked for the first time, Kurama had said them then, but also said them now. He was still the same, and it made him feel relieved. Even if they had lost and lived apart for so long, he was still the same Kurama he had fought both Madara and Kagaya with. Naruto stared down at his hand for a while, before a soft smile spread across his face. He lifted his head and stared at Kurama, before extending his fist in his direction without uttering a word. As the silence started to annoy him, Kurama turned his head back only to be met with the sight of the fist in front of him. Like Naruto, he thought back to that time when they were battling all the other controlled Biju. He grinned slightly and struck out his fist to bump it against Naruto's. "Just make sure we don't die this time around, you got it?" Naruto grinned sheepishly as he let his hand fall back to his side. "I'll do my best to keep us alive this time. Do you know how devil peerages work?" His red eyes narrowed a bit. "I know a small portion of what it means, but not much." With a nod, Naruto explained the important details. In order to repopulate the Devil Society, high-class devils get a set of evil pieces that look like chess pieces. We essentially use them to reincarnate mostly humans as devils, but it works with yokai too. Does it have any side effects? Will my abilities be removed, and thus force me to train back to my current level? I'd rather not go through that hell again. Naruto shook his head. You'll be half devil and half yokai. The change is your lifespan. You'll likely live almost forever as long as you aren't killed. You'll have wings so you can fly. Oh, and depending on the piece, you'll get a type of boost that said piece represents. Kurama nodded his head in understanding as he folded his arms again. Which piece did you have in mind then? The dark-haired boy held up his palm as a red chess piece appeared in his hand. After further inspection, it was revealed to be the queen piece. As he watched it, the right side of Kurama's face started to twitch. Do I look like a bitch to you? Naruto gave a nod of his head. As Kurama was about to punch him a new one, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. I think you misunderstand it. Just because it's the queen piece, doesn't mean anything bad. It just symbolizes you're the person in the peerage that is closest and most trusted to me. It's also the most balanced piece. Explain. He hummed and held up the piece to eye level. The queen piece possesses all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, so they are the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. Within peerages, queens typically act as their king's second in command, overseeing the rest of the peerage. Kurama looked it over for a while before a smile settled on his face. Soon a fit of chuckles erupted from his mouth, turning into a burst of full-blown laughter. As he calmed down, he shook his head and opened his eyes with an amused grin. Seems like I'll be the one to borrow your power, this time around. How the tables have turned, huh? Naruto smirked in return. He gave a snort in return. Don't think I'll let it get to your head. You may be the master of this peerage, but I'll keep you on your toes. No chance of getting weak or unfocused with me around, got it? Naruto smiled. Just as before, I'll count on you and put my trust in you. Kurama cracked his knuckles. So how are you gonna do it? You gonna chant a spell or something like that? Something like that. Alright, open the front of your kimono for me. The fox raised a brow. Didn't know you swung that way. He laughed and pulled the fabric open to reveal his bare skin. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna kick your ass as I did with the monkey guy. Naruto groaned and held up the queen piece, as it slowly started to levitate out of his hand. Kurama rolled his eyes as he watched the evil piece float in the air between them. Alright, here goes nothing. Naruto grinned and held up his hand behind the queen piece. In the name of Naruto Citri, I hereby bestow you, Kurama, the queen piece of my peerage. Become a servant of me, and live your life as the queen of my peerage. The fox's red eyes watched with interest as the queen piece started flying in his direction, before disappearing into his chest. A faint red glow started to form around him, as he not only felt his strength growing at a quick rate, but also a sense of fatigue washing over him. Okay, that's wicked, he finally grunted as the light started to die down, but the feeling of power flowing through him continued to grow until it stopped, and he felt tired. He looked around for a bit before turning to Naruto. Did it work? Just as he asked that question, a pair of pitch black wings sprouted from his back and he looked back with wide eyes. Alright, scrap wicked, this is outright creepy. As Naruto was about to retort, something started to feel off. A dark mist started to spread over the shrine's floor as his body started to feel weak. And he wasn't the only one. As the mist got to Kurama, the wings retracted and he fell down to one knee as he latched onto his chest with his clawed hand. What the hell is this? You didn't say it would hurt like this. This isn't me. Naruto groaned and clenched one eye shut. It felt as if was burning inside out, but this wasn't the only problem. Around the shrine, it was as if a dark veil spilled around them. It was without a doubt daytime outside, but in here it looked like dusk. From what he could gather, there was only one explanation. Someone had attacked them and put up a barrier, but the better question was, who? My, how sweet. Who knows, I might shed a tear. Should I leave? I don't want to ruin the king and queen's honeymoon. A voice laughed from above. Naruto lifted his head, as he came face to face with a dark-haired woman laying across one of the support beams holding up to the upper floor of the shrine. It didn't take him long to figure out who it was, because he had thought about her several times. Or specifically, the details about her and her senjutsu. She was a young and without a doubt a beautiful woman, with long black hair and amber eyes. She was clad in a kimono and had a pair of cat ears and 2 tails to top it off. "Kuroka, I presume?" He chuckled and placed a hand on the floor. The Catwoman tilted her head with an amused grin. "Seems like my reputation precedes me, but so does yours." "That it does," he groaned, as a faint blue light emitted from around the palm of his hand. With a deep breath, he channeled his magic into the air around him and Kurama, and much to both Yukai's surprise, the mist started to retract from their position. The mist was still filling the rest of the shrine, but this safe zone should keep them out of the harm of whatever it was doing to them. With a cough into his hand, Naruto stood to his feet and put a hand on Kurama's shoulder. "Time magic. Restore," he chanted, as the blue light wrapped around him and Kurama, as the effects of the mist started to dissipate. The woman's eyes widened a bit, before the calm look she had worn before returned. "I have to admit I'm both surprised and impressed. This mist is pure poison for Devil and Yukai alike. But I shouldn't expect less of someone in Ofa's favor." As Kurama rose to his feet again, he readjusted his kimono. "Naruto, who is this crazy chick? Is she a friend of yours?" Considering she was in the middle of poisoning us, I'd say no. Naruto's sweat dropped. Kurama rolled his eyes. "Not like you haven't called other sick people that tried to kill us friends before." "Touché," he grunted before he turned back to Kuroka. "So what do you want? You speak of Office, that must mean you're with that Biku guy." Kuroka sat up on the support beam and crossed her legs with a grin. "Indeed I am. On behalf of Office, we would like to invite you to join the ranks of the Chaos Brigade. Both Biku and myself are members, and with your display of strength you'd fit right in." And pray to tell, why would I ever do that? That Biku guy seemed like a nut job. The dark-haired woman's ears twitched as her tail swayed lightly behind her. "If you join the Chaos Brigade, we'll help you with what you want. That's the deal. Biku likes to fight. Office granted him the power to do so with whoever he should deem fit. As she voiced interest in you, well, you know how the rest goes." Naruto raised a brow and crossed his arms over his chest. "And what would you have to offer me?" Kuroka tilted her head down. "Power, strength. You have a goal, right? For that goal you'll need tremendous strength. Office can help with that." "And how would you know what I want?" She grinned and gave him a slight wink. "You could say I was naughty enough to listen in on your conversation. I know that you want to be the strongest." Kurama turned to Naruto. "You seem to know who she is. What the hell is going on here?" Naruto turned to Kurama, but kept an eye on Kuroka to make sure she wouldn't try anything funny. "Her name is Kuroka. She is an S-class stray devil that killed her master." "So she is just like the Uchiha brat? Didn't he kill the snake after his use for him was done?" Kurama questioned. The sea-tree shrugged calmly. "No idea. The story just says that she went crazy on senjutsu, killed her king, and then left. Seems like she joined a nut job group afterward." "Speaking of me like I'm not here as a pretty rude pretty boy," said woman hissed with a mild hint of annoyance in her gaze. Naruto ignored the remark, and switched his eyes to Kurama. "That's pretty much it." The fox Yukai narrowed his eyes as he watched the woman. She may be odd, but there was something off about this. He started to channel his own senjutsu, with his eyes radiating a small glow as he watched her over. After a while, they turned back to normal and he looked away from Naruto and pointed an accusing finger in her direction. "I don't know exactly who you're trying to fool, but it won't work on me." Kuroka's eyes narrowed as she stood up from her seated spot. "I'm surprised you're able to utilize senjutsu, but I don't recall you being part of the conversation, Fox. The offer was extended to the sea-tree, not to you." Kurama rolled his eyes. "The story says you went nuts on senjutsu, isn't that right? Well, I don't buy it." "What do you mean, Kurama?" Naruto asked as he watched the exchange curiously. The newly reincarnated devil turned to Naruto. "Losing control of senjutsu is a one-way ticket to becoming a host of negativity, something that she's lacking. Reminds me of that older Uchiha." Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he switched his gaze back up to Kuroka, who looked irate. Could this really be true? Then there was a serious problem. "So what do you think happened?" he finally asked. The fox shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly. "The hell if I know, but I for sure know that you should know I'm right. What those frogs taught you should prove that much. And not only that, he did also remember that Kurama had more than enough experience picking up on emotions. Hell, his chakra cloak alone gave Naruto that ability. He could even sense the disguised Zetsu apart from the allied forces due to his powers. Finally, he shot his glance in the criminal's direction. I believe what my friend here says, so spill it. What's the real deal, or are you gonna feed us another lie? I'm not obligated to tell you anything, and it doesn't involve you. I'll ask again, Naruto Citri, will you accept the offer to join the ranks of Office and get the power you desire in return? Kuroka snorted at first but then smiled as she looked at the dark-haired boy. Naruto raised a brow and pocketed his hands. I ain't saying shit before I get a reason. I won't trust anything else you say otherwise. And should I say no? A smirk spread his face as he shrugged his shoulders and looked at her with a determined expression. Look, listen. Kurama's sweat dropped. Oh boy, here he goes again. Kuroka raised an amused yet intrigued brow. What is it? Either you tell me what your deal is, and then I'll think about the offer. Or you can deny what Kurama said, and you can tell Office where to shove it. Only you would pick a fight with Office, Naruto. Kurama internally sighed as he watched Naruto walk over and put a hand on his shoulder. Think about it, if Office is that intrigued with me, it'd be in your best interest to give me the truth. Hell, we may even become friends. He chuckled and started to channel his magic. If she wasn't amused before, she certainly was now. Friends? What gave you the idea that I wanted that? Well, you haven't really attacked us. And since Biku attacked me for a personal reason, you must have come here for a reason of your own as well. He finished, and just like that, their bodies disappeared before her very eyes. All she managed to see was their body dissipating into blue flashes of light before all traces of them disappeared. Kuroka watched the spot they had stood in for a while before a grin spread across her features and her poison mist dissipated along with the barrier. Biku was right, this one is indeed interesting. 448 Chapter 3. Return to the Underworld. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your support. All of the reviews so far have been supportive and encouraging. Safe to say my motivation for writing has returned. I don't think I've ever written this much within a single week. I've taken a lot of your words into consideration. The other Biju won't make an appearance here, so I do apologize if some of you wanted that. I also had suggestions to keep Naruto's peerage pure DxD, but I'll have to disappoint here. I'll be using characters from other series, and try my best to make them fit into the world with their own backstory and the like. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZBM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 3. Return to the Underworld. Kaigyo. It had been a week since Naruto arrived in Kyoto, a week since he had met Kurama along with the run-in with Kuroka. The majority of the time had been spent catching up, and it was safe to say that Kurama was beyond amused that Naruto had gone from first being born as a nobody with nothing to a high-class devil that grew up in a luxurious mansion. How the tables had turned. The Yukai had started accepting the presents after the first few days. Well, at least a bit more. They were still wary of him, but after they saw how good friends he was with Kurama already, they were at least willing to talk in a friendly manner with him. They were currently still in Kyoto, but with his schedule, he was planning on returning to the underworld soon. But first, a friendly spar was in order. So at the moment, they were in a secluded section of the forest with a barrier to conceal their activities. Naruto could be seen with a grin on his face as he rushed across the green forest floor, trading blow for blow with his newest and first peerage member. With a laugh, he spun through the air and sent a kick toward Kurama's head, which the Yukai blocked with his forearm. Each blow got increasingly heavier and faster, as they picked up the pace. Though, none of them had yet to land a hit on the other. Every punch and kick was parried or evaded, and every time they clashed, a powerful shockwave swept across the grass and leaves. The mere sound of the power would be enough for ordinary people to think there were chain explosions going off in the woods. Thanks Satan for barriers. Kurama grinned as he pushed the leg away and tried to sweep the dark-haired opponent off his feet, to which Naruto flipped backward and out of the way. Not giving him a chance to catch his breath, Naruto ran forward and ducked under a strong right hook, sending his fist flying toward Kurama's chest. With a wide smirk, the newly reincarnated devil caught Naruto's wrist before it could land, and used this new position to slam his fist up toward his opponent's stomach with all the strength he could muster. Naruto steadied his footing as he raised his hand, catching the incoming fist with the palm of his hand, but the mere force behind it was enough to make his muscles feel the strain throughout his arm. They stood for a while and tried to overpower the other, a struggle that was in Kurama's favor, but as the full-blooded devil began to feel his footing slip, he threw the fist to the side, knelt down, and swept a leg into the side of Kurama's knee. The Yukai grunted as he was forced to kneel down, allowing Naruto the opportunity to leap backward. Kurama had to chuckle as he rose back to his feet. "It's good to see you haven't gotten weak upon dying," he complimented and cracked his knuckles. Naruto landed on his feet again and dusted his jacket off. "I could say the same to you," he shouted back. Despite how short the fight had been so far, he could already tell the key differences in their fighting styles. Kurama easily had the advantage in strength, but he was fast enough to render that advantage null. Kurama's fists certainly hurt a lot more than his own did, but the number of attacks he could manage in comparison was greater. With that taken into consideration, they were equally balanced so far. Not feeling finished yet, the fox ran forward with a fist one ed behind his head. He slammed it into the ground as the dirt exploded up into a small cloud. Naruto's eyes widened at the distraction as he saw a fist escape out through the debris in the air. He quickly fell to his knees and leaned backward, watching the fist graze past his face. Rotating around, he placed his palm on the ground and sent a roundhouse kick at Kurama's midsection. Unable to see it coming from his own makeshift smokescreen, Kurama coughed in surprise as some of the air was knocked out of his lungs. "Not bad, kid." He smirked and prepared himself for the attacks that would undoubtedly follow. And just as expected, Naruto rotated out of the dirt and through the air as he sent two quick kicks from above to Kurama's chest that he managed to parry to the side. He snickered and leapt back into the air as he spread his tails out. "Why don't we take this to the next level?" he asked with a large grin, as orbs of bluish-green fire blazed into existence in front of each of his tails. Naruto's eyes widened a bit, before he smirked in return. "So this is the foxfire I've heard so much about. I better not get hit by that," he thought and took a step back, preparing to let loose a little. Kurama took this as an acknowledgement and thrust his palm forward, whereupon the fireballs bolted forward, spiraling through the air whilst leaving behind a blue trail of embers in the air. The fire roared, lighting up the ground and torching the grass without even being in direct contact. With a surprised look, Naruto quickly spread out his arms and muttered the simple sentence, "Time magic. Chronostasis." Confused and slightly scared at the sight of Naruto just opening his arms up to the attack, Kurama was prepared to distinguish the attack before surprise overtook him and his eyes widened in an instant. Every fireball had stopped in place. Naruto felt the heat of the air hit his face and rush through his clothes as blue spheres with orbiting rings filled with Roman numerals encased the foxfire, pausing their advance a mere meter away from him. "Oi, what the hell is that?" Kurama suddenly asked, a mixed hint of both astonishment and disappointment in his tone as he had kind of hoped they'd hit. With a chuckle, Naruto let his left hand fall to his side and twisted his right in the air, causing the blue spheres to dissipate into nothingness alongside the bluish-green flames within them. "My inherent magic ability has the affinity of time itself. And this was a stasis spell, in which I can forward or reverse the time of whatever is trapped inside." A sweat drop slid down Kurama's forehead as he clenched his fist. Naruto was about to ask if he was okay but was caught off guard as the queen of his peerage roared out laughing whilst clutching his stomach. "You never cease to surprise me, Naruto," he started, as he calmed down slightly. "The boy who ran out of time, got the affinity for time itself." A sheepish chuckle escaped his lips as he ran a hand through his dark locks. "It's not like I do it on purpose." Kurama kept laughing for a bit before he slammed his fist to his palm, with a determined look. "If that's the case, I'll just have to kick your ass faster than you can stop time. What do you say? Care to find out who is stronger?" "Isn't this what we've tried determining this entire time?" Naruto laughed and crouched down, preparing to take off. The fox snorted loudly. "Come on, we both know we've been holding back since the start. Or are you just too much of a coward?" Naruto's brow twitched. "Say that again once I've won." "You'll try." Kurama quickly laughed and clapped his hands together, before slamming his fist to the earth, grasping his forearm as it hit the dirt. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet as a ring of blue flames exploded from the ground around him. The young devil grinned and held up his palm. "Time magic. Infinite sphere." he shouted as the blue orb he had used to send Biku flying spun into existence in his hand. Kurama had to acknowledge the sheer magic power radiating through the air as he prepared to raise the ring of flames into a protective dome. Before their attacks could collide, a loud cough from the side of the clearing caught their attention. Naruto raised a brow as he turned his head to spot the blonde leader of the Ukai faction walking over with her daughter in tow, as he slowly dispersed the magic, whilst Kurama cancelled the ring of flames orbiting around him. Yasaka chuckled as she stopped in between them. As much as I enjoy seeing the two of you getting along so well, I'll have to ask the both of you to refrain from burning down my forests. Barrier or not, such a forest fire won't be easy to cover up. The orange-haired man raised a brow. You're over-exaggerating. She raised a brow. Am I really now? Your foxfire burns several times hotter than any ordinary flame, and your master uses a spell that contains condensed air. Or did I sense it wrong, Naruto-san? Naruto blinked and scratched his neck. You hit the nail on the head actually. She gave a nod of confirmation. So tell me, will I have to explain what happens when such a quantity of air does when it comes in contact with such powerful flames? Kurama's cheeks flared up a bit as he crossed his arms over his chest, but he decided not to answer. Yasaka had to stop a smirk from forming on her lips. Thought so. Regardless, I see that you picked a strong king to follow. I hope this event will be able to help us form a friendship in the future. Naruto could only nod in agreement to that, though he had actually never thought about it that way. He may have been more knowledgeable in politics this time around because of his sister being a Satan, but all he had really thought about was getting his friend back. Whatever, I'm clearly stronger. I was inches from kicking his ass back to where he came from. Kurama grunted with a mild smirk. She had been used to this behavior from Kurama, so in order to mess with him, she chuckled and shot a glance in the young devil's direction. That's so? From where I stood, I thought our guest was winning. Not that it was wrong, there was something different about this devil. And she'd have loved to find out more about it, but she did prefer her forests intact instead. Kurama had to calm down his annoyance as his brow twitched dangerously, and was only further irritated by the sound of Naruto's obnoxious laughter at the revelation. The young girl that stood beside her mother couldn't help but comment on the look on her uncle figure's face. I'd have to agree with my mother. Naruto couldn't see if the girl was smirking or not from his position, but Kurama almost deflated like a balloon, which was making his day. It was interactions like this that really did make him wonder if he made the right choice when he turned Kurama into a part of his peerage. Sure, they had fought a war together and died together, but he seemed content here. Accepted and, despite the teasing, happy. His new life here was vastly different from the elemental nations, and he was starting to wonder if taking Kurama away from this would be a good idea. Eventually, Kuno turned to face their guest, and with a curious expression asked, "So how long will you stay?" At that question, even Kurama had his eyes pointed at him. He scratched the back of his head. I planned on going back this evening. So soon? Yasaka asked with a mild frown. With a small frown he nodded. Yeah, I have to go back. My sister might send someone to look for me if I don't, and I also have matters I need to attend to. Though with your permission I'd love to come to visit again. Kuno smiled as she stared at him. You better, Kuno? Yasaka asked as she watched her daughter with interest. The young girl gave a small chuckle. After all, you can't say you like staying in Kyoto before you've had the full tour. Naruto had to blink as he analyzed those words. He couldn't stop himself from smiling. With your mom's permission I'll come back soon. Then you can show me around if you want. Kuno looked up expectantly at her mother, which Yasaka had to adore. Even if she was practically treated like a princess, her childish innocence warmed her heart. The older woman nodded her head in the devil's direction. As long as you let me know ahead of time, I see no issue. Now, I'll have to leave, but please come by for dinner before you depart. Naruto gave a small mock salute, as he watched the two Ukai women leave the clearing. Kurama took this as his cue to walk over, as he crossed his arms over his chest. Kuno has taken a liking to you. She has? He rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you haven't noticed, it's not exactly hard to see. It reminds me of how that brat Konohamaru looked at you. Naruto barked out laughing, except she is much more well-behaved than Konohamaru ever was. Kurama snickered, that's for sure. If she behaved like that brat I'd have gone off the map ages ago. You're quite close, aren't you? Naruto asked in a soft tone. The fox raised a brow before he turned his gaze away with a shrug. I don't exactly kiss ass, so she took my attitude differently than most would. Naruto turned to look at him. What do you mean? He turned back to meet the gaze. She is practically a princess. The amount of respect she has shown is way too much for a child if you ask me. I don't kiss ass, no matter who they are, so she seemed to like that. So she likes you because you treat her differently? Kurama shrugged. Perhaps, though I don't think she minds her treatment because she knows how important her mom is. But kids get curious about new things. So we ended up spending some time together. I see, Naruto thought out loud as he crouched down and watched the forest around him, seemingly getting deep in thought. With a snort, Kurama tapped his foot against the devil's leg. What are you thinking about? It looks painful. Naruto had to roll his eyes, before he smiled slightly. You sure you want to come with me? You can stay here if you want. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He closed his eyes for a bit, as he started plucking strands of grass idly. You seem content here. Compared to how life was in the elemental nations for you, this place must be amazing. I don't want to drag you away, just because of a bond we once had. Kurama's eyes narrowed slightly as he placed a foot on the dark-haired boy's back and pushed him down to the ground. As he towered above him, do you think I spent the last 25 years waiting for you to appear, just to be left behind, stupid ninja? Naruto's eyes widened slightly before he chuckled. With a shake of his head, he rose back to his feet and dusted his clothes off. Well, technically I'm a devil now. You may have to rethink those insults on the road. He rolled his eyes in return. Congratulations. You have finally begun to touch upon my reputation. Now get your stupid ass moving. We probably got work to do, don't we? As he readjusted his jacket, Naruto stuck his hands inside his pockets. Yeah, I need to have a conversation with my sister. That thing with Kuroka is unsettling me. How so? He turned to watch his companion. What exactly did you mean when you said you felt no malice from her? Kurama raised a brow. Exactly what I said. I know Senjutsu like the back of my hand. There was no negativity or malice coming off her. Furthermore, she wasn't morphed into some kind of creature, so it's not like she lost control of her demonic powers either. She seemed perfectly fine. Naruto hummed a bit as he started to talk toward the exit of the woods with Kurama beside him. I can't be the only one that thinks something is off about this. You said the vibe she gave off was like Itachi, didn't you? He nodded. Yeah, that guy acted like he was on drugs too, but when I sensed him after he got reanimated, it was beyond obvious it had all been a plot. It gives me the same vibe this time, though I have no idea what her deal is. Naruto nodded his head thoughtfully. He'd have to ask his sister about this. Perhaps she could investigate it. Part of him wasn't surprised that something like this had been unknown. The amount of skilled senjutsu users was few and far in between. Not to say that most of them had likely been killed off in the genocides. Without Kurama having been there, he'd likely not even have noticed it himself. He'd have to think more on this. There was only so little they could do on their own. But for now, he'd just enjoy a, hopefully, peaceful dinner with the leader of the Ukai faction. He smiled with amusement. His sister would love to hear about this when he got home, and he could already see the expression on her face. Koigyo, seriously? You need to tell me that you, somebody that used to be a homeless bum, grew up in a place like this? Kurama's voice echoed in the large hallways of the Sea Tree Manor as he gazed up and down the walls, feeling immensely out of place. Naruto had to chuckle at his partner's reaction as he scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Yeah. Home sweet home. I lived down at the end of the mansion, ended up moving there after a while because my younger sister wanted privacy to talk with her friend. Plus she was severely displeased whenever I caught something she said through the door. Kurama raised a brow. You eavesdropped on your own sister? Didn't know you had that kink. With a twitching brow Naruto raised his hand with a loud sigh. As much as she wants to say I wasn't. Trust me, I would rather not, but you try not overhearing Ino talking with Sakura, if a shade or two quieter. The Ukai snorted with laughter. You sure you still couldn't hear it from your new room? Naruto had to sigh for what had to be the 100th time. I could vividly hear it echoing down the hallways. Seriously, at times I studied in the cellar because they were so obnoxious. So where is she now? Kurama asked next. With a thoughtful look, Naruto turned down another corridor. She lives in Kuo now. In fact, both of them do. They attend a normal school. I think they're third years now. So you have this entire place to yourself? Naruto shook his head. Nah, my new parents live here along with the staff. My sister is the Leviathan, so she pretty much has a damn castle for herself and whoever serves her. Kurama looked intrigued. You don't speak of these parents with as much affection. He shrugged and dug his hands into his pockets. It's not that I dislike them. I'm just indifferent. As I said, I had a hard time coping with what happened in the past, and it took me a while to get in touch with my magic. So I guess you can say I was a bit overlooked, but it's not like I was neglected in any way. I see, Kurama hummed in return. Will we be meeting them? He shook his head. Nah, they're busy people. We rarely talk either way, but I try to stay polite and greet them when we do see each other. I'm much closer with my sisters though, as much as Sona hates to admit it. She does. Why is that? Naruto was about to respond, but when he heard the very familiar yell of Naruto in front of him, he just smiled and pointed a thumb in the direction of the rapidly approaching raven-haired girl. That's why. He quickly turned around as he was wrapped up in a bone-crushing hug. It was surprising, such a small girl was about to snap him in half. No wonder she was the Leviathan. His entire face turned blue as he tapped her on the back. Can't breath. Seraphol blinked as she let him drop back to the floor, and blushed in slight embarrassment as she watched him try to catch his break as the color returned to his face. Sorry about that. So how did it go? I just got word from Kyoto. They say the visit was pleasant. Naruto readjusted his jacket as Kurama watched on with great amusement. It went pretty well actually. She quickly nodded with a pleased smile, before her expression turned from glee to surprise as she saw someone standing behind him. Who's this? The dark-haired boy blinked and turned to Kurama. Oh right, no reason to hide your tails and ears now that we're back in the underworld. He grinned and turned back to his sister. Anyhow, this is Kurama. The Yukai raised his hand in a greeting as his 9 tails sprouted from his tailbone, and he popped up on top of his head. A look of nervousness spread across his face as he watched the short girl's eyes practically glow with recognition. If Naruto would describe the look in Kurama's eyes as he glanced over at him with a sweat-covered face, it would be, help me, but what would be the fun in that? You actually did it. Oh, man. I knew sending you to Kyoto was a good idea. Seraphol coughed and tried maintaining a calmer posture. But everyone present could see she was straining herself as she reached her hand out. Hi there, I'm Seraphol Leviathan and Naruto's favorite sister. Pleased to meet you. Kurama's brow twitched as he reached out to grab the girl's hand. Pleasure's all mine. He managed to grumble out before he leaned over to Naruto and hit his mouth with the back of his hand. Are both your sisters this crazy? Naruto quickly shushed him as he watched the encounter. Seraphol eventually stepped back and nodded her head. I see that you're a fox Yukai. I'm happy that you're in my brother's peerage. He has been a bit of a late bloomer, so he first started looking for members recently. Kurama snickered before he rested his elbow on Naruto's shoulder. Someone has to make sure this guy stays out of trouble. Naruto had to roll his eye as he pushed the elbow off him. If anyone gotta make sure someone stays out of trouble here, it's me, you stupid kitsune. With a cough into her hand, Seraphol broke off the almost verbal fight. Anyhow, I hope this will help our possible friendship in the future. We're very happy to have you, Kurama-kun. The fox raised a brow as he crossed his arms. Yeah, whatever, me too. Hooray for friendship. As he felt an elbow slam into his side, he turned to watch Naruto's sweating face. What? You really don't have manners, do you? Kurama rolled his eyes. Is there a point to changing awesome? You should take notes, you ungrateful brat. The raven-haired teen rubbed his forehead. Whatever, just don't come screaming for help when your attitude has the 4 Satans sending you to death row. Kurama gulped with a slight sweat drop. Whatever. Seraphol watched the interactions with clear amusement as she giggled behind her hand. It looked like this friendship would work out just fine. It already seemed like the two had known each other forever. I don't want to be rude, but I should probably get back to work. Once again, a pleasure to meet you, Kurama. Naruto, please go find more peerage members. You seem to have an eye for the interesting ones. She spoke with a happy tone. Naruto nodded his head before something came to mind and he raised his hand for her to stop. Actually, I have something important I need to talk to you about. Do you have time? She tilted her head in confusion but nodded her head as he led them down to her office. Her office, despite being rarely used, was quite spacious, and she took a seat behind her desk as she watched the two with curiosity. So, what is it? You're not in trouble, are you? He quickly waved his hands dismissively. Oh no, or well, not sure. A frown settled on her face. Naruto, with a sigh. He sat down as Kurama leaned up against the wall behind him. Something happened when I got to Kyoto. I was attacked by the Monkey King, Biku. At first, it seemed like he just wanted a fight, but that's when we ran into someone new. Seraphol looked more serious now. Getting in a fight with a yokai the moment you got to Kyoto was bad. But this was Biku. He had gone missing from his mountain some time ago. Who did you run into? Kuroka, he answered simply. Her eyes widened slightly as she in an instant had a more serious attitude. Did she hurt you? He shook his head. No, but she did give me an invitation extended on behalf of Ophis. If she hadn't looked serious before, she sure did now. Did you see Ophis? He had to shake his head again. No, all I got was an offer to join something called the Chaos Brigade. She said that in exchange for joining, Ophis would grant me what I want, though it sounds like what a terrorist group would be. That it does. I'll have to bring this to the other Satans as soon as possible. One can only wonder what the likes of Ophis need with people like you, Biku, and Kuroka, she wondered. Naruto folded his hands in his lap as he crossed his legs. I need to talk to you about her too. Something is unsettling me. Seraphol leaned back in her chair, not quite used to the look in her brother's eyes. What about her? He shot a glance back to Kurama, who just gave him a nod. The moment Kurama joined my peerage, she approached me with the offer as I said. The thing that I discovered after due to Kurama's skill in senjutsu is what makes me a bit nervous. If she had been surprised before, she certainly was now. The people that were able to use senjutsu were very few, and her brother had managed to get one into his peerage. What did you find out? Naruto waved a hand to Kurama, who took a step forward to stand beside Naruto's chair. The fact of the matter is quite simple, she is lying. Seraphol looked on with an unchanging expression. Explain. He nodded and looked in between the siblings before he sighed. Senjutsu is able to pick on the emotions of people. The stories go that she went nuts using senjutsu, but there are two simple things we all can agree on. First, if you lose control of your demonic power, you're bound to morph into some kind of creature, which she didn't. And the other? Kurama looked on with a calm expression. If you lose control of senjutsu, it means that you become a host of negativity. If what happened to her should be true, then she'd be radiating negativity, but she wasn't. I didn't sense an ounce of malice rolling off her, or anything related. Nor was she morphed into some kind of beast. Something is off. Seraphol looked at her brother, and something changed in her eyes. I'll have to have a meeting with the Satans about this. Stay on standby, both of you. With these things coming into the light, we may need to debrief you. Naruto nodded his head as he stood up. Sarane? The girl looked a bit surprised as she gazed up at her brother. What is it? He looked a bit uncertain. You know something, don't you? She sighed with an apologetic smile. I can neither confirm nor deny that, but I can say everything will make a lot more sense soon. Please believe me. With a sigh, he nodded his head. She had never given him reason to not believe her before, so he'd trust her words. Though something felt certain, he had touched upon something that was supposed to be buried. Now the question was, what could it be? Kaigyo as the sun disappeared in the distance, she sat on top of a boulder with her kimono and dark locks swaying hypnotically in the wind. Her amber eyes gazed out into the horizon, as she waited for her accomplice to join her. Despite the turn of events, she wasn't disappointed. No, she was more intrigued than anything else. It seems like you had no luck. A voice called from behind her, or did you pussy out, Kuroka? She snorted a bit and turned her head to watch him. You never get tired out of the cat puns, do you, Biku? What's life without a bit of comedy? He grinned and took a seat in the shade of the boulder she was seated upon. With a roll of her eyes, she watched him from the corner of her eyes. To answer your question, then no, there was no luck. Though I won't let that stop me. Biku raised an amused brow as he rubbed his hand. Oh, you going back for seconds? That's surprising. How so? He shrugged and rested his back against the boulder. Not like you to show any interest in our new recruits. Yet you seem interested in this one. She remained silent for a bit before a chuckle escaped her lips, which turned up into a small smirk. Perhaps not, but none of the other recruits were like this one. He's unique. Oh ho, you seemed captivated. Should I order a table for two? He snickered. With a sigh aimed at his obnoxiousness, she dropped down to the ground. As I said, he's unique. May I ask why you're so interested? For me it's simple, he's strong, and I want to beat him. She watched him but didn't feel like the real reason she wanted to go meet him again. Though, there was another part of him that kept her interest up. Well, no one has ever told Ophis where to shove it before. 448 Chapter 4. The cat's out the bag disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. I may take it a bit easy after this chapter. I think I've pretty much written the past 4 chapters in a little over a week. and a few people have told me to slow down so I don't burn out. I may look into writing another crossover on the side, just so I don't rush myself with this story. Also, taking your words into consideration with the fight I wrote the last chapter, I'll try to not open a chapter with fights unless it's continued from the last chapter. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZBM58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 4 The Cat's Out the Bag. Kaigyo Naruto yawned as he waltzed through the halls leading to the great devil Lucifer's office. One thing he never failed to be amused over was how no matter what place he was in, the most powerful person always had an office. In this case, it was even more hilarious. A man with that much power to literally obliterate almost anything he wanted, had a desk. Oh well, that was beside the point. He was on his way there to have a meeting with him, and he highly suspected it was because of the talk he had with Seraphal a couple of days prior. It had been a few days since he arrived back in the underworld with Kurama. And to say that the fox had taken great advantage of the luxuries living in a mansion provided, would be an understatement. The first thing he had seen Kurama do after they had parted for the night when they had arrived, was in the morning when the orange-haired man had laid on the balcony of his room with a maid hand feeding him grapes. It was like something out of a movie. He had never laughed that hard since being reborn into this universe. Though he was glad he was enjoying himself. It certainly had to be a lot better than living in a mindscape that resembled a sewer, so he didn't comment too much on it. Well, not more than he had to. Kurama's annoyance was still very entertaining, just like it had always been. With a small sigh, he raised his hand to knock on the door and waited a few seconds before he got the affirmative to enter. Which he did. As he entered the devil's office, he was immediately taken back by how comfy it all seemed. He most certainly didn't expect couches to sit in. It was definitely much nicer than what the Hokage's office had been like. Ah, Naruto, I'm happy you agreed to meet with me on such short notice. The dark-haired boy blinked as he turned to watch the red-haired man approaching him. He was clad in a pretty formal attire compared to the usual armor he was seen wearing in public. Since his younger sister was friends with Lucifer's sister, he had met the man before, but he never stopped feeling a bit uncomfortable in his presence. In his opinion, the redhead was way too easygoing for his own good, so he never knew when to be formal and when not to. Unsure of whether or not to bow, he raised his hand in an awkward wave. You know what they say, if Lucifer calls then you answer. Xrias chuckled a bit as he motioned for him to follow. Still, with the recent events coming into the light, you must have been using a lot of time to reflect on them. Naruto followed after him and watched as the powerful being sat down on one of the couches, and signaled for him to sit on the one across from him, which he did. The redhead took a second to get comfortable, and gathered his hands in his lap. Do you have any idea why I wish to talk with you? He shook his head slowly, not sure, but I guess it has to do with what I told my sister. Taking that as his cue to continue, Xrias cleared his throat. Partially yes, we're still working on the details of what you informed us of. Before I continue, I'd like to say we're grateful. Had we learned of this sooner, there may have been consequences we'd rather avoid. What type of consequences? Naruto asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Xrias waved his hands dismissively. Not any we need to worry about at the moment, but it's always good to be aware of when beings like Ophis are making plans. It could go south, so being prepared is essential. He couldn't disagree with that. While the problems the Akatsuki caused in his old life were quite severe, he didn't want to think about how bad it could have gotten if Jiraiya hadn't been made aware when he did. Yeah, I guess that's true. So what did you want to talk to me about? Xrias nodded. Right. From what I understand, you came into contact with Kuroka, and your newest addition to your peerage was able to reveal some truths with his use of senjutsu, correct? By the way, congratulations on finding a member for your peerage. Your sister was ecstatic about it. Thank you, I think. He scratched the back of his head. Yeah, Kurama called bullshit on what the stories say about her. Unable to hold back an amused look at the choice of words, Xrias intertwined his fingers. It's possible dangerous territory you're in. So for you to be able to tread carefully about your next moves, should you run into her again, I wish to give you a bit of context. For free, he added as a joke, but when Xrias just smirked, he instantly knew the man was up to something. Xrias leaned back in his seat. Well, I won't say that the information has a price, but I do hope you'll help me with a favor in return. Sure, I mean, I don't think I could say no with a good conscience, he chuckled. The redhead just smiled with a satisfied nod of his head. With the news of Ophis and this Chaos Brigade, I had hoped you'd perhaps take residence in Kuo for the time being. Both for Ria's sake, and also for Sona's. Just as a safety precaution. If you're telling me to go attend school, then I'll say no, I hate academics. Naruto groaned with a mild headache returning as the memories of the Shinobi Academy resurfaced. xrias had to hold back a laugh of amusement. I'll not have you attend school, but perhaps as a club supervisor. Just to keep you in the loop. You won't have to do anything remotely close to homework. Rest assured of that. You have my word. Then I don't see why not. Any other reason you want me to go? Or anything else really? He took a moment to think. Well, there is a potential thing. This is a more personal favor from xrias Gremory, instead of xrias Lucifer. My sister has a member in her peerage. His name is Gasper. Naruto blinked, unsure of what it was supposed to mean. I'll be blunt. Gasper possesses a scared gear. Specifically the forbidden Balor view. He has time powers, and as it stands right now, you're a perfect candidate to teach him how to control this power. Rias has some issues with controlling him, so he is sealed away for now. I won't ask you directly to teach him, since that should be your place to do so. I just want you to keep it in mind. Naruto's eyes widened at that. He didn't exactly consider himself teacher material, but if he was the best candidate, he'd at least be open toward it. Got it. If Rias asks, I'll hear her out. xrias gave a pleased nod of his head. Thank you. Now, the second thing. I want you to try and stay out of their way as much as possible. Naruto almost doubled over in surprise. How could he ask him to help her and stay out of her way at the same time? The Devil King laughed slightly. I see that you're confused. Let me clarify my request. I wish for Rias and the others, as well as Sona, to grow naturally on their own. So while you can help them, I do not wish for you to fix their problems for them unless it's a critical scenario. The dark-haired boy made an O shape with his mouth out of realization. Oh, I get it now. So I can teach, but not solve their problems. That makes sense. I'll keep that in mind. After further thought, he realized he had probably just been made into a makeshift academy teacher. xrias took a moment to look him over. You're awfully accepting of this without questioning it. It's a whole new life you'll have to get used to. I do not mean to be rude, but your sister has said you're a bit of a recluse. Naruto almost doubled over again from the revelation. So much for having faith in him, he thought with a mild sweat drop as a mental image of Seraphal's cheeky grin came into mind. Well, it's been a while since I saw Sona and I'd like to get closer to her again. Rias is also a friend of mine since she spent so much time with Sona. In general, I don't see many negatives with going. After my visit to Kyoto, my desire to see the world has come back. I have to admit it gets a bit boring just lazing around in the Sea Tree Manor all day. With an understanding nod of his head, xrias took a breath and got a bit more serious. Well, now you know what I hope you'll do after hearing what I have to say. I'm listening, Naruto responded curiously. xrias nodded his head and sat up. What I'm going to say is not concrete. I want you to know that, and I'm going out of my way to say it so you have an idea of what you're dealing with. I have a feeling you'll look more into the Kuroka case regardless of what I come forth with. Naruto hummed for a bit before he shrugged. I mean, I probably will if she shows herself again. It troubles me a bit. She reminds me of someone I once knew. And for you to be able to perhaps solve this mystery, I'd like to lend you a hand. You know the story of how she supposedly went crazy, right? Of course. With a slow breath and closed eyes, xrias collected his thoughts on the matter and opened his eyes again. From what I can tell you, her former king was not a good person. We've been heavily suspicious of his activities in regards to what he did with the Bale clan and the old Satan faction. So you're telling me this could be self-defense in her case? Naruto asked with a surprised look. He knew that the words going around about the old Satan faction and the Baal weren't exactly always the prettiest. He nodded, and given what your new peerage member says, it only fuels my suspicions. Senjutsu users are few and far in between. Given that he was able to pick up these signals, I'm tempted to say that she may have been triggered to do it. Naruto looked on whilst trying to conceal his growing feelings. This case reminded him more and more of Itachi, and if it was, then he knew what he would do. What if it was self-defense, and that her former king had it coming? xrias looked on with a blank expression. We cannot do anything without proper channels getting involved. We'd have to have her undergo a thorough interrogation, and then decide. But what if she was innocent? Naruto tried again. With a raised brow, xrias cupped his chin. You're quite interested in this. I have to admit I'm surprised, you just met her. Naruto frowned a bit and lowered his head. If she's really like the way I think she is, then she's a good person. And I hate seeing good people take the fall for the actions of bad people. xrias smiled a bit at the proclamation. I understand. After all, it's when good people do nothing that the bad guys win. You're a good person. I just hope that you know what you're getting into. With a determined look, Naruto raised his head. I don't care what I'm getting into, but if I can help her then it'll be worth it. Selfless as stated, he's indeed an interesting individual. I can see why Serafal thinks so highly of him, and not just because it's her brother. Having him around xrias will definitely be beneficial, xrias thought and kept up the smile. Hold your horses for just a bit, we don't know if it's the truth yet. Right, how can we go about this? xrias chuckled and stood up. I cannot act on much on my end yet, but I think the case will be in good hands. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure I follow. As he walked over to his desk in the room, xrias picked up a picture of a small silver-haired girl, which he handed Naruto, who looked at it with confusion. I want you to find the truth. I will need that, along with Kuroka's consent to an interrogation. And if we're right, then she can be free again? xrias frowned. Not quite. Naruto raised a brow and stood up. Why not? The frown intensified as the older devil let Naruto stare the picture over. That is her sister. Her name was Sharon. She now goes by the name of Kaneko and is a part of xrias peerage. Her execution was called for when Kuroka did what she did, but I protected her and put her in the care of my sister. Naruto's lips fell down into a frown as he stared at the picture with a sorrow-filled expression. I see. The problem with the matter is there'd be retaliation should we redeem her name off the bat. Just like the other Nekosho, there are likely powerful people that'd rather see her dead than alive, and not only would she be in danger, both you and anyone affiliated with you or her could be in potential danger. With a look of realization, Naruto looked up from the picture. You're thinking of xrias and Sona, aren't you? xrias nodded. Yes, those two could be caught in the potential crossfire. Now that was something he didn't want, but at the same time, he didn't want to sit around and do nothing if his suspicions turned out to be true, and he could help. So what can we do? The great devil put his arms behind his back and thought for a second. If we can cover up the possible redemption of her name with an event that'll displease those people more, it'll work in our favor. Naruto looked surprised. So we cover it up with something they'll hate more, and then they'll forget about her. It's only natural. If they have to focus their anger on something that is bigger than her, they won't have time or the need. That'll be our only play if we can prove her innocence. Let's just focus on figuring out whether or not we're making theories for nothing first. Yeah, that made sense. It made him feel a bit silly. They had just thought of almost an entire strategy to help a criminal that maybe wasn't as innocent as they thought. Time would have to tell. Alright, I'll do it. And I'll tell you as soon as I know something, Naruto proclaimed with a thumb pressed against his chest. xrias just looked a bit amused. It wasn't often he met someone as headstrong as him, though xrias was up there. He gave a quick smile and extended his hand. I look forward to it. Now, what will you do? Naruto quickly accepted the hand for a quick handshake. I'll go to Kuo as intended, though finding a place to stay will be hard. I'm not exactly a pro at real estate. I may be able to help you out there. Naruto's brow twitched slightly with a mix of annoyance and amusement as he stared at the building in front of him, but was broken out of his stupor when he heard a whistle behind him. You know, when that great devil guy you met said he'd help you out, this wasn't what I imagined. The dark-haired boy turned around to watch Kurama waltzing up beside him with his yukai features now hidden since they were in public. His hand was combing through his hair as he stared at the building in front of them. And he couldn't blame him for the reaction, not in the slightest. After all, who would have guessed that a mere favor would involve a 2-story tall mansion made out of black brickwork? And that was just the exterior, with no reaction yet to the interior. I find myself agreeing. I had just thought he meant he'd get us some kind of apartment with enough space, but this, I don't even know what to say. I guess it pays handsomely to be Lucifer. Naruto chuckled. Well, he could probably have bought this himself, but turning down help from xrias seemed like a bad idea. Especially since being on good terms with him and his sister on top of that, would give him a lot of options in the future. Kurama scratched the back of his neck. Well, I suppose that means we can fit a whole peerage in here. Not that we have anyone else yet. Naruto felt as if that was a blow to his pride, and coughed into his hand as something came to mind. Well, we do have one other member, but he is still in the underworld. He became part of my peerage a while ago, but considering I wasn't really doing anything, I just let him do his thing for the time being. Now, this intrigued Kurama. So who's the lucky or unlucky fella, depending on how you look at it? With a small huff, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. His name is Veldora. He is one of the sons of Tannen. Tannen? As in one of the Dragon Kings? Naruto shrugged. Former Dragon King actually. Heard something about his pride getting hurt when Great Red ignored him, but yeah him. Kurama gave a slow nod of his head as he let that sink in. Even in Kyoto, he had heard of Tannen. Even when the information they had was little, he was still aware enough to respect his strength. It did make him wonder how powerful his son would be. So how strong is this Veldora? He finally asked, to satisfy his curiosity. The young devil hummed as he let his eyes wander over the building again. Pretty damn strong. Probably around your level, maybe stronger now if I think about it. Though it's hard to say, it's been a couple of years and Veldora is special. Kurama raised a brow. Special how? Naruto chuckled as he went over the memory in his head. He likes to fight. Let's just leave it at that. He has probably fought countless strong people, and he has all 8 of my pawn pieces. With his curiosity once again peaking, Kurama let a smirk form on his face. Sounds like he'd be an interesting opponent. You want to fight him? Naruto asked with a small smile. Kurama cracked his neck and punched a fist to his palm. I don't see why not. We only have the fun we make ourselves. And it won't hurt having a rival beside you. Naruto's eyes widened slightly in surprise. I'm a rival to you? The fox snickered with a mischievous gaze. Don't let it get to your head, but you're probably the strongest of the two of us. If Yusaka said so, even if it was part of a joke, I'll respect it, but I'll win against you one of these days. Part of Naruto started to question his decision-making. The 2 people he had gotten into his peerage were apparently both heavily addicted to fighting. He just hoped Kurama wasn't as serious as Lee had been when it came to stuff like rivals. He'd rather not deal with that. While he did like to fight himself, and he fought enjoyment and satisfaction from winning, he'd rather not constantly have to fight both Kurama, but also Veldora. He started laughing a bit to himself. He did have quite the peerage so far. Normally devils would reincarnate humans with tools like sacred gears to expand their peerage, but also the devil population. But he had gone ahead and taken in a fox yokai from Kyoto, but also a dragon who was the son of a former Dragon King. If he kept that up, it'd only be a matter of time before his entire group was filled with remarkable people from all kinds of species. The future would indeed be full of fun and entertainment, just the way he liked it. Anyhow, are we gonna stand here and worship the craftsmanship of this or something, or are we gonna take a peek inside? Kurama asked as his impatience started to show. Naruto sighed and walked forward and unlocked the front of the house. His name is xrias, you should probably remember that. I'm better with faces than with names, the fox spoke non-caringly. Deciding to ignore Kurama's attitude this time, Naruto opened the front door to their new home. It took them a while to explore the entire thing, but there was every necessity that they'd need. xrias really hadn't been cheap with this, and it made him almost scared of what kind of palace his sister might be living in. Though part of him knew it likely wasn't a palace she was living in, the word of why xrias Gremory lived in the human world wouldn't go well with the idea of her living in a castle like some sort of queen. Or well, king. The residence they had been given had around 8 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. A joined kitchen and dining room, along with a huge living room. Not to mention the furniture and everything else. He'd always been intrigued by the technology of this world, so when he discovered several stations to play various games in the living room, he already knew he'd spend a lot of time playing those games. The master bedroom was a dream in itself. A king-sized bed in the middle, with a private bathroom, and a glass sliding door leading to the garden, along with enough space to make anyone jealous, was only part of the reason that he had pulled the King of the Peerage card to get it. Much to Kurama's annoyance. No, the biggest reason he had taken this room for himself was the onsen in the backyard, and the door in the room led right out to it. He had always been too busy to try and kick Sasuke's ass and bring him back to properly enjoy these in Konoha, so he jumped at the chance to thoroughly abuse his chance this time around. Oh, and then there was his second favorite thing, a giant backyard. Some might ask why that was his second favorite thing when comparing it to everything else the mansion provided. The answer was simple though. It provided enough space to both put up a barrier, but also spacious enough to contain the undoubtedly large amounts of spars and fights that occur here. Naruto gave a small sigh as he walked into the backyard and looked up at the night sky, intertwining his fingers under the back of his head as he closed his eyes. It had taken a while to get settled in the new place, and it was already nighttime. And while he was enjoying this new house already, he was a bit afraid of what was to come. He had gotten this place as a helping hand, so he started to fear what kind of horror it would be to look out for xrias. It wasn't like he didn't know the girl. His younger sister was friends with her, so they were acquainted, but that was years ago. Perhaps it was her peerage. Was she as lucky as he was in regards to gathering interesting individuals? Perhaps that was it. He let out another sigh as he lowered his hands and opened his eyes, slowly turning around to stare at the corner of his house. How long are you gonna stand there and watch me? It's getting a bit creepy after you sought me out on the train. A dark figure waltzed around the corner as he chuckled, wearing a traditional robe with his hands hidden in the sleeves. You've gotten quite perceptive of when people are watching you. I have to admit I'm impressed. Azazel, right? He asked, though he already knew the answer. The man gave a small grin. So you remembered my name, I'm flattered. Naruto rolled his eyes with a look of amusement. Hard to forget when the leader of the Grigori decides to have a casual chat with you out of nowhere. So you're interested in why? Azazel stated more than asked. With a nod of his head, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. That'd be an understatement. Azazel smirked a bit as he took a seat on a bench that was placed along the mansion's wall. It's quite simple actually. You, my friend, are weird. Naruto groaned. It wasn't like he'd disagree by any means, but it was still annoying to hear it from others, so? The older male sat back and relaxed. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Trust me, you should see some of the people I'm around daily. Will this conversation get anywhere? Not that I don't enjoy the visit, but I have to admit I'm not exactly sure that a fallen angel visiting me is a good thing. Azazel let out a laugh as he hit his knee. So you're worried I'm here to cause trouble? Well, you're in luck because I'm only here to chat with you. You're an interesting fellow, that's why I wanted to get to know you. What's so interesting about me? Naruto asked, feeling a bit more relaxed. The fallen angel shrugged. What's not interesting? Half xrias, half xrias. Despite being the oldest of the younger siblings, you're not the heir to your house. You use time magic, exceptionally at that. Naruto's eyes widened a bit at the obvious compliment, but also a bit surprised by the amount of information Azazel had on him. You're not making me worry any less by stating my entire resume to my face like that though, Naruto replied with a small sweat drop. Azazel waved his hands. As I said, I'm just here to have a friendly chat with you. Plus it would be fun to have another companion to hang around with now that you're taking residence in Kuo. My fishing trips do get lonely on my lonesome. Part of him was starting to think he'd just found the second coming of Jiraiya. This guy was equally weird in some aspects and was scheming to take him along on some trips. He wouldn't even be surprised if this guy turned out to be a pervert. Why do you invite a random person you basically just met out for a fishing trip? Sounds a bit suspicious if you ask me. Naruto questioned, getting a sense of deja vu from when Jiraiya had back in the day asked him to go on research detours during their training trips. The leader of the Grigori gave him a calculative look. Aren't we all supposed to be good fellow citizens? I suppose, Naruto muttered, but not one less bit confused. Before he'd answer the question he'd at least have to ask his sister for advice on this. Azazel didn't seem to want any trouble, but this guy wasn't to be underestimated by any means. He was confident in his ability to fight, but he did doubt that if the fallen angel wanted to clash, he'd win that easily, if even win that battle at all. The battle experience he had in comparison was off the charts, and he had no idea about what he was capable of. Azazel on the other hand had clearly shown that he knew what moves he had in his arsenal, so the odds were stacked against him from the start. So, shall I take that as a yes? Azazel smirked as he inspected the thoughtful gaze on the young devil's face. Naruto blinked as he returned from his train of thought. Maybe, I can't answer at the moment. I have some business to take care of, but I have a feeling you'll drop by again soon regardless of what I say. Guilty as charged. Very well then, I'll leave to whatever you gotta do. Though I hope you'll consider it. It's no fun going fishing alone. Azazel chuckled as she spread out his black wings and disappeared out into the night. Even just at that display, Naruto felt inferior. The number of wings the guy had was a clear indicator he was powerful. But after seeing that, part of him wanted to fight him just a bit more than he had previously. Perhaps Kurama and Veldora weren't the only ones that were a bit battle-hungry after all. 448 Chapter 5. Storm Dragon Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. Yeah, okay, I made a typo in regards to Gasper's gear, sorry about that. It's not meant to be a Longinus yet, I was just a bit too quick about it. By the time I've released this, it should be fixed. So, just forget that happened, haha. Sorry about that. Anyhow, I don't know how often I'll update after this chapter. I've tried to stick to a schedule of weekly updates on Fridays, but I don't want to burn out again. I ended up with an 8-month-long break the last time. Though I will try my best to keep up with the weekly updates, if I start feeling drained I'll take a step back from writing for a few days. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 5 Storm Dragon. Kaigyo today was a day when he really started to question his existence in this world. He had been put on this job as a favor for xrias, but the moment he had entered the school grounds he had realized something that xrias had failed to mention to him beforehand. Apparently, this place used to be an all-girls school, which meant that as far as he could see, there were only girls. He had only seen one guy so far, and that had been a teacher. He sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. Today he had let Kurama stay at the mansion because he figured this was a job for himself. Boy, he regretted that now. Not once in his life did he think he'd feel sorry for Sasuke being popular, but it was different now. Because as much as his appearance was ironic when compared to his old looks, so was his popularity. It creeped him out. No matter where he went, he felt as if someone had put an infinite spotlight on him. Especially once they looked at him and whispered. Hell, some of the looks he received were starting to freak him out. What is this? The hometown of the Uchiha Fangirl Association, he thought out loud with a shudder. Deciding there was no point in being outside in the center of attention, he carefully slipped inside the school building and made his way through the place. Not that it helped, on the contrary, it seemed like people were just getting closer. Sighing for the 1000th time that day, he rushed toward the place he had been told the student council resided. He had to admit he was proud of his younger sister. As one of the people that knew of her dream for the future, she was already making progress by becoming the head of the school. Grateful that the room had a sign on the door, he quickly slipped inside the doorway and closed the door behind him, sliding down to the floor as he made a small apology for the number of times he had cursed Sasuke for his popularity with the girls. They seemed just as crazy here. He opened his eyes and gazed around, and groaned at the sight of the empty room. They must be attending class right now, huh? Thank Satan it isn't me, he chuckled gleefully. With a small jump, he got on top of one of the tables and sat down, raising a brow at the stack of documents at his side. He latched onto them and started to look through them, and noticed most of them were budget paperwork. Damn, Sona is just like old man Sandame. Cursed by paperwork. He thought with a loud laugh, once again thanking deities that it wasn't his problem to deal with stuff like that. It did make him wonder if chasing the Hokage title had been a good idea, considering how much he hated papers and tests in general. What the hell do you think you're doing on the president of the student council's desk, you bastard? State your name and give me your student ID card. Naruto raised a brow as he heard a voice call out to him. With a hum he stared down at a blonde boy that was slightly shorter than he was. His eyes were infuriated as he pointed an accusing finger at him. Resting his head against his fist, Naruto hummed louder with a non-caring look in his eyes. Who the hell are you supposed to be? The boy faltered and took a step back with a tick mark throbbing on his forehead. The name is Genshiro Saji, and as a member of the student council I demand that you get your ass off that desk and start answering my questions or you'll be in trouble. Naruto laughed loudly at that. The boy hadn't seemed to catch on just yet, but he had. Just at a glance he already knew this Saji person was a reincarnated devil. The question just remained whether or not he was part of Ria's peerage, or Sona's. He guessed the latter since he was a member of this council. With an amused look, he slid down from the table and walked over, his red eyes staring down at the boy. And slammed his fist against the wall and stared down at him. And what do you plan to do with that information, devil boy? Saji's eyes widened as he backed off, his back hitting against the wall as he stared up into the red eyes that seemed more terrifying now than before. How do you know? What are you? The boy asked with a mild stutter as sweat started to form on his forehead. Naruto could barely contain the laughter that was threatening to explode at any moment. He had to give credit to Kurama at some point, intimidating people was really fun. I'd appreciate it if you didn't scare my pawn to death, big brother. With a small sigh, Naruto got away from the scared boy and turned his gaze toward the door where he came eye to eye with his younger sister. Her violet eyes stared into his own with a look of disapproval, but her lips curved upward into a smile. As Saji found his ability to breathe again, his brow twitched. Big brother. He mumbled and deflated to the floor like a balloon. Why do you have to ruin my fun, Sona? I was just having a bit of fun with him. Naruto chuckled and jogged over to meet the girl halfway just to engulf her in a hug. Sona smiled a bit, ignoring the urge to tell him that she'd prefer he didn't do stuff like this on the school grounds, and settled for returning his quick embrace. If word got out that a member of the student council pissed himself in fear, everyone would lose respect for us. Naruto's sweat dropped and stepped with a sheepish grin. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry about that. Saji, right? The boy who had started to recover from the shock got back to his feet and waved his hand around. All good, I'm completely fine. Sure. Naruto trailed off. So, where's the rest of your group hiding? Sona adjusted her glasses. Attending classes. I just went to see what the hell was taking Saji so long. All I did was send him to get some papers. Naruto gave an understanding nod as he reached over and clapped the blonde boy on his shoulder. Very well, sorry for interrupting your work. I'm Naruto Citri, by the way. Saji rubbed his forehead and stared at him with a puzzled look. The recluse? As if an arrow had pierced his chest, Naruto grabbed the front of his jacket and looked at Sona with a hurt look. That's what you tell people about me. She just gave him a deadpan expression in return. Is it wrong? I guess not. Well, technically it is wrong now, but whatever. With a calculative look, Sona pushed her glasses further up on the bridge of her nose. Not that I don't appreciate your visit, even if it's unannounced. I have to ask what you're doing here. I'd imagine you'd have better things to do, like getting a peerage. With a hurtful expression, Naruto turned back to her. For your information, I have already started on that. And as for why I'm here, I'm a new club advisor. Shocking, right? Sona's eyes visibly darkened. I refuse. I do not need you watching over my shoulder. He waved his hand. Don't worry, I figured you wouldn't want me sticking my nose in your business. I'm the club advisor for the Occult Research Club, I think it was called. She raised a brow at him. Xrias Club? I wonder why. As you so rudely pointed out earlier, I'm a recluse. People thought it'd be a good idea for me to get out more and, well, I knew you wouldn't want me here. He smiled. Sona frowned and crossed her arms under her chest. It's not that I don't want you here, but I'd prefer doing this on my own. Being the leader of a peerage and head of a student council is training for the future. I know, and that is why I'm hired to help out Xrias. Plus, there are some more reasons. Like, we both know she has a certain bishop she has trouble with. With a look of realization, Sona smirked. I see, our sister and Xrias-sama must have placed you here to partially help with Gasper as well as force you to socialize. Yup, that's pretty much it. It was only half the truth, but he figured that telling them that they were in potential danger wouldn't help anyone at this time. Sona tilted her head. So why did you come here? The ORC building is in the old school building. If you go out through the back you can't miss it. Naruto sat down on a nearby chair and crossed his legs at his ankles. Well, I figured that they'd be in class. And I couldn't help but want to pay my adorable little sister a visit first. Saji watched the interactions with a nervous look on his face. He had never seen anyone speak like that with Sona before. He knew that if he ever tried something like that then his sadistic king would totally whoop his ass. Sona's cheeks heated up a bit out of embarrassment and coughed into her hand. Well, I happen to know that they won't be meeting until at least the evening or after classes are over. You're here way too early, big brother. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. I wasn't planning on staying until then. I need to make a quick detour to the underworld. Then I'll return during the night. I assume she is still out getting contracts and the like? She nodded her head, but looked confused after. Didn't you just come from the underworld? Technically yeah, we've been here for a few days to get settled in. She raised a brow. Naruto smirked. As I said, I've started on my peerage. That's also why I'm going back to the underworld for a quick detour. I'm going to fetch a member. With another nod of understanding, she looked up at the clock to see how long she had left before her next class started. So how many members are up to now? He shrugged with a small smile. Only 2 so far, but they're, well, unique. Well, we all start somewhere. You'll have to excuse me for now, I need to go to my next class. Saji, you should get your ass moving too unless you want to be late. I'll not tolerate the council getting a reputation of being late. Naruto's sweat dropped at how her tone shifted in an instant, and just waved as she walked through the door, "I'll see you soon." Before she could go any further, Sona stuck her head inside the doorway again. "If you got time after speaking with xrias, you should come by. It's been a while since we talked. You should bring your peerage." "Sure thing, it's been a while since I talked with Tsubaki and the others." Naruto smiled. Sona gave a small smile in return. "I'll make preparations then." She finished and shot Saji a dark look before she left. Saji sighed with a crestfallen look as he gazed down at the sitting devil. "How do you deal with her?" Naruto hummed thoughtfully. The younger boy scratched the back of his head. "You know, she is so demanding at times." "She is? Well, I'm her brother, so I guess it's a bit different for me. Just don't get on her bad side, that place is scary." Naruto chuckled nervously. Saji, who had thought he had experienced that, almost choked on his own spit out of surprise, and just nodded his head. "I guess I'll leave too. It was a pleasure meeting you." Naruto grinned and waved his hand at him. "Likewise, don't worry, I won't scare you the next time we meet." "Well, maybe, no promises." The last thing Naruto managed to hear was a stuttered mumble of defeat about how every Seitree was sadistic. "They couldn't be that bad, could they? Kaigyo, what exactly are we doing back here so soon?" a certain fox grumbled as he walked behind the king of the peerage. Naruto looked over his shoulder as they made their way to the outskirts of the Gremory territory, and toward the border that'd be the place the dragon apples grew. Also known as Tannen's territory. With a small chuckle he dug his hands inside his pockets. He hadn't exactly expected to be back here so soon, but with the new mansion in place, he saw no reason to not gather the other member of their peerage. "Well, we're here to get Veldora. I hadn't expected to be placed in Kuo and get a mansion out of it, but I guess there is no real reason to stay apart anymore. Plus, Veldora is unique. He loves manga, so being in a place where I don't have to supply him anymore is beneficial." Naruto's sweat dropped. Kurama snorted with laughter. "Let me guess, the dragon loves to read that stuff called drag so ball." Taking a moment to think, Naruto nodded his head. "Yeah, pretty much." Almost slipping over his own feet, Kurama regained his footing with a deadpan expression. "For real?" "For real," Naruto repeated. Kurama's face morphed into a blank expression. "That's way too ironic." "I guess it is. Just bear with him, he's, well, what I used to be." The yokai gave a small frown as he stepped up beside Naruto, as they walked into rows of trees with very special-looking apples growing on them. "What do you mean?" Naruto chuckled a bit as he reminisced about the past. "Veldora is, how to put it, like I was when I was a kid. He lacked a lot of social skills when I first met him. Hell, the only way he thought he could entertain himself was by fighting." "Let me guess, the dragon picked a fight with you the first time you met," Kurama stated with a small smirk. He nodded at that. "Pretty much. You can probably call him a bit of a recluse too. I was the first friend he ever had. The other dragons were growing a bit tired of it, so Tannen and my older sister pushed us together to meet." "You're not going to tell me that you shifted his lust for fighting onto manga instead, are you?" This time it was Naruto's turn to almost fall over his own feet, and maybe, I thought it'd help him. By giving him something else to focus on, I figured he'd have an easier time. Kurama nodded in understanding. "So how did it develop to him being part of your peerage?" "I did a bit of reading when I was enjoying the hot springs at the house. Supposedly it's quite a big deal if someone takes up all 8 pawn pieces. Veldora is strong, really strong. Hell, he was stronger than me the first few times we fought, but then again, it was Veldora that made me strive to be as powerful as I am now. I guess I'll always be a sore loser, so we made a deal about having a fight whenever we met." Naruto chuckled sheepishly. With a groan, Kurama's brow twitched slightly. "I swear if he starts throwing hands the moment we run into him, I'm not responsible for what happens." "Oh, you think you can take on Veldora?" Naruto teased with a smirk, which just gave him a punch to the shoulder in return. Kurama snorted, "Hey, as if some overgrown lizard could take me on." Naruto turned back to watch the surroundings after that. He truly didn't know who'd win in that fight. He could sense Kurama was strong, but he knew Veldora was no joke. Both Kurama and Veldora were fighting maniacs whether they admitted it or not. Plus, it had been a while since Naruto had met his childhood friend. There was no telling how strong he could have gotten in the past few years. The thought excited him. It had been a while since he had had a good brawl. "You never really answered how it came to be that he joined the peerage." Naruto blinked and face palmed. Right, he had forgotten about that. Well, as I said, I was practically his first friend. We spent a lot of time together fighting, and when I figured out what I wanted to do, he practically asked me to take him in. But why? With a smile, Naruto looked up at the sky. He wants to fight strong opponents just like us. I also think he has something he wants to prove. And I think fighting for a cause he believes in will help with that. A small smile lifted Kurama's face. The lizard probably also just wanted to help his friend. It's only natural. You gave him something he hadn't before. It's only natural he'd support you. Oh, is that why you joined me? Kurama's forehead grew a tick mark. Don't kid yourself, brat. You're 1,000 years too young to think I'd go soft like that. Naruto smiled cheekily. Oh my. And here I thought you had already gone soft on me, Kurama-kun. Is it that hard to be honest with yourself? You hurt my feelings. Kurama's face twitched as he flashed his fangs in a bloodthirsty manner. Trust me, that's not the only thing that'll hurt once I'm through with you. He would have responded to the claim, but when he felt the surge of power steadily approaching, he knew exactly what was going to happen. Seemed like a certain someone had finally felt his presence, and it was about time. He had almost started to feel hurt. Veldora never took that long to notice him. With a smirk, Naruto took a step back as a yellow blur flashed down from above and into the ground. The earth shook as Kurama jumped back with a puzzled look. What in hell was that supposed to be? Naruto decided not to answer for now because his entire face paled as the cloud of dirt and debriefing revealed a man with blonde hair, about 2 meters tall, wearing just a brown cloak with red lining, matching brown pants, and white boots. Though it wasn't the appearance that was scaring him. No, it was the giant yellow aura that seemed to burn around him as his bangs shadowed his eyes. Naruto, he gulped a bit. He didn't recall having pissed Veldora off in the past, but it sure seemed like the case. Veldora? He asked with a small nervous chuckle. Kurama gazed between them and quickly figured this had nothing to do with him. A mischievous foxy grin settled on his face as he relaxed, and decided to see how this would play out. Before either of them could react, the aura vanished as Veldora appeared right in Naruto's face, but the scared look on the devil's face turned into amusement when he saw the cover of a certain manga right before his eyes. He was about to answer, but Veldora pulled the book back as he stuck his head forward in frantic yellow eyes as he waved his arms around in the air. Where the hell have you been? Do you know how long I waited, huh? I've been waiting for the next volume for forever. Naruto rubbed his ear as the dragon shouted out the last part. What do you mean waited in ages? I supplied you like with a decade's worth of manga the last time I was here. Veldora pulled at his hair and waved the manga around in the air. Exactly, I finished all of that within the month, and could do nothing but take out my frustration on my surroundings. Kurama's entire face fell down into a deadpan expression before he smacked his forehead. You mean to tell me you were about to beat the brat up because you read a decade's worth of fictional books in a month? The blonde raised a brow with a hum as he turned his head in the fox's direction. Who are you supposed to be? Deciding now would be a fine time to intervene. Naruto stepped in between the two and coughed into his hand. Veldora, this is the queen of my peerage, Kurama. With his eyes widening in surprise, a wide smirk split Veldora's face. Oh, so that's it. You should have said so sooner. Very well then. I'm the storm dragon. Veldora. All who defy me will be slaughtered. He shouted and erupted with laughter. This guy is even more obnoxious than those bushy-browed freaks. Kurama thought with a look of pure amusement. Naruto on the other hand took the book out of Veldora's hand and promptly smacked it into the back of his head. I know that you like manga, but could you not shout everything you read from it like it's normal? Veldora rubbed the back of his head as he stared at his friend with a heartbroken look. We meet after so long and you're this cold. It's like I'm the only one that cares about our friendship. You didn't even bring me any new manga. The dark-haired devil rolled his eyes and clapped him on the back, and for a very good reason. It's about time. The blonde's eyes widened with a knowing look. Oh? You're planning to make your move soon, I see. So who is the first that'll face us? I hope they're strong. What are you talking about? Kurama asked with a raised brow. Veldora gave a smug look. Oh, you mean to tell me you're the queen of the peerage, and you don't even know? Kurama's face morphed into a sadistic grin. Could you not be so damn obnoxious and loud? I swear you're even worse than Naruto. What do I have to do with this? Naruto thought with a hurt look, before he stepped in between them. Enough of that. What he means is what I told you earlier. I plan on becoming the strongest to prove my idea, and for that, we'll be entering the rating games. Veldora nodded and smacked his fist into his palm. I can barely wait. You thought of this plan so long ago. I've been itching to beat them all. Definitely, a fight freak like the brat said. Kurama thought to himself. I see. When will we enter? Do we know our first opponent? Naruto shook his head. No, we aren't quite there yet. We're getting close, we're 3 now, and I think with a few more members we'll be well equipped to start fighting. That's too bad. I'd have loved to beat some of those smug face-looking bastards. Kurama almost pouted. Veldora nodded in agreement. Yeah, complete disappointment. Naruto chuckled. It's not that easy. We'll first have to prove our worth by gathering a strong peerage. We won't be recognized as worthy participants before we make a name for ourselves. My plan is to fight some unofficial matches, gain some status, and then start challenging people for an official match. Kurama gave him a curious look. You're definitely smarter than you used to be. Who is our first target then? With a now intrigued look, Veldora looked intensely at Naruto. Well, I do have someone in mind. Her name is xrias. We have a bit of a rivalry. What is it with you and rivals? Do you never learn? Kurama asked. Ignoring the disrespectful question, Naruto looked at his 2 peerage members. Long story short is that the devil heirs are gonna have a tournament soon. I'm not an heir because I'm half Cetri and half Agaras. Since I'm part Agaras, I have their magic. Sikvera and I have always joked about finding out who is best at using it. Is she the only one? Veldora asked curiously. Naruto shook his head with a serious look in his eyes. No, there is someone else. If I have to be honest, he's probably my biggest rival of them all. I've sparred with him before, but I've never beaten him, though I haven't lost either. He knows how to use his Tuki even better than anyone I've ever met, so we often had to agree on a tie. Kurama started to look serious now as well. He had already sensed that Naruto's level of strength was no joke. Hell, he couldn't sense anyone in the town of Kuo that was remotely close to his level. Who is it? With his arms crossed over his chest, Naruto stared at the ground. His name is xrias Biel. He didn't inherit his family's ability and instead, he ended up resorting to honing his body. He's just like someone Kurama and I knew. Getting the hint, a mental image of Rock Lee appeared in Kurama's head. So that's how it is. So it's someone with a bad luck of the draw and innate abilities, but he is a fighting machine beyond belief. Tuki? What's that supposed to mean? Veldora asked with a confused tone. Naruto thought for a second. Well, think of it like this. In essence, it's the external manipulation of one's life force, wrapped around them like an aura. It gives many things: strong offense, defense, and speed. On top of that, from what I can gather, it has a passive effect that overpowers magic weaker than it. After his explanation, he looked over to Kurama to see if he had explained it correctly. Being quite a skilled senjutsu user, Kurama gave a brief nod of his head and turned to Veldora. That's a rough part of it, but yes. He's essentially like a tank in all of those mangas. If Tuki is all he can do, then it's no surprise you haven't won yet. With a frown, Veldora looked at Naruto. So your magic has until now been too weak to reach him? Partially. As you both know, I use time magic. I've tried a few things, like capturing him with chronostasis several times, but his abilities with Tuki are so strong that he ends up breaking through it. It's been years since then, though, and I'm much stronger now. Veldora gave a knowing smirk. So you're gonna win. Mimicking the smirk on his friend's face, Naruto cracked his knuckles. Oh yeah, I'm gonna win. xrias and I fight for similar beliefs, but there's no way in hell I'm gonna lose. Good, I don't want to serve a loser. So I guess that means we have our targets. What's the next move then? Kurama chipped in. For now we'll go back to Kuo. We still need to see if we can find a member or 2 more just in case. What do you say, Veldora? You gonna come with us? The dragon grinned and wrapped an arm around his neck. Definitely, so many strong fights are coming up, and I'll finally be able to get my hands on unlimited manga. It's a win-win situation. He spoke the last part seriously with a clenched fist. Kurama snorted. That's good and all, but you might need a different set of clothes. Not sure the cops will appreciate some monster tall guy running around like he's a male stripper with a cosplay cloak. Veldora raised a brow. What's a stripper? Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh boy. 448 Chapter 6. Black and White Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. Safe to say inspiration for this didn't age well. Black Clover readers will know what I mean. Also, one quick thing I'd really like to mention. The reason why Naruto being half Agaras was used to justify him not being an heir was simple. It's to emphasize that he is known as a half-xrias. Specifically, that his mother isn't a xri. Which, in this case, isn't referring to her being born as a xri, but rather married. Naruto wasn't born to the wife, but rather a mistress, thus making Sona, who was born to the wife, the heir apparent. A lot of people have asked whether or not Naruto will also be paired with Akaino, Xenovia, xrias, or anyone else for that matter. My vague answer is at the moment no, mostly because the theme of the story mixes better with a single pairing. The few people I'm willing to consider are Akaino or xrias, so depending on the feedback on that and mostly my own personal opinions, I'm willing to think about it. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 6 Black and White, Kaigyo. The duo now turned trio returned later that day to Kuo. It was now nighttime in the town, meaning that the school in which the supposed headquarters of xrias Gremory looked like something out of a horror movie. A bit ironic considering they were devils, and they were often associated with evil and chaos, but whatever. Naruto had been here earlier that day to meet his sister, but this time was the first visit from both Kurama, but also Veldora. The latter of the two sniffed the air as he walked with his hands tucked inside his pockets. He was now wearing a white button-up shirt and brown pants so that he wouldn't stick out as much as he would in his usual clothes. Though he had made loud claims that he'd return to wearing them whenever he'd fight, since he wouldn't feel comfortable wearing this type of attire should he battle. Which was fair, they were willing to accept that. Veldora gave a grim look as his yellow eyes glanced over the deserted school grounds. This place smells depressed, any reason for that? The Yukai had to give a nod of agreement, no kidding. The atmosphere here screams broken dreams and oddly enough pervertedness. Veldora nodded his head, agreeing to be confused about the situation. So what are we really doing? Reading manga while walking is hard. Naruto raised a brow. You can read manga when we get back. It won't take that long, he started, questioning why the manga was relevant in this situation but decided to ignore it, and we're here to meet the reason we got that mansion in the first place. The storm dragon pouted, fine, but you better believe that I'll catch up on it when we get back even if it means skipping sleep. Why did that sound so oddly familiar? Naruto thought to himself with a sweat drop. Kurama snickered. So we meet more people? Look at us being social and all that crap. Naruto nodded. Yeah, we're about to meet Searzek's little sister. She's apparently having a school club as a masquerade for her peerage in this haunted house. I mean, old school building. Veldora looked up at the large building with his hand raised to shield his eyes from the moonlight. That's a school building? I could have sworn it looked like the cover image of one of those horror manga you lent me. The Yukai sighed. Seems like he is more otaku than dragon. He mentally snickered as the trio walked inside the building. Well, it's in the middle of the night and it's the old school building. So yeah, it probably looks haunted. Naruto mused out loud as they walked through the corridors, aiming toward the place they'd been told xrias usually were during the night. With a slow nod of his head, Veldora let his hand down. So what are these people like? Naruto cupped his chin in thought. Well, it may be better to meet them first to get an idea. Long story short, I've only met xrias and her queen, so I can't really speak for the rest of her peerage. The former Biju crossed his arms over his chest. What's the princess like then? Princess? Naruto asked with mild amusement. Kurama snorted. She's the Devil King's little sister. I thought it'd be fitting. Naruto chuckled. Well, as long as you don't call her that to her face. She's well, alright, I think. We're on friendly terms, though it's been a bit since I saw her. Isn't she a good friend of your sister? You talked about them coming back to the underworld during the summer, Kurama asked curiously. He nodded in response. Yeah, that's the few times I've met her. Though since xrias started getting her peerage members, they haven't come over as much. So I've only had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Naruto finished as he opened a door, which met the description of their targeted area. I guess this is it, Veldora thought as he leapt down into one of the couches that matched what you'd expect from an occult research club. This thing looks like it was brought out of Dracula. Dracula? Kurama asked with a confused look. Veldora nodded. I've read other things than manga, but nothing compares in entertainment. I always get lost in ordinary novels, not enough pictures, he grumbled. Kurama was unable to hold back a smirk as he looked around. That's so? Don't worry, I'll get you a picture book for your birthday. Naruto watched the interactions with interest, glad that his two friends were getting along even if Kurama could tone down the teasing a bit. The young devil gave a small sigh as he sat down in a large chair behind a desk, which he figured was xrias. As long as it's a manga I don't mind, though I bet you'll find it difficult to find a good one with your lack of taste. Veldora laughed and put up his feet on the armrest, pulling out one of his prized books to start reading. The king of the peerage was about to scold his pawn for the lack of manners but decided against it, getting serious Kakashi-sensei vibes here. Kurama shook his head whilst mumbling a quiet, whatever, as he grabbed onto a curtain and pulled it open to reveal another part of the clubroom. With a twitching eyebrow, he stepped aside and pointed inside, and shot a beyond confused expression at Naruto. Okay, you say this girl is alright. But why the hell does she have a shower in the middle of her clubroom? Veldora, who was distracted by the commotion, let down his manga and gazed in with a raised brow. Is she some kind of closet pervert? I'd appreciate it if you didn't go through my stuff. Not only that, but you're trespassing on Gremory territory. A feminine voice suddenly called out. Naruto raised a brow at the claim and rested his cheek on his fist, as the doors leading into the clubroom opened again. The first person to enter was a girl with long, beautiful crimson hair and deep blue eyes. Not to speak of her figure, there were surely appreciative things to look at. She had a stern look on her face as she crossed her arms beneath her chest, and 3 additional figures started to stand beside her. Veldora hummed and leaned his head back over the armrest to stare upside down at Naruto. You didn't tell her we were coming in advance? The dark-haired boy shrugged his shoulders. It's not like I have her phone number. My, xrias, is that how we're supposed to greet old friends? Another girl's voice asked with a tone filled with teasing. Naruto kept silent as the red-haired girl looked to her right, and got eye contact with a girl with just as great of a figure. This girl had very long black hair and violet eyes, but the thing he noted was that the smile on her face reminded him a bit of Sai before they got to know him better. xrias turned her gaze back, and her eyes widened in surprise as she now noticed the boy that was sitting in her chair. Pushing aside the urge to tell him to get the hell out of her seat, she mouthed a confused, Naruto? The one and only. I'm surprised, xrias. I never thought you disliked me enough to get hostile with me. And here I thought we were friends. He teased with a mock-hurt look on his face. The girl fought the urge to stutter out and coughed into her hand before collecting herself. Well, excuse me for not recognizing you right away. I never thought I'd see you here of all places. Let alone the human world, to begin with. As the conversation went on, Kurama walked over and kicked at Veldora's feet with a glance that told him to get off his ass if he didn't want to get hurt. Naruto watched the interaction with a sweat drop as he turned back to xrias, but before he could answer he was interrupted by a monotone voice and what felt like a death stare. Bucko, who is this boy? With a tilt of his head, Naruto lowered his gaze and immediately his eyes widened. The girl he came face to face with was almost an exact carbon copy of the picture xrias had shown him, the only difference being the clothes and that she looked a bit older. A young petite girl, with white hair and amber eyes. Just like the rest of the arriving group, she wore the Kuo Academy's uniform, and he had no doubt about it when the thought crossed his mind. This was Kuroka's sister. The Gremory heiress put a hand on her hip and looked down at her, and back up to him. Well, I think introductions are in order. Don't you think, Naruto? Certainly, he nodded and stood up from xrias' chair. Much to her delight. The 2 groups lined up on their respective side of the coffee table between the couches Veldora had earlier sprawled out on, ladies first. Why thank you, she smiled with a small nod of her head and extended her hand to the first person on her right. As you know, this is my queen Akeno Himejima. Besides her, we have my knight, Yuto Kiba. And last but not least we have my rook Kaneko Taju. The group bowed in unison, along with a polite, pleased to meet you. Figuring it was his turn, Naruto gave a small smile. Well, since I appeared to be the odd one out. My name is Naruto Citri. Don't let his gender fool you. On my right here we have Kurama. He is my queen, despite how ironic that may sound. A large throbbing tick mark appeared on the yukai's forehead but decided to keep his trap shut about it in the midst of introductions despite how much he wanted to punch his supposed king back to the elemental nations. And on my left, we have my pawn consisting of all 8 of my pieces. His name is Veldora. He's a storm dragon, and one of the sons of Tannen. Naruto finished, and they replicated the gesture xrias' peerage had done earlier with a small bow. The blonde-haired boy of xrias' peerage stepped forward with a look toward his king, which xrias returned with a small nod. Kiba cleared his throat and looked up to the boy that seemed around his age. Excuse me, I can't help but ask, But are you a sibling of Sona Citri? None taken, and yeah, that's my little sister. We probably haven't met before since I wasn't exactly a social butterfly, Naruto chuckled grimly. With a small laugh the other boy nodded his head. Well, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance now. I hope we can all get along. So what are you doing here? Sona isn't here during these hours. Kaneko asked with the same tone lacking emotion. Naruto frowned a bit with a small tilt of his head. This girl certainly seemed a lot different than Kuroka. Well, I'm here to meet all of you. I thought that was a given considering how much we made ourselves at home. He chuckled with an apologetic smile. Rias gave a small smile and sat down on the couch behind her, the rest of her peerage following up as she motioned for Naruto's group to take a seat as well, which they did. Regardless of the awkward first interaction, I'm happy to see you, Naruto. It's been a while since we could talk, though I have to share Kaneko's curiosity. Why are you here at these hours? She asked. Naruto nodded. Well, I recently got here from the underworld. I'll be blunt, I'm the new club advisor for this place. Silence filled the room. Really? Really? Akeno giggled behind her hand as she shot a look at Rias. Seems like things have gotten interesting. With a soft sigh, Rias shook her head. Can you elaborate a bit? Certainly, Naruto chuckled. Xrias and my sister placed me here. But before you get mad at your brother, I'm not here to be a babysitter at all. Rias, who was just about to throw a fit about Xrias, took a breath. Continue. He nodded. Well, in simple terms they want me to stop being a recluse. They figured that being around people near my age would be good, and Xrias had an idea. That I could possibly help your bishop. How are you able to help Gaspy? Kaneko intervened with a sense of curiosity. Naruto tilted his head. Well, I happen to know that Gasper possesses a sacred gear with time powers. As Rias made the connection she leaned back into her seat and crossed her legs. Of course. Since you're a time user yourself, they thought you'd be able to help him. A fit of giggles filled the room, which made Rias turn to her queen. What is it, Akeno? Nothing, I'm just humored. You like him so much you went ahead and got a mini version all for yourself. The dark-haired girl answered with a small smirk. The ruined princess's cheeks turned a bit pink as she raised a brow. Who said I liked him? Akeno tilted her head with a teasing smile. Why not? He's both broody and handsome, chicks dig that. Kurama couldn't contain himself anymore and threw his head back as he bellowed with laughter, and punched Naruto's shoulder. She did not just do you like that. Naruto himself had his head lowered with a small rain cloud forming over his head. Never in a million years did he imagine that he'd be compared to the likes of Sasuke soon after leaving home. The last member of Naruto's peerage sweat dropped and shook his head, not quite understanding the reference of reason. Why is your aura suddenly depressed? Because he was compared to the one person he shouldn't be, Kurama snickered. Deciding to try and ease up the situation, Rias cleared her throat. That aside, I'd like to have a word with Naruto in private. You're not making my suspicions disappear when you go ahead and do that, Rias. Akeno chuckled and stood up with the two others, and started moving toward the door. The red-haired girl sighed as Naruto gave a small smile and shot a look at both Kurama and Veldora. You two can go ahead and head home. I'll come back when I'm done here. They gave a small nod as Kurama elbowed him in the side again, before he leaned over to whisper. I need a word when you get back. That Yuto guy, he gives me Uchiha vibes if you catch my drift. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. That wasn't something he had expected. Kiba seemed genuinely polite and like a good guy, but then again, he wasn't the senjutsu user among the group. Understood. The two kings remained in their places as the last two disappeared from the school grounds. So how have you been? I'm happy to see that you finally went ahead and got some family members of your own. Rias asked as she stood up and walked over to the windows, and looked up toward the moon. Naruto remained quiet for a bit as he joined her. I've been well. I went on a trip to Kyoto recently, that's where I met Kurama. Veldora, I met a while back, we've been friends for a while. Ria's eyes widened at the mention of Kyoto. She wasn't unaware of what had happened with the Yukai after the actions of the sister of her rook. Kyoto? Wait, you don't mean to tell me? With a small smirk, Naruto leaned up against the wall. I sure do. Kurama is a Yukai, he's a fox to be precise. The red-haired girl remained quiet for a bit as she looked out the window. She idly clenched her fingers around the fabric of her school uniform. I have a question, but you need to promise me this conversation will stay between us. Trying to lighten up the mood a bit, he gave a big cheerful grin. Why so serious? Are you about to give me a love confession or something? Her eyes widened as she turned to him with an outraged expression on her face. I know that Sona calls you a recluse with a lack of situational awareness. But could you just— She paused in the midst of her verbal slaughter as she noticed the calm expression on his face. Sorry, you looked a bit tense there. I just wanted to help you relax a bit. You don't have to be nervous around me. We're friends, after all. You can say what's on your mind without reservation. You can trust me, he smiled. With her cheeks heating up again out of embarrassment, she lowered her head. I apologize about that. I went a bit overboard. Well, she doesn't exactly call you that, but regardless. I need to know, is Kurama a senjutsu user? So you want to know if he is a time bomb? She gave a silent nod of her head as she frowned. I don't know if you're aware of another Yukai that turned out to be not so sane. I am, but don't worry. Kurama is a good guy, and I'll be here. I can guarantee nothing like that will happen. He's a master of that stuff, so nothing will happen. Naruto reassured. As much as he wanted to say he had run into Kuroka, and that something with that story was off, he couldn't just yet. There were a lot of things he needed to take into consideration first, and he needed the story from her side too. After that, he should probably have a conversation with Rias and Sona to explain the situation that may unfold. He hadn't told her about Ophis and the Chaos Brigade either just yet. That was an unnecessary thing for the time being. Can you be sure though, without revealing too much, Kaneko is the sister of the one that killed her old master? So I'm sure you can imagine why I'm uneasy about the situation. Naruto stuck his hands inside his pockets and gave a nod of his head. I promise. Kurama is trustworthy, and even if it turns out to be false, I have Veldora on my side too. Should a situation emerge where your pawn of 8 pieces isn't at your side, can you without a doubt say that you'll be able to stop him? Rias continued. As much as he didn't like the idea of how she was talking about Kurama, he couldn't blame her. After all, she only had the public truth to go by, and in her eyes, senjutsu was the thing most feared after the incident with Kuroka. Until the truth was properly revealed and his sister and Xrias had given him the green light, he'd have to play along. As I said, yes. I can stop him, don't worry Rias. After all, I'm the strongest. He smirked a bit at that. Feeling the vibe, Rias raised a brow and imitated the smirk. Is that so? Very well then. I'll trust you on this, but you might be mistaken about who here is the strongest. You can't possibly mean you? He chuckled and crossed his arms over his chest. She raised a brow and took a step back from the window. Don't come here and say you don't see me as a threat in my own clubroom. That's just mean of you. As much as he wanted to say he didn't, he also didn't want to underestimate her. He hadn't exactly seen her fight, but considering his biggest rival at the time was Cyroorg, he had not met many that were able to match him. And if it was a peerage fight, he was also confident in both Kurama and Veldora's ability to fight. Kurama was definitely the biggest ace in the hole in regards to area damage, while he knew Veldora was able to beat most people in one-on-one battles. So if they fought, it was quite a simple game plan they had so far. He'd stop them in time. Kurama would use a spell to do area of effect damage, and then Veldora would knock them over like chess pieces. Unless they were pro at using Tuki, which he doubted, with the exception of maybe Kaneko, but considering how the situation with her sister was, he doubted she used her inherited power at all. Then I won't say that. Though considering I'm here to help you, we might have to find a day for a friendly fight. I know I'm here to help Gasper most of all if you of course allow it and want my help, but if you want me to help on other fronts I wouldn't mind. He smiled politely. Rias gave a small giggle. I'm actually somewhat happy that my brother did something uncalled for once. I've been a bit at a loss for what to do with Gasper. I just couldn't quite understand what to do with helping him learn. That's understandable, time powers are quite delicate to learn. There's a lot of aspects, but considering the Balor view is focused on stopping time, it gives me a good idea of where to begin. She gave a smile of gratitude and bowed her head. Then I'll trust you here as well, though if it had been anyone but you, I probably wouldn't have accepted that easily. What do you mean? Rias stretched a bit and walked over to take a seat in her chair. It had been a long night so far and she was starting to feel a bit tired. We've known each other since we were kids. You've always helped me whenever I've needed it. So that's why I trust you. Naruto chuckled a bit and retook his seat on the couch. You mean like that one time when we were kids when you got lost in the sea tree domain? Her cheeks flared up a bit as she grabbed her forehead with an embarrassed laugh. Yeah, like that one time I got lost in the sea tree domain. I don't know what Sona and I were thinking, deciding to play hide and seek in a place I wasn't familiar with. The dark-haired boy stopped chuckling. All I can remember is that the one day I'm out of the house to get some air, I find you crying in the woods. You wouldn't let my hand go the entire way back, and Sona practically forbid me to ever do it again." With a soft smile reminiscing over the past, Rias gave a small sigh. "As much as I'd love to talk about the past the whole night, I think I might have to call it a night for now." "Understandable, I also have a few things I need to attend to back at the house." Naruto nodded. She gave a curious look. "You moved into Kuo?" Naruto nodded his head again. "Yeah, your brother was kind enough to sponsor a mansion, hey." He chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. "Sounds like sex, oh well. I'll see you around then," she said and stood up, and started showing him out of the club building. Naruto gave a small wave as they got out into the chill night air. "Sure will, I'll pop in every once in a while. As a club advisor I only have to be here every now and then, thanks Aiden." "So you won't be attending school with the rest of us? I'm sure the official papers could be changed a bit so you could transfer in as a third year," Rias wondered. With a shrug, Naruto started walking beside her. "Nah, not really my style. I'd rather not go through school again, though I'll be around. Oh, and this is my address. I have yet to get a phone, so if you need me for anything just drop in." He smiled and handed her a slip of paper. "That's too bad, but oh well. I'll respect your decision. However, I'd imagine Akano and Kiba would also like to persuade you once you start becoming friends." He grimaced a bit and gave her the last wave. "I'll see you around Rias. Just not at school, I hate that stuff." Kaiguya, as he returned to the mansion that evening, the first thing he did was go in and check on Veldora and Kurama. The former was as usual just sprawled out on the living room couch with a mountain of manga at his side that he was casually reading through. The latter was playing some games on the TV, probably also enjoying the fact that this world was much more technologically evolved than their old one. He was glad that they enjoyed themselves, and he figured he'd let them do it for now. They weren't gonna fight an unofficial rating game anytime soon, perhaps within the month, but they had some time since they hadn't officially challenged anyone yet. Despite Kurama mentioning he wanted to talk with him, the Yukai had waved him off and said it could wait after the game was over. He had sweat dropped at the reaction and afterward insisted that the fox continued with an explanation. He had just sighed and said that there wasn't much to say, just that Kiba might have something he's holding back since he gave off a similar vibe to Sasuke. Not on the same level, because that would be insane, but it would be something to look out for. With all of that being said, he had gone out to relax in the private hot spring. How xrias had managed to install one of these was beyond him, but who was he to question it when he got to enjoy this experience whenever he wanted to? He sighed as he slipped into the warm water and placed his towel on a nearby rock. Each inch of the hot water rising up against his skin instantly made him feel relaxed, as if all the stress was relieved from his muscles. Though in the midst of his relaxation, he felt that something was off. He mentally cursed his luck that someone might attack him while he was one, and was going to throw a fit if it was Azazel messing with him again. With his hand outstretched, he charged up an infinite sphere and opened his eyes, glancing around the backyard that was outside the little hot spring area. He couldn't see anyone in the dark, so it was someone adept at hiding, and he knew he wasn't going crazy because he could feel the presence. He wasn't able to use senjutsu, or rather, he didn't know if it was impossible just yet, but under normal circumstances it would be. So he couldn't sense the presence to be precise, but he could definitely feel it. Given that Kurama and Veldora hadn't rushed out here yet due to sensing that something was off, he was convinced a veil or barrier had been put up. And so far, he only knew one person that was able to do that without being caught. "You know, you need to make up your mind about me. Do you want to fight, or hear my story?" With that sentence, he visibly relaxed more and let his guard down a bit. Not completely, since that would be foolish to do in a situation with someone he couldn't be sure wouldn't be hostile. Turning his head around to look in the direction he heard the voice coming from, he watched the dark-haired beauty leaning up against the house wall with her arms crossed under her chest. Her cat ears did a small twist as she looked at him with amusement. "Smart play to come chat when I'm one, making sure I won't attack, Kuroka." He snickered and let the orb fade from his hand, before lifting both to show he didn't want any smoke. She smirked a bit. "Glad to see you acknowledge my genius. I have to admit I'm surprised though. One moment I hear you're this antisocial guy that never leaves his hut, and now you're living the dream in Kuo." Naruto had to admit she seemed more friendly now compared to the last time, probably because Kurama wasn't here. As much as he cared for his friend, the guy had quite a temper and didn't exactly trust many outside him. The only people the fox probably trusted outside him and maybe Veldora at this rate was Yasaka and her daughter as well as other people in the Yukai faction. Not that he'd blame him, he did have a tough time back in the elemental nations in regards to trust, so he'd let it slide until he knew more about his new cat friend. Glad to hear that everyone speaks so positively about me. Only the second time today I've been called a recluse, he chuckled. He could hear her snicker as she stared at him. Mind if I join you? Been a while since I relaxed at a hot spring, no peeking though. Anyone that has tried that is dead. Naruto blinked as she shrugged his shoulders and turned his head away. Sure, I guess. Why, though? You lose your advantage if you get one too, he joked idly. Kuroka raised a brow as she let her robe fall to the ground. If he were to turn around at this moment he'd get an eyeful for sure. Considering we're about to have a deep talk and all that, I figured I might as well get comfortable. I hope you don't mind. As he heard the sound of the fabric hitting the ground, his face heated up a bit. He wasn't exactly unfamiliar with the opposite gender considering how much trouble Jiraiya had gone through to try and turn him to the dark side in terms of pervertedness, but he had to admit that the Nekosho was a very beautiful woman. He'd likely also lie if he said he didn't want to turn around at this moment, but he figured that he'd rather stay alive for now. You know, if we're gonna do this here you could at least wash my back, he chuckled and leaned back against the hot spring. There was a moment of silence until he felt something soft start pressing against his back, a pair of arms that wrapped around his neck loosely, and the soft strands of her hair tickled against his bare skin. He could feel the heat of his body rising, and it was not because of the water. He glanced out of the corner of his eyes, to watch the playful glance in her amber ones right beside his face. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Part of him was beyond confused about the situation, but another part of him had to appreciate the gesture. He was a man, what could he do? And up close, she looked even prettier than he was willing to audibly admit. And if I said yes? He countered. Much to his amusement, her cheeks flared a bit pink as she removed herself from his back and slapped a hand over his eyes. His brow twitched in slight annoyance as he heard the sound of her entering the water, and opened his eyes next to see her visibly relaxing in the hot water. You're lucky I like you. If someone like Biku had tried to be smart like that I'd have murdered him. You like me? And for what reason do I get that honor? He asked with genuine curiosity. Kuroka opened her eyes again and looked at him with a small grin. Don't ask, because I don't know. There's something about you that I can't explain. You're a devil yet you seem genuinely interested in hearing what I have to say. You say that like it's rare. She nodded her head. Well, yeah. With senjutsu it's not hard to tell when people are being either horny creeps or trying to use you for their advantage. I don't get that vibe off of you. And, no offense, since you're a recluse I doubt you'd have that social ability to try and hide it even if you were. While that was partially true, he decided to take the compliment. Well, alright then. Since we're being friends so far, why don't you tell me your story? I assume with this barrier in place, we won't be interrupted for a while. So you noticed? You're good. Well, alright. I assume you know the general story since you were kind enough to fill your fox friend in on it, she started. He gave a small nod. Yeah, but he was the one that called bullshit on it. I trust him, which gives me hope that you're, well, the person I think you are. Kuroka gave him an interesting look at the mention of being the person he thought she was but decided to ignore it to continue on. Well, the story is only partially false. As you've guessed, hooray, I'm not crazy. I did kill my former king though. Makes me wonder why. She gave a sad smile and took a deep breath. She looked at him for a while, wondering if she should truly say this to him. There was just something she could sense, that she couldn't explain. And he already knew from his friend that the story around her was false, so he'd probably continue to press the issue whenever they'd run into each other. With Ophis having an interest in him, they'd likely be doing that a lot in the future. Getting ahead of the situation and figuring out his reaction seemed like the best outcome to satisfy both their curiosities. Long ago, my sister and I only had each other. Her name is Sharon, apparently in the service of Lucifer's little sister, Kuroka mumbled. Naruto gave a small smile, much to her confusement. Yeah I know, I just met her actually. Though she goes by the name of Kaneko these days it seems. Her eyes opened a bit in surprise as she almost jumped enough in the water to let him see more than he should. How is my Sharon doing? A bit surprised by the sudden outburst, he almost made his decision right there. The reaction could have been acting, but it matched with everything he and Xrias had theorized. Yeah she is alright, though she isn't much of a talker. Kuroka let out a sigh of relief as she dropped back down into the water. Thank you. I needed to hear that. It's been a long time since I've seen her. I can only imagine what she thinks of me." With a slow hand, Naruto reached up to place a hand on her bare shoulder as a comforting gesture. It startled her a bit, but when she saw that he was looking away out of respect, she relaxed more. "Sorry, I'll get back to it. We didn't have much, and when a devil came along to take us, and I accepted. Let me guess, he turned out to be a shithead beyond compare." Naruto interrupted and took his hand back. She giggled a bit at the comment. "Yeah, he did experiments on his peerage. I could endure since he proclaimed it was to make us stronger. However, one day he wanted to do it to Sharon. And I couldn't allow that. I wouldn't allow his slimy hands anywhere near my sister." Naruto frowned as a mental image of Orochimaru appeared in his head. As much as the guy had somewhat turned around to their side during the war, he had been the type of person to do stuff like this. Appealed to people's weaknesses to let him do what he wanted and experiment on them. "So you killed him to protect your sister?" he asked carefully. She remained silent for a while, before she gave a slow nod of her head. "He was a real piece of trash. I don't regret it. I'm not sure she'd even have survived it." He looked on for a bit. "Do you know what he wanted to achieve with these experiments?" Kuroka glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. He wanted to create a super devil. This time it was Naruto's turn to look surprised. The only times he'd ever heard the term super devil was when someone either spoke of either xrias or Ajuka. "Everything is starting to make sense now." She lifted her head with a raised brow. "What makes sense?" "Everything. Your master, from what I could gather, spoke a lot with the Biel and the old Satan faction. Safe to say the latter has always been displeased with the current system. I think he may have tried to create one to restore power to the old Satan faction," Naruto theorized. Kuroka looked a bit surprised, mentally acknowledging Naruto to be smarter than what she had given him credit for. She wasn't sure if that was the real deal that had been going on, but it was a good guess. "You seem to have put a lot of thought into this. I wonder why that is." Naruto leaned back in the warm water. "Call me a fool if you want. I always had a problem with sticking my nose in things that weren't really about me. I just never could help myself." She smirked. "Well, you were a fool then. Now then, you've heard my story." He nodded and thought for a bit, before a determined grin formed on his lips. "I think I might be able to help you." Kaligyu 448 Chapter 7. Preparations Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. So I got a good question last chapter from a guest, Eddie, in regards to whether or not Naruto will learn more magic than time magic. Senjutsu was also part of the questions I received, and I'll try and address it now. If I missed something, please let me know in a review. I can say that he will learn more. There is just a question in regards to what it will be. I'm not sure if he's able to learn this world's version of Senjutsu. It seems like a rare thing only certain individuals can learn given how rare it is. This is why I'm afraid it may be limited to Yukai, but I'd have to read up on it. As for sea-tree water magic or ice magic, there is a possibility for water. He has the blood for it, but the other thing I'm interested in is space magic. So yeah, time-space magic probably, but specializing in time magic. I also have 2 questions for you. What are your favorite DxD girls, and why? I might look at writing a secondary story, and I could use some inspiration for a potential pairing, or friends, associates. And my second question, do you like reading OC stories? I generally find a lot of mixed opinions where people would either prefer a crossover or the anime's main character instead of an OC. But then I have some friends that often say that with an OC you find a lot more creative freedom and things you wouldn't expect in other fanfictions, so I was curious about what the vibe was for DxD. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaligyu Chapter 7 Preparations. Kaligyu. There was a suffocating silence over the hot spring area as the dark-haired woman thought his words over. At first, she questioned if she had heard it right, but was quite sure she wasn't going deaf. On the contrary, her senses were quite spectacular due to her heritage and senjutsu, so having heard that wrong at close range would be outrageous. A lot of questions were flying through her mind, but in the end, she figured there was only one way she could figure them out. Her amber eyes watched him closely as she thought it over. "Help me?" she asked after a bit with a raised brow. She wasn't sure what to make of the situation and remained skeptical. Naruto quickly nodded and clenched his fist, determined. "I'll keep it simple, because well, I could say it with big fancy words, but it'd still mean the same. I want to help you clear your name and reunite you with your sister." Kuroka's eyes widened in surprise before they narrowed a bit. What would you get out of it? The dark-haired boy's sweat dropped. Why would I need to get anything out of it? Well, I guess I get a friend in you. At least I'd hope so. She stared at him for a bit before trying again. Why would you help me? No one in this world does anything for free, so unless you can give me a believable reason, I don't see any reason as to why I should believe you. Naruto sighed and lifted his arms out of the warm hot spring water, intertwining his fingers behind his head as he stared up at the stars. I always hated how everything has to be complicated no matter where you're from. People won't believe you're genuine because the norm of the world is to be greedy and get more than you give. That didn't answer my question, he heard her say. He chuckled a bit with a small grin. Right, sorry about that. It's quite simple really. I know you to be a good person, and a person I want to get to know for who is under the facade. You want to help me because you want to know me? I'm not quite buying that. She chuckled skeptically in return. Believe it or not, but it's part of the reason. The other thing is that you and your sister remind me of some people I used to know. He started quietly, as a mental image of Sasuke and Itachi appeared in his head. Kuroka tilted her head curiously. As far as she knew there wasn't a story similar to her. Who might that be? Naruto sat up straight and let his upper body dip down under the water again. Their names were Itachi and Sasuke. They were brothers and they had always been close. Itachi was the oldest, and a great guy. Words can't even describe the lengths he was willing to go to for the things and people he loved. Her lips fell into a small frown. What does that have to do with Sharon and me? It might be a longer story. Are you sure you have time? Naruto smiled. A grin settled on her face as she stretched her back a bit. Hey, I came here prepared for storytelling. I just wasn't expecting it to be a mutual thing. And you've piqued my curiosity. Naruto sighed a bit, as he started to recall all the details he could tell her. Alright. It all started in a village, where their clan lived. The short version is that the clan was looked down upon. The isolation made the clan leader and elders start to prepare for a coup to overthrow the place. Itachi believed in the way of the village more, so on orders of the village he killed his entire family. Even his own little brother. She asked slowly. He quickly shook his head. That's where things started to get complicated. As much as Itachi loved his village, the one thing he loved more was his own little brother. He was willing to go to lengths beyond what any man should, but he couldn't bring himself to kill his brother. I'm sorry. She mumbled and stared down at her own reflection in the water. Naruto just smiled and waved his hands. It's okay, I think. It was long ago. Anyway, Itachi lived a lie. He was branded a criminal and a traitor so the clan's name wouldn't be dirtied and lived despite illnesses killing him just for the day Sasuke could kill him and avenge his name and family. In the end, Itachi died at Sasuke's hand, intending for him to never find out the truth. Sasuke lived every day hating his brother for what he did. His entire life was dedicated to ending his brother. A question started to bounce around within her mind. Why not just tell him the truth? With a small shrug of his shoulders and a curious look, Naruto looked at her confused expression. I could ask you the same thing. Why don't you tell Sharon the truth yourself? Just like Sasuke, she's hurting for what happened. And that brings me to the other reason I want to help. I don't want another pair of siblings that cared so much for each other to go down that route ever again. A sour smile split her face as she clenched her fists beneath the water surface. It's probably too late. Even if you do want to help me, thanks for that by the way. She likely already has her opinion on me being the monster set in stone. Naruto frowned, and yet Kurama is able to tell that it was complete bullshit by the first glance he got. Please, Kuroka, let me help you. I believe we can change this. The conversation turned silent as the dark-haired girl just stared at her own eyes in the reflection of the hot spring, thoughts and questions filling her mind until she glanced up from the corner of her eyes since there still was one unknown factor to his story. What happened to the younger brother? He hummed and intertwined his fingers, as he quietly started to talk again. The truth has a scary way of always coming around sooner than later. He found out that Itachi had sacrificed everything, and couldn't kill him. It drove him mad, lost sight of everything, and was prepared to destroy everything that made his brother miserable. Her eyes started to mist a bit as she looked away from him. And you think that could happen to Sharon? Naruto lifted his hand and was prepared to place a comforting hand on her shoulder again, but decided not to. I'm going to be honest with you. Since she got into xrias Gremari's peerage, it has likely been a lot better for her than what the alternative could have been. There is a chance she'll never be like Sasuke, but there is also a chance she will. After all, once upon a time everything you two had was each other. That kind of bond is not easy to sever. Nor do I believe that either of you truly want to sever it." Unable to fight the urge to smile, she rolled her eyes. He was right, of course. Not in a million years did she want her sister to keep hating her. She was the most important thing in the world to her, tch. Seeing the slight upward curve on her lips, Naruto relaxed a bit more. "I will ask you again, will you let me help you?" Part of her wanted to jump at the offer and accept it, but the trauma of the past made her unable to. "As much as I feel bad for the two brothers you used to know, I can't help but question what you get out of it again. You may claim to hate the way such things work in this world, but it's nonetheless the way of the world, regardless of how you feel about it. And what exactly can you do for me?" He sighed loudly and said again, "Why'd I have to get anything out of it? xrias told me something important the other day," he said, and I quote, "It's when good people do nothing that the bad guys win. And if we don't do anything, then it'll mean that douchebag of a king you had will have won. I won't allow that, not in a million years, and that's a promise. And I don't go back on my word," he said, and pointed at her, with the most serious look she had seen on his face since she had met him. Surprised by the sudden flash of determination, she lifted her head and bit the inside of her cheek. "So what can we even do? I'm a criminal and a stray. It's not like we have anyone to hear us out. It'd just be mad claims from insane people." A proud smirk settled on his face. "Hey, and that's where you're wrong. We can't be too loud about it just yet, but I have xrias and my sister on our side. Hell, the Saiyans already suspected something along the lines of what you just told me. We just can't act on it yet." She tilted her head. "Politics, I assume?" He quickly nodded. "Yeah, that and the safety of people close to us. The old Satan faction and the Biel. If we go ahead and clear your name right now, there's probably some class of assholes that'll have a problem." She hissed at that. "Their slimy hands won't get close to Sharon. I can promise you that much. And if I have to steal your quote, I don't go back on my word either when it comes to my sister." Naruto gave a small smile. "And I believe you, and that's why I'll watch over her as we work through this. I won't let them anywhere near Sona and Rias either, so just in case I'm gonna be around here for a while." As a senjutsu user, she could sense he was strong, so while it didn't calm her down completely, she did relax more knowing he'd be there should they go through with this. "So how can we clear my name and keep the people close to us safe? It seems like a shot in the fog if you ask me." He nodded in understanding. "I spoke with xrias about that. We need something else to happen first, something big enough that'll upset them more than this would." From the way he spoke, I feel like something like that will happen soon. We just have to be ready. All he needs after that is your story, which I just got, and then your consent to have a thorough interrogation. Hey, Lucifer sure is cunning. I'm not surprised though, xrias Lucifer always seemed like the crafty type. She chuckled with an amused look. Naruto had to laugh lightly in return. That he is. Hell, he even put me here so I could watch out for Rias and Sona and their peerages through all of this. So I can't really take credit. So don't worry about anything at all, I got it handled. A small smile settled on her lips as she thought for a while. It was a big decision after all. Let's say that I accept this offer. What do you want me to do? I can't bring myself to believe you just want me to sit back and enjoy the ride while some random guy the first just met carries out all the heavy lifting. You'll focus on what's important. Reconnecting with your sister, because all of this is supposed to help both of you. Once everything gets going, I assume I'll have permission to talk to Rias about what really occurred. She raised a brow. I'm not sure if you noticed, but she is a bit angry with me. I can't imagine that she'd just smile and wave upon seeing me. Naruto smirked, and that's where Kurama comes into the picture. He knows senjutsu. The moment Sharon learns that, then there'll be questions and things I can do on my end. I can start preparing her for what's to come, and that's when I'll leave it to you. As the realization hit her, she snickered. I see, it was a clever play, and it was sure to work as he figured. Sharon would without a doubt start asking questions about the senjutsu that she had supposedly gotten drunk on, and if this fox was as good as he said, then there was hope. I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record, but I'll ask for what I think is the third time. Are we going to do this? I can even help you out with your stray status if you want. He smiled and summoned a funky-looking bishop piece, one that indicated it was a mutated one. She eventually sighed and raised a brow with a small shake of her head in disbelief. I guess it can't hurt to try. And you want me in your peerage? Not sure if you listened at all, but it didn't end well for the last peerage I was in. He sweat dropped with a nervous laugh. Hopefully I won't give you a reason to kill me. As I said when we first met, perhaps we can be friends. I hope we can." She shook her head again. "You're as strange as Ophis said. Hold on to that piece for now. Given how it ended the last time, I'm not gonna attach myself to anything just yet," she finished, and waved a hand at him as she started to get out of the water. Sighing, he placed a hand over his eyes. "The offer is open, just let me know," he repeated. Kuroka grabbed her robe and swung around her damp body as she stared down at the back of his head for a while. As he couldn't see her, a soft smile settled on her lips as she stared at the mutated bishop piece in his hand. Her smile fell down into a confused frown for a while, as she started to question if she should have said no. He seemed like a genuinely nice guy, and if he was as he appeared, then it'd bring a lot of good things to be part of his peerage. From what she could gather, he wanted peace and stability, and wanted to fight for the people that weren't as fortunate as him and other high-class devils. She'd also be in a place that was a stable home, a strong group of people, and most of all, free, and as close to her sister as she possibly could. Here she'd have the best chance of reconciling with her sister, and getting back the person she missed the most. However, that was the funny thing about trauma. It always puts a stick in the wheel of what you really wanted. Perhaps when she got to know him better, time would have to tell. She let out a small sigh and tapped him on the back of the head, and made her way off the premises as the barrier she had put up fell. "I'll see you around, Devil Boy. We'll talk more about this next. Looking forward to hearing what Lucifer has to say about our next move." As Naruto removed his hand from his eyes and carefully looked back, he confirmed she was gone. He grunted a bit as he was starting to feel like a hard-boiled shrimp, and got out of the water and wrapped the towel around his midsection. This had gone a lot smoother than he had first anticipated, and it just strengthened his belief in Kuroka herself, along with the missions they had started. Now all that was left to do was get an audience with xrias and then meet her again to discuss the next move. Safe to say he was happy, but he was also getting a bit excited. Since he had used the first many years of his life drowning in self-pity, it was the first thing he had done since he was reborn, where he could actually say he was proud of himself for stepping up to the task. Sure, he had decided to help Veldora get a friend and to help him get more friends by inviting him to his peerage, but this was the first time in a while that he had actually felt like what he used to be, and not just the former shell of the remains of one Uzumaki Naruto. Kaiguya as the next day went on, Naruto used most of the day to think the situation over in his head. The truth was now confirmed more or less, and the chance of her just saying something that'd fit with their theories was so slim it wouldn't even be fair to assume she was lying about it. They couldn't rule it out completely, hence why they needed a thorough interrogation eventually. And if the outcome was satisfying enough, then they had everything ready and would just need to wait for the moment to clear her name. He sighed a bit with a small smile on his face as he once again walked through Kuo Academy. This time it was close to evening. He had spent most of the day just hanging out with Veldora and Kurama. He didn't have much else to do. Besides training, he'd have to challenge someone eventually, but if their dynamics didn't fit then they would likely just lose. He had someone in mind about who he would challenge first, but from what he knew the person was really smart and a great tactician. So he had some work to do. Which reminded him that he likely had to fill his peerage in on the truth as well eventually. He just didn't know how much he was allowed to tell them yet. That brought him to the reason he was here in the first place, because the closest way to get an audience with xrias was through his little sister. That also just managed to remind him that he'd likely have to tell her the truth one of these upcoming days as well. It was quite a rushed process. He had just met her again for the first time in a while, and then he'd reveal something like this. He'd have to apologize for the incoming headache later. While his objective for the day was to get this audience with xrias, he decided to visit his sister. He had meant to go see her yesterday after he had talked with xrias, but then he had gotten a visit from his new friend. As that had taken a lot of mental capacity to sort through, he had forgotten about it. Plus, familiars were a life hack. They could do a lot of things on his behalf, so he wasn't really wasting any time. When he got to the room he had found Sona in yesterday, he casually walked in without knocking, thus having to dodge an eraser thrown at his face. "Okay, I know that I forgot about coming over yesterday, but I didn't think you'd be this upset about it," he chuckled and watched as she lifted her head from a document. Sona raised a brow at him. "Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone like Saji that I specifically told not to interrupt me." Naruto raised a brow as he grabbed a chair and sat down on the other side of the table, and casually grabbed one of the papers on her desk and looked over. "You seem pressed. Bad time of the month?" With a small sigh, she reached over and grabbed the paper out of his hand and put it back down on the desk. ignoring his remark so it wouldn't annoy her more than it already did. Not exactly, just a lot going on with a student. Nothing you need to worry about. He tilted his head and looked at another document with an image attached of a purple-haired girl, her. Sona looked away from her work, followed her brother's gaze, and nodded her head. Yes, her. Seiko Busujima, Class 3A. She's also the captain of the Kendo Club. Naruto gave a small nod of his head and leaned back in the chair. So what's her deal? Ignoring his choice of words, Sona pushed her glasses up and took a break from her work. Normally I wouldn't be able to give out personal information, but given it's you, I'll make an exception. Her father is very ill, practically been bedridden in their home for the last 2 weeks. His lips fell down into a frown as he fidgeted with his fingers. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't mean to be heartless, believe me, I feel really bad for her, but why does this have you this distressed? She smiled a bit as she leaned back into her chair and started to clean her glasses. She's been a friend of mine for a while now and is usually as straight a student. The problem with her father is both affecting her performance on the kendo team, but also her grades. I'm worried about her. She's a transfer student, and yet despite being here for a short period of time, she has made a lot of progress. Naruto gave a simple nod of his head. Want me to look out for her? I'm gonna be here from time to time, so I can keep an eye out if I see her. Sona kept smiling with a small shake of her head. I thought I said that I didn't want you interfering with what I do here. He shrugged, not sure what it has to do with anything. Just take it as a favor for my little sister. I'm not interfering with the student council, so I should be fine. Why would you go out of your way to do that though? No offense, but you aren't affiliated with the kendo team, and this is not exactly devil business to get involved in. Sona questioned skeptically. Naruto let out a loud sigh and crossed his legs. I'm not sure why it matters. You're my sister, and you seem sad about it. Is it that unnatural for me to do something that'd help you? Her eyes widened a bit in surprise before a genuine smile crept onto her face compared to the more teasing one. I guess I can't stop you then. A simple thank you would suffice, Naruto chuckled. Sona shook her head. Shouldn't you be on your way to xrias? This time Naruto shook his head. Nah, I sent my familiar. I had to ask for a favor in regards to meeting with xrias, so I'll probably return to the underworld, again, for a day or so. I might be back later on this evening, depending on how the meeting goes. She looked at him with surprise. May I ask what the meeting is about? Normally you don't just get an audience with Lucifer. Naruto hummed. I think I'll be able to tell you soon enough. There's something interesting about to happen, I guess. Well, it's something good, so don't worry too much about it. As she remained skeptical, she decided to trust him on it. I guess that's fair. Anyhow, I'll be leaving now. I need to make preparations for tomorrow, and I'd rather not spend my night here. I'll walk you out then, Naruto started but was interrupted as he felt something poke him on his shoulder. He raised a brow and looked up to his left to see a crow sitting on the fabric of his jacket with a small note folded in its beak. Slowly he reached up and scratched it on the head and took the note, with the simple message of 10 minutes, and gave a nod to himself. It felt ironic if he had to be honest. Itachi had once given him a crow to share some of his power with him, and in this life, his familiar ended up being a crow. At least this one didn't have some wicked mind control at least he didn't hope so. Sona hummed as she watched the exchange and cleared her desk and walked toward the door. I assume xrias figured something out? He shrugged a bit as an answer, unsure. It just said 10 minutes, so I guess I'll just go to the club. She nodded and started walking down the hall with him in tow. Though as their footsteps echoed in the hallways, a girl around Sona's age walked in their direction. With a raised brow she nudged him in the side. Speaking of which, that's her. Naruto blinked and looked up and spotted a girl identical to the picture he had just seen before. So that's Busujima, huh? He thought to himself. She was a girl considerably taller than Sona, with straight and shiny thigh-length purple hair that has a triangular fringe at the front which barely touches the ridge of her nose, and blue eyes. Her outfit was the school uniform, though with a bag under her arm along with a wooden practice sword. He had to admit she looked nice, though what he noticed almost as soon as he saw her was the hardened skin of her fingers, along with the strong build and posture. It was easy to see she had been training a lot and for a while. Good evening, I'm surprised to see you're still here, Kaichu. The girl greeted politely with a small nod of her head. Sona gave a small smile. Good evening. I must say the surprise is mutual. I did not expect you to still be here at this hour. Did you forget something? The younger girl looked at her and then up at Naruto with a slightly curious expression. No, I didn't. I just wanted to get some practice in, so I'm on my way to the club room. I will lock up before I leave, she spoke slowly, as her gaze once again returned to the one beside Sona. Sorry, I don't think we've been introduced. Naruto blinked. Oh right. I'm Naruto, Sona's older brother and the current club supervisor of the Occult Research Club, he said with a smile and a small bow of his head. Seiko hummed with a small nod. I see, you must be the one Rias talked about in class today. I'm Seiko Busujima, Class 3A and current captain of the Kendo team. I'm pleased to meet you. He grinned in return. So I hear, quite impressive. Captain of the Kendo team even after recently transferring here. That's amazing. You must be quite skilled. I'd love to see you in action sometime. A small smile graced her lips. I appreciate the compliment. I'll continue to work hard as the captain. I always strive to improve. Sona pushed up her glasses and started to continue down the hallway. I'm sure you will. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll have to leave now. The other girl nodded at both of them before she continued down the hallway. Naruto had to admit he wasn't quite used to this high school behavior. That conversation felt a bit too casual and short for people that were supposedly friends. Though, if neither of them was a talker, then there wasn't much to do. She seemed nice. He eventually spoke out and followed his sister, his hands in his pockets. Sona raised a brow and turned to watch him. Getting good ideas? Naruto grunted in confusion. Getting good ideas about what? I just said she seemed nice. His sister shook her head with a short chuckle. She's both talented, well-mannered, and has a great work ethic. I'd imagine someone like you would think about getting her into your peerage. You may have competition though. While it hadn't been his first thought, he couldn't help but be curious now. What do you mean? The dark-haired girl gave him a look of disbelief. Rias might snatch her. She has a keen eye for potential. You must know since you've met her peerage, all of them have the potential to be exceptional. Plus she only used one piece on Kiba, so she has a spare one. Naruto gave a slow nod of his head. Makes sense, he mumbled and started to think it over. He hadn't exactly figured he'd be scouting for peerage members at this school, but it would probably be stupid to not consider it. Especially if she was as talented as started. Time would have to tell. The conversation died out after that, and Naruto bid Sona farewell at the school entrance. As he watched her walk down the streets, he turned around and moved toward the Orc building. He couldn't quite let go of the thought. Sure, the purple-haired girl seemed exceptional at what she did, but he didn't quite know what he could do to make her join him. Or if she should join him, she was a high school student and he planned on becoming the absolute strongest for the sake of his goal. Though she did seem to like competitions, considering she was a captain of a sports team. Perhaps the idea wasn't that out there. He'd have to think about it later since he was now entering Ria's clubroom. The place seemed empty for life, with the exception of the crimson-haired girl sitting behind her desk with a small smile on her face, and apparently, a silver-haired woman standing at her side, clad in a maid's uniform. Confused about who it was, Naruto just casually lifted his hand in a wave. Yo. Rias shook her head with a mild sigh. Good to see you're on time. I was getting anxious about whether or not you'd make it. He raised a brow. Why wouldn't I? It's not like I have a reputation of being late. The crimson-haired girl giggled a bit and stood up from her seat and motioned toward the older woman. Allow me to introduce you to my brother's queen, Graphia Lucifuge. Naruto had to tilt his head. He had heard talk about her but he hadn't exactly seen her the last time he visited xrias for a talk. A pleasure, I'm Naruto Citri. Though, you already know that. He sweat dropped. Graphia gave a small nod of her head. I'm here to personally escort you to an audience with Xrias-sama. His schedule was clear, and agreed to meet your request. Since you were not present when Rias made contact, she made the appointment in your place. I hope that's satisfactory. He shrugged. Seems fair. I'm fine with that. So, when will we leave? At your earliest convenience. Will you bring your own peerage, or are you going to attend the meeting alone? She asked in a professional tone. Naruto shook his head. Nah. They don't know about the topic at hand, so I'll be on my own here. I'll hopefully be able to be more open about what's going on after this meeting. With the people that are about to be involved, I mean. Rias gave a small nod of her head. That'd be appreciated. I found it a bit skeptical that you were here solely for the sake of Gasper and socializing. His sweat dropped again at that. That is actually the reason for that. This is about something else entirely, but it's bound to have a lot of influence in regards to my actions onward. The younger sister of Lucifer shot him a curious glance but eventually nodded her head in acceptance. Will you be returning this evening? He gave her a thumbs up. Most likely. I don't plan on staying in the underworld. She smiled a bit. Could you meet me here after then? In case you're able to tell me more about what all of this secrecy is about, of course. Sure thing. I don't see why not. It's not like I have anything better to do outside sparring with Veldora and Kurama, though they seem content on doing that on their own as well. He chuckled sheepishly. The silver-haired woman gave a slight twitch of her lip. You seem to have a rowdy peerage. Naruto gulped and scratched the back of his head. Let's just say it's never boring and leave it at that. She gave a satisfied nod of her head. Very well then, I'll be ready to transport you whenever you're ready, Naruto-san. Then let's get this show on the road. The sooner we're done, the sooner I can get to make some new plans. Let's go. He spoke with a grin and stepped up beside the older woman. Rias gave a small wave at him as she called out, I'll be waiting here, have a nice chat with my brother. Naruto chuckled and gave her a wave in return as a large magic circle with the Gremory symbol appeared beneath him and Grafia. See you soon. He called out as the circle swirled around, and soon the two disappeared from sight to travel down to the depths of the underworld. 8. Plans in motion. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note. Finished this chapter in record time. I think it took me 2 days to write all of this. Though it's a bit delayed. I would have published this like 5 hours earlier, but my ISP decided to be an ass all day, so I've had no internet connection today. Got a ton of motivation all of a sudden, so here it is, Chapter 8. Things are starting to move along now that we're transitioning over from the startup phase, though we aren't quite there yet. Also, the pairing will remain Naruto x Kuroka. After some thorough thinking, I think that works the best with my outline. If I had to incorporate other girls and give them equal attention, the story would take another 10 chapters before we could get through the startup. And those of you who have read my story The Spiraling Empress will know I love taking my time when I need to. Pure Naruto stories are just not the same. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QDZDM 58DN4 Kaligyo Chapter 8 Plans in Motion, Kaligyo. Naruto hummed to himself as he followed the silver-haired woman down the hallways he had, by now, gotten familiar with. Well, he had only been there once, but the place was grand enough that he wouldn't forget what he was looking at. Though under normal circumstances when he didn't have a destination in mind, he'd probably have gotten lost. Grafia stopped at the door and did a small bow before motioning her hand toward the door. Please enter when you're ready, he is expecting you. The dark-haired boy gave a small nod of his head. Thank you for the escort, he quickly said and entered the room as Grafia left to attend to her duties. As he closed the door behind him, he saw Xrias standing with his back against the door and staring out the window in the large room. As Xrias heard the door open and close, a small smile settled on his face and he turned around with a nod of his head. It's good to see you, Naruto. Though I have to admit I'm surprised you requested to meet me this soon. Am I correct to assume you made contact with Kuroka again? Naruto smiled in return. You'd be correct. I had actually just come back from meeting Rias Peerage yesterday, and there she was. Though she did come when I was 1, which was odd. Xrias raised a brow at the amount of information. Do I want to know? He asked with a joking tone. With a sheepish chuckle, Naruto waved his hands dismissively. Oh no, it isn't anything like that. I was just using the hot spring when she paid me a visit. Thanks for that, by the way. The house is amazing. I'm glad you found it pleasing. How is everything with the school, and Sona? The red-haired man asked and took a seat on one of the couches again, and motioned for Naruto to sit as well, much like the last time. The Cetri sat down in front of him and hummed a bit. Well, Sona is alright. She's been a bit stressed in regards to a student at Kuo, though I offered to help her out due to my brotherly duty. Xrias chuckled with a pleased grin. That's good to hear. Very well then, should we get to the matter at hand? Naruto cleared his throat and nodded his head in affirmative. Yeah, it's pretty much what we expected was the case. Everything she said had practically lined up with our theory, so unless she's a really good liar, it's probably true. The super devil cupped his chin with his fingers and paid close attention. Walk me through it. The younger devil leaned back in his seat and gathered his thoughts. As was expected, she did it to protect her sister. Apparently, her former king was experimenting on his peerage and was about to do it to Kaneko. Fearing for her sister's life, Kuroka killed him. Were the experiments extreme? xrias then asked. Naruto nodded quickly. I think so, yeah. From what Kuroka told me, he was trying to create a super devil. If my theory is correct, I think he may have been trying to create one to return power to the old Satan faction, though I can't be sure, and Kuroka didn't seem to know the reason behind it. xrias hummed with a thoughtful look. I see. With this revealed, I think it's safe to say she acted within her right as a sister to protect her sibling. Experiments of that caliber could very well have killed her, especially since she wasn't a reincarnated devil like her sister, and also a lot younger. She said she feared for her sister's life. While she was able to endure the experiments for Sharon's sake, she couldn't allow him to potentially kill her. Nor did he have the right to experiment on her since Sharon wasn't part of his peerage at any point, Naruto continued. A relieved look crept onto xrias's face as he sat back in his seat and relaxed. With all of this on the table, I think it's safe to assume your new friend is innocent. Her name is to be redeemed per our plan. Naruto smiled widely at that, as he felt the relief washing over him. Part of him couldn't wait to tell Kuroka the news. That's great. xrias nodded. Indeed it is. Mind if I ask you what you plan on doing next? With a thoughtful expression, Naruto thought it over. Well, I'd like to tell Rias about this. Maybe Sona too. Since we can't clear Kuroka's name right away, I figured that the least we could do was prepare Sharon for it, so it doesn't just come out of nowhere. The Satan smiled. I think that's a good plan. I'm happy to see you're taking every factor into consideration. I would have suggested this myself if you hadn't mentioned it. Naruto chuckled. I want to help them both. I think they deserve the chance to become close and happy again. Kuroka seems like a really nice person when she isn't trying to wear a mask, so I hope to get to know her better. xrias hummed at that and tilted his head with a question lingering in his mind. Mind if I ask you a controversial question? Go ahead, Naruto replied curiously. The red-haired man closed his eyes for a brief second before opening them again. What would you think about getting Kuroka into your own peerage? I realize this may be a sudden thing to do, but it's an ideal spot for her. I think it would be good for her, mentally, as well as a few other reasons. Naruto's cheeks flushed a bit red as he scratched the back of his neck. I sorta may have already asked her. xrias blinked with a raised brow. How did she reply? He shrugged in return. She said she'll think about it, and considering what happened the last time, she isn't really open to joining just yet. Though she didn't refuse either, so I'll take that as a good sign. It's to be expected. Her trauma from her former king is still there. You've only met twice so far, but since she didn't refuse right away, I think it's a good sign as well, xrias replied. Naruto tilted his head curiously. Could you elaborate on why you suggested it? Certainly, xrias answered swiftly. I've seen a lot of people like you, and maybe even Kuroka. If what I've heard is correct, from what I can tell, you'd be an ideal place for her. Ideal place? Naruto asked, confused. xrias nodded his head. You're close to her sister, and you give your peerage a lot of freedom. Kuroka seems like the type of person that values the freedom to make her own choices. And besides, you want a sense of peace and justice for people that aren't as fortunate as high-class devils. You seek a kind of equalizing for the minority. All of that speaks a lot for what kind of person you are. Naruto had to admit he was a bit flustered. It felt like he was getting a lot of compliments from one of the strongest beings. Thanks, I think. You're also very kind and selfless, so I'm sure you two would become close and inseparable, given enough time. Hopefully, she'll seek you out again soon. I'd suggest making some conversation with her, and perhaps finding a middle ground in terms of a subject to talk about, so your relationship isn't entirely focused on this goal of ours, xrias suggested. The younger devil looked on with wide eyes. He was quite surprised that xrias decided to give him this much advice on the matter. He seemed to genuinely want to help him in a lot of ways. I have another question, I hope you don't mind. xrias tilted his head and replied in a welcoming tone. Ask away, no need to hold back. Naruto took in a breath. Why are you giving me this much advice and help? I don't mean any offense. I just feel like you're going out of your way a lot for me. A series of chuckles filled the room. That's your question? Very well, it's quite simple. We've met a handful of times, and you've always been a good friend of Rias. You have infinite potential, are selfless, have a good sense of justice, and you put yourself in potential danger just to help others. When Naruto didn't reply, xrias just smiled. You're the type of person that I'd want in my corner. I always think it's good to have friends you trust and value despite where their current place is. You may not be a highly influential figure just yet, But you have a lot of impact and influence on many of the devil heirs and heiresses. With your potential, you might even become a Satan one day. A lot of things started to make sense at that moment. If Naruto had to be honest, he also had a similar thought process. He trusted xrias and figured that if he could get a good friend out of him, he'd have a lot of options and a strong ally. His sister would likely always be on his side, so if he could become equally close with xrias, he'd be able to do a lot of things and reach new heights. I see, thanks for clarifying it. Though I'm not sure I could be a Satan. For lack of a better word, I'm complete dogshit at political dealings. I'd probably be cast out of office within a week, let alone all the paperwork that plagues the position. He chuckled sheepishly. xrias laughed for a moment and stood up. Let's see about that when we get there. Now, I'll have to cut our meeting short as I have some matters that I need to attend to. He finished and extended his hand. Naruto stood up and watched the hand for a moment before he reached out to shake it. He felt a small sense of déjà vu, as he thought about the time they had saved Gaara back in the Elemental Nations and were about to depart from Suna. Thanks for all your help. I don't think I could have gotten anywhere remotely close to achieving all of this without you. Naruto smiled as he retracted his hand. xrias shook his head. No thank you. You're doing a lot of things that many would like to say they could, but don't have the spine to go through with. Do you need me to call Grafia so she can escort you back? Naruto shook his head as he walked toward the door. No need, I'll find my way back on my own. I also need to pay a visit to a cousin of mine. I'll head back to Kuo after that. I see, xrias smiled. Very well then, I wish you luck on your future plans. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to contact me personally. I think with our current standing you don't need to go through xrias to get in touch with me. The younger devil nodded his head and waved. I'll keep that in mind. Good luck with the paperwork. xrias' sweat dropped a bit with a small shake of his head as he closed the door behind the young Sitri. Kaigyu Naruto stretched with a small yawn as he made his way down the corridors of Lucifer's manor. The talk had gone the way he expected, so he was pleased with the progress he had made. Though as he made his way down the hallway, he couldn't quite help but think that he should perhaps pay a visit to his parents soon. Or well, his father. As he was born to a mistress, he only really had contact with his biological father. Their relationship had always been a bit strained since he still considered Minato and Kushina his parents. He couldn't blame the man for having tried to connect with him, since he himself was the one to blame after all. As he had drowned in self-pity, Lord Sitri had always tried to make sure he was healthy and well. When he had gotten older and somewhat accepted that he was no longer a shinobi of Konoha, but a devil of the house of Sitri, he felt bad for the man. It wasn't his fault that the circumstances were this way. If anyone was to blame, he felt that it was himself. He was the one that had trusted Sasuke to make the right choice in the end after all. In the middle of getting lost on the road of life, something caught his attention. He grunted a bit with a slow blink, as the person he had spotted matched his curious glance. In front of him stood a girl, who was a decent bit older than him, with long, pale greenish blonde hair, long slit pink eyes, and glasses. He grinned a bit as he threw his hand up in a wave. His mood suddenly changed. It wasn't every day he met his favorite cousin after all. Sure, he had aimed to go visit her, but running into her like this was a good coincidence. If it isn't my favorite mecha geek of a cousin, he called out and jogged over. Seekvera gave a loud sigh as she shook her head at her luck. Could you not at least pretend to be formal when I'm on duty, Naruto? Naruto shrugged his shoulders and wrapped an arm around her shoulders with a big grin. Come on, I know you love me. So how's it going? Lord Agar is still having you run errands. She shook her head and pushed his arm off her. Otu-sama is preparing me to become the next head of the house, and with our political infrastructure and responsibilities, yes, he has me working around the clock. He hummed a bit. While she didn't sound exactly miserable about working overtime, she seemed just a tad bit stressed. No time for mecha manga? Her cheeks flushed a bit pink as she grabbed her forehead. Could we not discuss this here? What are you even doing here? I figured you had finally succumbed to the walls of your room since I hadn't seen you around. With a painful grimace, he took a step back. Always so mean to me. I'm starting to get the impression you don't like me. What gave you the impression that I ever did like you? She retorted with a confident smirk. Naruto shrugged. Well, considering you used to share your favorite manga with me when we were younger, and you even gave me mecha figures for my birthday. Alright, you're right. I don't hate you, she intervened. He figured he'd take what he could get at that point, and just sighed. And to answer your other question, I was here to meet with xrias. Had some things to take care of, and I'm not around here much anymore because I moved to Kuo. The town xrias is in? She asked with a sense of curiosity. Naruto nodded. Yeah, long story short, I need to get out more. She raised a brow at him. Figures. Deciding to ignore her blunt reply, Naruto thought for a second before he snapped his fingers. I got a question for you. Xrias, who was about to continue on with her duties, looked back at him with a blank expression. Well, what is it? Naruto smirked a bit as he crossed his arms over his chest. What do you say we have some fun? Confused by the statement, she readjusted her glasses. What are you implying? He grinned ear to ear. Your peerage, my peerage, unofficial rating game. The winners get the clout and the loser buys the winner's manga for a week. You have a peerage? You, forgive me for laughing, but that was the last surprise I'd expect to hear today. Naruto rolled his eyes, as he felt like he had been beaten with that remark a ton lately, but in the end he figured they had their reason to. Yes I do. And why do you think a prize such as manga would want me to participate in an unofficial game? She asked with a mild smirk. He listened on and shrugged his shoulders. This isn't about the manga, this is about the reputation. Also, the experience will help us with the official games in the future. The manga was just for fun, though I plan on going through with it even if I lose, and I don't go back on my word. Never knew you had that much interest in the manga. Did you finally see the light? She retorted with a bit more relaxed posture. He threw his hands up in a dismissive manner. I personally don't, but my pawn is a great fan. I'm sure he'd love to get into that mecha franchise you love so much. Xrias remained quiet for a while before she smirked again and closed her eyes, her arms crossed under her chest as she opened her eyes again and pushed up her glasses. I accept your challenge then, let's see who the best time user is. Naruto mimicked her smirk and punched his fist against his palm. When and where? She responded swiftly. I'll have a free day in around a week's time. I will let you know in advance. A week's preparation and the game will take place in a neutral space. Sounds fair? I'm game. I'd have taken you on even if you plotted on home field advantage, he chuckled. Xrias raised a brow at him. You seem confident. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because we're cousins. Naruto hummed in confusion. I might be confident, but it has nothing to do with that. I just figured that if I win I'll get plus points and if I don't, well, I'll know what to work on for the rematch. She gave him a calculating look before she gave a nod of her head then. Very well then, I'll see you then. I'll have to get back to my duties, so I'll take my leave. Good luck in the game. I'm looking forward to it, she finished, with what appeared to be a small smile. You actually just gave me a smile? You must really be stressed out, he called out in a teasing manner. He could see her shake her head as she walked down the hallway. You can see yourself out. Kaiguya, as he returned to the human world that evening, he sighed at the sight of the stars above. The meeting had apparently gone on longer than he had thought since it was already dark outside. He sighed as he looked around. He was still at the academy. Figuring he might as well walk home to clear his head a bit and mentally prepare for the rating game he had now challenged Xrias to, he started to make his way through the school grounds. It didn't take him long to spot something that felt out of place though, because as he was walking with his head in the gutter, he spotted that the lights were on in one of the clubrooms that were located away from the building. It was at this moment that a thought crossed his mind. Didn't Sona's friend say she was going to practice? I wonder if it's her. Why'd she still be here this late though? He wondered with a raised brow and made his way over. As he entered what he figured to be the kendo club, he was proven right in his assumptions about it being one Seiko Busujima that was still practicing to her heart's content. He leaned against the door frame and crossed his arms as he watched her work through her katas, wearing what he would assume to be the traditional set of clothing you'd wear during kendo tournaments. He had to admit she was skilled. One could compare her movements to dancing if she wasn't swinging a wooden bakken around in the air. Each strike and dash was carried out with precision. She had even mastered the passive look on her face that wouldn't allow an opponent to sense her fatigue even if she was tired. She was impressive. It made sense why Sona would assume he was looking at her as a possible peerage candidate. A small smirk of amusement graced his lips as she spun around and thrust the weapon, coincidentally, toward him. Her eyes widened a bit upon seeing him, as she hurriedly got out of her stance and put down the bakken with an apologetic bow of her head. My apologies, I know it's way past the time that the guidelines allow. Naruto blinked a bit as he started translating what she meant. She thinks I'm gonna scold her for being her past the allotted time? Well, I am hired by the school, so I guess that's fair to assume. He thought to himself and chuckled a bit. He shook his head quickly and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, I'm not a snitch. And I'm only the advisor for the Occult Research Club, so I don't really have a say in what you do. I won't tell, he said and did a motion of zipping his lips shut. A small yet grateful smile lifted her face. Thank you, I was just getting in some practice while I still could. Naruto frowned a bit. You sure that's the reason? She blinked in confusion. What do you mean? The dark-haired boy looked around the kendo club for a second to inspect the place, and it was just as he figured. It resembled a professional dojo almost down to every detail. With the exception of the real swords that typically decorated such places. I don't mean to be rude, I've just heard that you have some troubles at home. I was just assuming that you were letting off a little steam. Forgive me if I'm being meddlesome. Seiko's face was filled with surprise as her lips fell into a thin line and her hands grasped the handle of the bokken tighter. It is true. With my father, in his current condition, I've had a lot of pent-up emotions. He was still confused about her tone. She seemed way too formal, almost as if she was holding herself back. With a shake of his head, he raised a hand and waved at her. Do you want to talk about it? It's not like I'm a teacher that'll scold you for speaking what's on your mind. Could even say I have a duty of confidentiality. The thin line that represented her lips twitched a bit as she squinted her eyes and looked down. My father is very sick and I don't know what to do about it. I feel utterly useless. His condition doesn't seem to be getting better, and all I can do is make sure he's still breathing. Naruto hummed and crouched down, intertwining his fingers as he closed his eyes. What happened? You may feel better from talking about it, though I do understand if you'd rather not. Seiko hesitated for a moment and gazed upon him with a calculative gaze. In the end, she knelt down in the middle of the floor mat and placed the bokken in front of her. A couple of weeks ago he started feeling worse. A week after that he passed out on the kitchen floor. The next thing I heard, an outbreak had happened at the kendo convention he had attended overseas. So he caught it there. I'm really sorry to hear that. If there is anything I can do, just let me know. A friend of Sona's is a friend of mine, Naruto replied in a gentle manner. Her lips lifted a bit upward. Thank you, I appreciate the gesture. However, unless you can turn back time, I can only hope he'll feel better eventually. Doctors are doing everything they can, but he just seems so weak. Naruto had to fight the urge to facepalm at her remark. It was quite ironic really. She had said the one thing he was actually capable of doing. With his mastery over the element of time, he'd be able to reverse the time of the physical body if he knew the exact date of the convention. It'd have been like he was never there to catch the disease. Time will have to tell, but I'm praying for a speedy recovery, Naruto replied, whilst fighting away the tingling in the back of his mind for having mentioned praying. She looked at him for a while after, not speaking a word. It was like she was inspecting him, with a calculative gaze that was almost starting to make him feel uncomfortable. It took another minute or so before she stood up from her knelt-down position. Her fingers once again latched around the bokken's hilt as she walked toward a stand with identical tools. His eyes followed her movements as she picked up an extra practice sword, and walked over to him. When she was just a few steps away, he rose back to full height and watched as she held out the wooden sword. She opened her fingers in an offering manner and held the sword up. Would you join me for a practice match? You seem built for battle, which I find quite strange for a high school employee. His sweat dropped at that. I work out. Technically it wasn't a lie, but he couldn't exactly just flap out his wings and say, well, that's because I'm a devil, could he? With a quick shake of his head, he made up his mind as he accepted the practice weapon and took off his jacket, wearing just a sleeveless white shirt beneath. Following her lead, he entered the floor mat and kicked off his shoes. You'll have to excuse my poor form. I'm not that familiar with the rules. She gave a small smile at his apology. It'll be fine. As long as you don't hold back on your swings, I'll adapt to it. He had to fight the urge to grimace. If he didn't hold back, he'd likely break her sword, arm, and the wall in half. I'll try not to. Seiko gave a nod of her head as she spread out her feet, grabbed the sword with both hands, and held up the dull wooden edge in front of her. Naruto mimicked her stance and crouched down a bit, stretching out his fingers a bit to get a better grip before he nodded to indicate he was ready whenever she was. What he saw next shocked him. It was as if something clicked in her eyes. The amount of self-restraint she had shown disappeared and she flew forward with a cry. He'd have imagined that it was the pent-up stress that was showing, but the look in her eyes was both dazzling and frightening. As she swung toward his head, he lifted his bokken to block it. The crash of the wood meeting echoed through the room as he took a step sideways and slammed it toward her side. The look in her eyes confused him. It was as if she was looking to hurt him. She easily redirected his attempt and rushed forward. Strike after strike, he dodged until he found himself at the edge of the mat. With a raised brow he crashed the practice weapons together again and pushed her back, trying his best to keep his strength within that of a human. She sneered and struck toward his head again, her eyes slightly wide in surprise as he swirled beneath her bakken and behind her. He positioned himself to tap the bakken against her shoulder to win the first round, but his eyes widened in surprise when she, without turning her head, lifted her bakken above her and blocked it. With a few quick moves, he slid back across the mat and narrowed his eyes. Under normal circumstances, most people shouldn't have been able to do that. Out of every possible access point she, without any method of guessing, blocked it flawlessly. Almost like she could see him, she had angled her defense with the perfection of a kendo practitioner. A theory started to form in his mind as she twirled around to reassume an offensive stance. The distance between them kept her from attacking him straight away. It was a long shot, but something felt off about this. Sona had said she was exceptional, and that xrias would likely have been interested in making her part of her peerage. However, xrias' peerage consisted of exceptional people either with a sacred gear or someone with a background within the supernatural. Is it possible she has a gear that Sona didn't inform me of? He wondered and figured there was no real way to tell. His sister and xrias might have had their suspicions based on observations from a spectator's point of view, but there was no real way to tell. He figured there was only one way to figure it out, and he only had a theory so far about what it could be. Her reaction time and perception of motion seemed to be the odd ones out. He had made a move to finish it, a bit too fast if he had to admit it. She had reacted faster than she should, and in a way that would likely not have been possible unless it was just a good guess. So the one way to figure it out was to push her beyond her human capabilities, and apologize afterward if he was proven wrong. He could also just hypnotize her to forget that it had happened. Devils had a lot of neat tricks, and finally being able to use genjutsu was a plus. Getting more serious, he took another stance and sped forward. The look of surprise in her eyes said it all as she lifted her bakken to block a barrage of swings and stabs, each move of his faster than the one that had come before. Sweat started to roll down her forehead, her teeth gritted as she felt the raw power behind his bakken. Questions filled her mind about where this sudden aggression and power came from, but she focused her mind to keep up her guard and push him back. The shadows of their figures moved around the room almost like blending blurs as they crashed bakkens together repeatedly. The crackles of the wood threatening to break filled the room. Starting to get out of breath, she tried to move back on the offensive, but as she did she instantly found herself with the practice sword almost pressed against her face as she pushed back against him. Her muscles twitched as she swirled beneath him and made a move to him over his arm, but without even turning his head she saw his bakken flick at her at speeds she could not fathom. The wood hit against her wrist as she watched her sword fly out of her hand and against the mat. A look of pure surprise morphed onto her face as she bent down to pick the bakken up. "You're extremely skilled. I don't think I've ever seen someone that isn't a pro move like you. Your father must be very proud," he commented and put down his weapon, long ago having made the connection that her father must have trained her since he went to kendo conventions overseas. Her eyes softened as her fingers neared the dropped bakken. "Thank you. I did not expect you to be this good. I was taken off guard. However, your reaction time isn't human. You're much faster and flexible with your timings," he commented without turning his head but watching her from the corner of his eyes. Her eyes widened in an instant as she gazed over her shoulder. The mere look on her face told the entire story. It was like he had suspected she was hiding something. She looked like a kid that had just been caught red-handed with their fingers in the cookie jar. "What are you?" she asked slowly and stood to her feet, the bakken now back in her hand. Naruto smirked a bit and finally turned around, resting the wooden weapon against his shoulder. The human mind on average needs about 80 milliseconds to observe before it can react. Yet you had your block ready in half that time. Sometimes even faster. You're gifted, aren't you? She quickly took a step back. Then what about you? You're not a practitioner. You claim to not know the rules, but you're both faster and stronger than me. You can counter, strike, and react, in even less time than I can. I'll ask again, what are you? He felt a sense of déjà vu in regards to her remark about turning back time earlier, as he gave a smug smile. What I am? I'm filled with time, you know. In her mind, she had always known something was off. There had always been questions, occurrences, and situations she could not answer, but at this moment, it felt like she could really use some answers. She gripped the bokken tightly and with a battle cry rushed forward to prove something for herself. With all the power and strength she could muster, she swung the wooden sword at his ribcage with enough force that it'd break bones on an ordinary human. Her eyes immediately widened. Instead of the sound of a grown man crying out in pain over his ribs being broken, all she heard was a soft thud. She immediately looked up and watched as the tip of her bokken was stopped by the mere touch of his finger. I guess we both had questions that we wanted to be answered in the end. He chuckled a bit and gathered a bit of his magic to splinter the wooden practice sword. Seiko took a step back and watched the remains of her weapon on the floor. "You're not human, you're gifted, just like me," she called out. He had to admit he was surprised. He had expected her to be a bit more scared, but she seemed more curious than anything. Naruto shook his head. "So you're saying that you aren't human?" "Not exactly. But before I show you more, I need you to promise me not to freak out." She remained quiet and just nodded her head. The young devil sighed a bit and unfolded his wings. The shadow of his full figure cast on the wall behind him as he let down his bokken from his shoulder and spoke in a calm tone. "I'm a devil of the house of Citri. So while I'm not gifted like you, I am, however, connected to the supernatural that gave you this ability to begin with." If her eyes could fall out of her skull, they would have. She instinctively took a step back as she watched the bat-like wings unfold from behind his back. "Why would a devil be an employee at our school? I don't understand." Naruto could sense her brain had gone into overdrive, and he quickly folded in his wings to appear more human again. "I know it's easier said than done, but don't be scared. I may be a devil that's practically painted evil by society, but I promise I'm not here to twist your mind or anything like that." She seemed to relax a bit, but she still didn't let her guard down. However, she was curious. Every time she thought she had been crazy, it suddenly made sense and he could give her answers. "Then, what am I? Am I some kind of demon?" she asked in a slow tone. Naruto tilted his head. "Why would you think that? You're as human as you can be, with the exception of a gift." She frowned heavily and reached over to grab her arm with her free hand. "I have always had a tendency to go for violence. I always loved the feeling of power. It made me feel strong, feel good even. I always thought that something was wrong with me, and being a demon would explain that." He shook his head. "No, you're still not a demon. You're human, and you don't seem like a bad person. You're worried about your dad. Sure, we all have our quirks of personality and you may like having power, but it doesn't make you evil." "What, or why am I gifted?" she asked. Naruto hummed a bit and sat down on the floor mat, crossed his legs, and motioned for her to sit with him, which she did. "You're likely in the possession of what is called a sacred gear. Some humans are gifted with exceptional power, and yours is connected to your senses, I'd assume?" She replied in a soft tone. "I think it's my eyes. I can see almost everything. It feels like that at least. When I get in this zone, there is so much I can't explain." Naruto gathered his hands in his lap and smiled slightly. "Why don't you expand on that, in detail? I might know what it's called." Seiko gave a small nod of her head. It was obvious she was still on edge with all these new things going through her mind, but she tried to concentrate on the present and the questions he might be able to answer. "I feel like I react much faster as I can, almost predict movement, and sometimes, it's like I'm outside of my body. It probably sounds strange." He listened carefully to her words. When she said it had something to do with her eyes, he almost wanted the scream Sharingan right there for the sake of old times. However, he also thought might know something about it since he had read a bit up on visual gears. After what had happened with the various version of Sharingan in his old world, he felt like he needed to be prepared for something similar to appear here. "I guess what you mean is that you feel like you can detect movement much faster than what is humanly possible, and also that you at times are able to watch yourself from a third person's point of view. A bit like in a video game, no?" he asked. She gave a look of surprise. "So you know of it?" Naruto gave a small nod. "Well, I've heard and read about it, yes. I think it was called the Tengen and is in fact a sacred gear. You may not be fully aware of how it's utilized, but if you get a better sense of your power and possibly magic output, you might be able to do it on command." "Magic? I feel like I'm stuck in a dream. My friend's brother is a devil and has wings. I apparently have a blessed weapon in my eye, and can do God knows what with magic." She started speaking whilst grasping her head. Naruto frowned a bit and reached over to place a hand on her shoulder. "I'm very real, but don't worry. As I said, I won't hurt you, and devils aren't as bad as you may think. We're all individual entities, some are good, and some are bad. Some of us have great dreams and goals for a better future, while others should just go touch some grass. She lowered her hand and lifted her face to look at him again. He seemed genuinely kind but was afraid to trust his word. The books and church always said the devil was a smooth talker. Is it true that you can make a deal with the devil? He raised a brow. Well, that depends on what you mean. If you're talking about the, in exchange for your soul I'll grant you invincible power, then no, not really, at least not with me. A bit of hope left her eyes at that. I see. A smile graced his lips. Were you hoping that I could heal your dad? She nodded her head slowly at that. While she wasn't proud to admit it, she felt desperate. Her mother had died early on in her life, so she barely had any memory of her. She only had her dad. She'd give anything to make sure he wasn't sick and on the verge of death. Naruto hummed a bit. I felt a sense of irony when you said something earlier. Unless you can turn back time, it almost made me laugh actually. Don't tell me you're some crazy devil that can magically turn back time. She sweat dropped and rubbed her forehead tiredly. He waved his hands dismissively. Yeah, I can't do that. However, what I said was true. I'm filled with time. He chuckled and extended a hand toward the splintered remains of the Bakken he had destroyed earlier. While he hadn't expected to use this as a metaphor for what he was capable of, he figured that it had all played into his hands. So with little effort, a blue sphere wrapped around the splinters, as they started to reassemble together to form a Bakken again, just as good as new. Seiko's eyes threatened to pop out of her head again as she watched what happened before her eyes. On instinct, she immediately grasped her formerly broken practice sword and inspected every inch of it. This is impossible, it was destroyed just a few seconds ago, she mumbled out in disbelief. He couldn't blame her for still trying to deny it. He would have too, after all. Instead, he decided to explain to her what had happened. I'm half Cetri and half Agaras, which are two devil houses by the way. The Agaras have an affinity for time magic, and since I'm half Agaras I was lucky enough to get it. So while I'm skilled with it, there is still a lot I can't do. For example, turn back time. My gift doesn't seem so special in comparison to that. She joked lightly as a mental defense mechanism and put down the Bakken in front of her on the floor mat. Naruto shook his head. I think it's equally powerful. From what I could understand, it can detect movement up to 300 times the normal speed if mastered. And as you said, you can see from a third person's view. If you train and master this power along with swordsmanship, you'd be an extremely talented woman one day. Her cheeks flushed a mild pink from the compliment, and she chuckled a bit. I appreciate the faith you have in me, but with my father ill I doubt I'd have the time to even try and figure out how to do it. He cupped his hand thoughtfully, as Sona's words echoed in his mind. She had asked if he was interested in getting her into his peerage, and the more he got to know her and her personality, the more he was tempted. Not to mention she had a sacred gear she wanted to learn about. While he thought she'd be interesting to have around, he felt a bigger sense of wanting to help her. Since it was pretty much his responsibility she got this knowledge. Do you want me to help and teach you? Seiko's breath hitched in her throat as she lifted her head. You could do that? Naruto nodded. If you become a member of my peerage, then I could. Oh, and, before you ask, a peerage is essentially a way to reincarnate humans into half-devils. We use this system due to a great war that happened a long time ago, to replenish our numbers. The conversation remained on that topic for a while, where Naruto explained in more detail what it meant to be part of a peerage. Even went as far as to mention Kurama and Veldora, and how all kinds of species could be turned. It took her a while to mentally be able to comprehend the existence of yokai and dragons, but she was starting to get drained of surprise at this rate. In the end, he asked her if she wanted to become his knight in his service, and thus be able to be taught more about what it meant to have a sacred gear and be able to utilize it in combat. Was that all? She asked with a loud sigh. Naruto pondered over the question for a bit. Well, aside from what I said, you'd be able to use your sacred gear in a whole new way. We devils have a thing called raiding games, which is essentially peerage against peerage fights, where you could truly let your love for fighting loose. A lot of it seemed amazing, however, one thing did keep her from saying yes. I would say yes since it's a whole new world that has opened up for me, but I can't. My father needs me, and if I go away to fight other devils in what you call the underworld, then I would not be able to do that. He nodded his head slowly in understanding. I understand you. I will not expect an answer immediately. Think about it, in case your dad gets better. He smiled and stood up and offered her a hand. She got up on wobbly feet and nodded her head in gratitude, and started to put away all the training equipment. There wasn't a word spoken for a while. She didn't even turn around to look at him as she gazed down at her hands. So many things were now within her grasp, and many others were taken out of them. Her mind was like a river filled with questions. As she got answers to some, they gave birth to new wonders in her head. It had given her quite the headache, and she didn't know what to do about it. She had been proven wrong, at least she hoped so, about devils being evil creatures. If he was that evil, she doubted he'd sit down and walk her through it all and even reassure her that she wasn't a bad person, even if she didn't quite believe it yet. When she finally got around to switching off the lights to the clubroom, it had been quiet for way too long. Though as she turned around to thank him for the clarifications, he was already gone. Her head was still filled with questions, but at least she had gotten answers to a few of them. Only the future would be able to show her what happened next at this rate. Kaligyu 448 Chapter 9. Time Heals Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note: I might end up taking a break around the 100k word mark. Might be sooner or later than that, but I'm just bringing it up just in case. I generally try to step away from writing when I start to feel like it's a chore, and it's been a bit like that the past few days. Normally I sit with like a ton of motivation for like, peerage interactions, fight scenes, dynamics between Naruto and Kuroka, training scenarios for people like Seiko and Gasper, etc. But I have to admit I've been a bit drained the last 2 weeks. To any spiraling Empress readers out there, I might find time to revisit it and write the next chapter soon. I have about 3k words for chapter 24, but my motivation for pure Naruto stories is quite low. I do apologize for that. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM58DN4 Kaligyu Chapter 9 Time Heals. Kaligyu, as he left Seiko that evening to go think about his plans, he sighed and ran a hand through his dark locks. Sure, it was as simple as asking his dad for a favor or getting a phoenix tear, but it just felt wrong. It's not like he lacked the resources for either, but there were just a couple of problems with it that he quickly realized, which was why he didn't say it right then and there. Seiko was in turmoil. She was probably quite emotional. Well, he knew she was. So giving her a solution right then and there would have felt like an ultimatum, especially since he had just offered to teach her and that she could join his peerage, so dropping it right there like, by the way, I got 3 different ways to heal him, would have felt wrong. There was no doubt she'd feel obligated to respond at that moment, to something that'd work in his favor, to where she in return got what she desired the most. She would have said yes out of duty instead of actually wanting to join him, and he wasn't a fan of that. And not only that, but his relationship with his dad was strained. He might have been the head or owner, he couldn't quite remember anymore, of some of the best medical facilities the underworld had to offer, but it would have felt wrong to practically ignore him most of his childhood and then just show up now and want a favor. It would also just feel less personal if he went that way about it. Phoenix Terror Hospital, it would be something that anyone could do, well, if they were a devil. And there was one thing that only he could do, and well, possibly seek Vera if she trained to do it. He could reverse the time of the physical body, but he'd need to play detective for a while. Isolating the part of her dad's body would be a good start. If he could figure out where the problem was, he could just reverse the time of that specific area. It'd probably be a bit taxing, even for him, to completely revert his whole body and all organs to a time before the convention. Which reminded him that he needed to figure out when that was too. He could save himself a lot of potential exhaustion by knowing exactly how much was needed, so he didn't overdo it and turn back several weeks more than what was needed in the first place. With a yawn, he stretched his back and groaned at the sound of a few cracks. It had been a long day, or well, not really. He had been chilling most of the time, but a lot of information and activities had happened in a short amount of time. He didn't mind though. It was starting to feel like it used to be, back at home, always busy, and always ready for something new. Though before he worked on all of that, he needed to chat with xrias. He had already kept her waiting long enough, and if he decided to just go home now and sleep, he'd probably be in trouble. So gathering his magic, he sped up the magic around him and disappeared from the spot, flashing back to the spot he had been standing inside the orc building earlier, with the most Kakashi-like wave he could, yo. With a sheepish chuckle, He dodged a book thrown at his head and mentally made a note that both Rias and Sona apparently liked throwing things at him. So much for friendship. I know that I may be late, but that was uncalled for. Rias shook her head with a slightly flustered face. Don't just appear out of nowhere. You could have used a transport circle and I'd at least be able to be prepared. What if I was one or something? Naruto raised a brow. Why would you be one in your clubroom? Though I guess some people prefer reading their manga however they're the most comfortable. Not having a ready answer for that, she sighed and slumped down in her chair once again, her hand covering her face as her cheeks rapidly reddened. So what did you figure out? He smirked widely at the reaction he was getting and lay down on one of the couches. Now, no reason to be hasty. I'm not busy. Rias let out a loud groan and hit her forehead against the table. Can't you just shut up for a second before I hurt you? You can't take one day in your life seriously, can you? I mean, sure, you can try. Regardless, why would I? This is much more entertaining. He chuckled and intertwined his fingers on his stomach. She shook her head and ended up with a small smile on her face. No matter where he was, Naruto would always be Naruto. He had been as carefree as he had been antisocial his entire life, so there was no changing it at this point. Anyway, did you find anything out? He hummed a bit and gave her a more serious expression. Yeah, I do need to talk with you. It's important, and will probably end up changing a lot of things around here. Hopefully, for the better, but with my success rate it may end up failing, which is what I'm afraid of. Rias frowned a bit as she watched his mood change and stood up from her chair. Naruto had been a good friend throughout most of her childhood, and hearing that he, of all people, was scared, did make her worry. He never seemed scared of anything, as much as he seemed to dislike social interactions. She never viewed him as downright scared of them, just indifferent. Naruto raised a brow at her as he watched her walk toward him. A simple hand gesture telling him to move so she could sit. With a small sigh, he started to lean up and felt the weight change on the couch. Before he could get up to a sitting position, he felt a hand on his head. He raised a brow as he watched her, and registered that she had indeed just placed her hand in his hair. So what's the special occasion? She tilted her head in a confused manner. What do you mean? Naruto chuckled. First you say you want to hurt me, and now you're taking care of me. You gotta make up your mind. As he said that, he remembered that was something Kuroka had told him when they had met for the second time. Perhaps they were becoming friends as xrias suggested. That Lucifer seemed to know what he was talking about. She huffed and flicked the bridge of his nose, much to his annoyance. You seem stressed out about something, and I wanted to help you. Don't make me regret it. Naruto sighed heavily. I'm the one that's about to make you stressed, so I'd tell you to take a seat if you weren't already sitting down. Her lips fell down into a small frown. I'm all ears. Rubbing his face, he leaned back into the cushions and thought of a way to start it off. I'm sure you're well aware of who Kaniko's sister is. Rias' eyes immediately widened as an expression of both shock and fear morphed onto her features. You're speaking of Kuroka. Yeah, I know of her. She's the reason Kaniko has been having troubles. I have to admit, hearing her go under two different names is so confusing. I can't figure out whether I should call her Sharon or Kaniko, though I guess if I called her Sharon she'd be both scared and pissed. Naruto chuckled and intertwined his fingers behind his head. At this moment, Rias already had a fear of what had happened. There were only two possible reasons that he could know her real name, and she doubted wholeheartedly that it had been xrias that had made him figure it out. Did she hurt you? Naruto groaned and rubbed his eyes. No, she didn't. That is the thing that this is all about. Everyone has been misinformed of what really happened. You may think she is some crazy murderer because of the story, but it's not the real story. Rias looked at him with uncertainty, as if he had been possessed or tricked. Naruto, I know you're trustworthy, but how can you know all of this? He rubbed his forehead next, all of this already making him tired. It had been a long day, and he felt like he was about to ruin hers. I've met her twice. She was hostile at first due to the circumstances, but everything about her was brought into question because of Kurama. He is a senjutsu user himself. At this she was surprised. Is he alright? Naruto chuckled. Again, misinformation. Senjutsu isn't something that magically makes you crazy. Sure, you can get drunk on power, especially with negative emotions, but that'd mean there'd be at least one of two characteristics if not both. You'd either be giving off an aura that a senjutsu user could pick up on, which Kurama didn't, or you'd be morphed into some creature because you lost control of your magic. So you mean to tell me that her being a criminal is fishy? Rias questioned. He nodded his head. Yep, that's it. That's why I've had meetings with xrias, as even the Satans have felt that something was off about this entire situation because Kuroka's former master was an asshole. I can't tell you much about what he did, but I can tell you this with almost 100% certainty. Kuroka isn't the villain, she is the victim. Ria's brows furrowed as she gathered her hands in her lap. This is a lot to take in. Kaniko's been having a hard time ever since. It took her a while to warm up to me, not to mention the rest of the peerage. She still isn't over it, and I don't blame her. It's some deep trauma. Naruto gave a small nod of understanding. I understand and I agree, but look at it from both sides. They're both probably miserable without showing it too much, which is why I need you to listen to me. xrias gave me the green light to fill you in on the situation and what I want to do. And then he started to explain it to her down to the smallest detail. Everything from meeting her in Kyoto, to the talk he had just had with xrias. Though he had kept out the bits about the Chaos Brigade since he figured he hadn't actually been allowed to tell her that much. As the talk went on and she sat patiently and listened, he got to what he wanted to do. With Kurama's help, he wanted to introduce Kaniko properly to Senjutsu, so that she'd start to be able to form an idea of what might have happened. After giving her some time, and if it seemed doable, he wanted to reintroduce them under calm circumstances where there wouldn't be a problem. And then finished it off by saying that with all of this, he'd hopefully have been able to clear Kuroka's name and reunite the two sisters for good. When he had finished his story, Rias just sat with the same look on her face. He started to get a bit worried that he might have accidentally fried her brain in the process. It was a long chat after all, and nothing she had expected, so he wouldn't blame her for being a bit freaked out about all of it. "Did I fry your brain?" he cheekily asked afterward, as a small attempt to lighten the mood a bit. She blinked and briefly laughed. "No, not at all. I was just thinking." "Careful with that, I hear it can be dangerous." He smirked and nudged her in the side with his elbow. Rias rolled her eyes and got a bit more serious. "Listen, you know I trust you. And I know that when you and my brother are working together to make this work, you only do it out of the good of your heart. I want to believe her, I really do. I want to believe she is a good person. I just don't think I can make that call without meeting her. Sure, we can perhaps work toward Kaniko accepting Senjutsu with the help of your queen, but..." "But what?" Naruto slowly asked. She sighed a bit with a small smile. "I won't be able to say yes without at least meeting her, and seeing it from her perspective. At the end of the day, Kaniko is part of my peerage, and I want to protect her. I don't want to make such a life-changing decision for her, without at least having met Kuroka first." Naruto smiled a bit at that. "That's all? I think we can make that work. Though you need to keep a bit quiet about this. The more people that know, the more that people may end up revealing the information by accident. I'll tell my peerage, but since you and Sona are more closely connected to Kaniko, I'd advise you against speaking too openly about it." Rias nodded. "I understand. I won't tell anyone with the exception of Akano. As my queen, she has the right to know. She won't tell, so don't worry. What will we do now then?" He hummed a bit. "Well, it's only a matter of time before Kuroka seeks me out again. I'll mention your desire to meet her, and I don't think she'll have a problem with it as long as it's on peaceful terms and in a place she knows, but I can't say for certain before I meet her again. Thanks for understanding, and hopefully, once I've assessed the situation for myself, it turns out to be true and we can truly help Kaniko face and overcome her trauma." Rias smiled slightly. Naruto grinned a bit and stood up with a stretch. "You're a good king and a good friend. It shines through about how the Gremory care for their peerage as if they were family. I take a lot of inspiration from that when I look at my own. I want everyone to feel like they have a voice to be heard. I feel the same way. You seem to be doing a good job at being a king, but Kurama and Veldora seem nice." Naruto had to chuckle at that. "Given how much you like manga, Veldora would probably be your biggest bestie. He is somewhat emptying our bank accounts on buying complete series of any genre he can get his hands on." Her cheeks flushed a slight pink as she kicked him in the shin. "You're such an idiot, I swear." Wincing a bit at the sudden attack, Naruto raised a brow and scratched the back of his head. "What did I do this time?" "Just the usual. It's not my fault that you're a complete weeb that absolutely adores manga and anime, and would use hours to binge watch it. I mean, come on. I can't even count the times you asked me or seek Vera to slow down time in your room so you could watch more than you should." He teased before noticing that she was just a few seconds from exploding as steam was starting to escape her head. So with a quick salute, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet with the sea tree symbol proudly displayed in the middle. "Oh well, I'll see you later. Have a good one, I'll see if Veldora wants to share some manga with you. And as he finished that sentence, he was gone. Just narrowly dodging a cushion hurled at his face. Kaigyu, after he left Rias that evening, he yawned loudly in the middle of the street. A part of him just wished for the possibility to go back home and sleep, but he knew that he didn't have that luxury. He had only managed to take care of one task out of the 3 that he had in mind for today, but at this rate, he'd run out of time. One was to talk with Rias and get some progress done on that front, which he had managed. The next one was to seek out his sister. If anyone had information on the students, then it would be her. He had little doubt she wouldn't be able to answer his questions, so he could go and see what he could do. The last thing he had hoped to do was meet with his new friend again, but he figured the chance was quite low for that. He didn't have an active way of contacting her, so he was a bit dependent on her making the first move. Since he couldn't predict her next move, he'd just have to wait and see, but he doubted it'd take too long. He had just talked with xrias, and if she was in contact with Ophis, she should know that it had happened or at least that he had been on a trip to the underworld. As he got to his sister's house, he chuckled a bit as he stared at the mansion in front of him. Seems like he wasn't the only one that was living the dream here in Kuo, but then again, devils were extravagant. With a few short knocks, he stood back and waited. It didn't take him long to hear footsteps on the other side of the door and gave a small wave as he watched Sona open the door and stare at him as he had grown a second head. "What are you doing here this late?" she asked with a raised brow. Naruto smiled a bit. "Well, I need your help, and I wanted to see where you lived." Sona blinked with a confused expression. "How did you even figure that out?" He shrugged his shoulders and followed her inside, closing the door behind him. "I just had a talk with Rias, and had a familiar scout around until it found you, in the meantime. So here I am." She gave him a small stare before accepting his answer. "All right. Well, make yourself at home. Not too much though, I don't want you moping around here all year because you get too comfortable." Naruto gave a loud sigh. "You really don't have much faith in me, do you?" A small smile settled on her face as she shook her head. "I do have faith in you, don't misunderstand that. I just think it's fun to mess a bit with you. I know you can take it." I know, I'm just giving you a hard time." "Well, I guess I need to. Well, explain the situation first. I feel like I have to do this 3 times today, so might as well sit down. You're my sister and influential here in Kuo, so what I'm in the middle of might affect you. And I think you deserve to know." He started as he sat down on the large leather couch in the middle of the living room. His sister gave him a blank expression as she turned his words over in her head. "We might as well get something to eat. Are you still as much of a ramen fanatic as you used to be?" His sweat dropped a bit before he proudly proclaimed, "What can I say? Ramen is the food of the Satans." As much as it felt wrong to put it that way since he used to proclaim food of the gods, he figured it was how it should be now. And if xrias was right about him possibly becoming a Satan, then it would indeed become the food of at least a Satan. Sona smirked. "Very well then, I'll go and prepare some. Just wait here, it'll take a couple of minutes." When Sona returned with the ramen, Naruto soon started to tell his story from start to end. He left out the biggest details, just like he had with Rias. He didn't know if Kuroko would appreciate him telling her story to different people, so he kept it simple as to her being innocent, and that he was in dialogue with xrias. The last thing he wanted was to overstep his boundaries and make the Neko show upset with him when all he wanted to do was help. He of course also left out the details on the Chaos Brigade, because it wasn't a problem for them to handle. And if it did become a problem for them, then they'd handle it then. During most of the talk, Sona was relatively calm and chill about it. She had her occasional questions, but she seemed to take it a lot better than Rias. It made sense. Kaneko wasn't part of her peerage, so while they were close friends with the Gremory house, it wasn't exactly something that was personal to her, so she remained professional and somewhat optimistic. "I have to admit, big brother, you're the last person I'd expect to get involved in some kind of big case. I know you said you weren't ready to go into further detail about this story of hers, but you seem invested. I'm happy to see it." She trailed off and put her empty bowl back on the coffee table. Naruto gave a small smile. "To be honest, for a long time, I had never expected to do something like this either. You've been a huge inspiration for me, though, when you started talking about your dreams, I got inspired. I wanted to do something meaningful as well." Sona smiled in return. It was always a relaxed atmosphere between the two as long as they weren't bickering as siblings would. "So, what did you need my help with? If you ask me, then you seem to have everything under control." He blinked at that. While he wasn't exactly here to tell this story, he figured he might as well get it out of the way. Well, I would appreciate it if you allowed her to be around Kuo as long as we work on this. I figured as long as you knew what was going on, there wouldn't be any hostility. Of course, was that all? She asked as she felt like he had more to say. Naruto hummed and leaned back and slurped up the rest of the noodles of his fourth portion. No, there is something else. I took your advice, if you can call it that, about Seiko Busujima. She raised her brows and started chuckling. You sure move fast. Did xrias really pose that much of a threat to your plans? He chuckled back. No, I just came across her when I got from my talk with xrias. We talked, and things happened. I essentially just wanted to know if you could tell me more about her dad, like when the convention was and what exactly happened that made him this sick. So it has nothing to do with making her a peerage member? Sona asked first. Naruto kept quiet for a few seconds. I did ask her. I had a kendo spar with her as I thought it might help her let off some steam. Turns out she has a sacred gear, did you know that? I wasn't aware. No, he nodded in acceptance. I offered to teach her, and also a place in my peerage. Though she said no for the time being since her dad was sick. And while she can have her dad treated in the underworld, or get a phoenix tear, I figured it'd sound too much like an ultimatum for her to join as a trade. You really want to help everyone, don't you? Sona asked with a small smile. Naruto smirked slightly. I guess I do. I wanted to separate helping her from recruiting her as much as possible. I don't want her to feel obligated to join my peerage, just because I heal her dad. Plus, with my abilities, I might be able to do it without our father's help or a phoenix tear. I think it'd mean more that way. Sona listened closely to his words, and stood up. Wait here, I'll go and get some files. I agree with you. I think if you do it yourself, it would really mean a lot. I'll see what I can do, but I can't promise much. He sat there and waited for about 10 minutes. He flipped and turned the conversation they had just had in his head for a while. He hadn't imagined he'd have been able to make this much progress in such a short amount of time. It just proved his idea that while the underworld did have a lot of negative qualities that he wanted to change, the Saiyans made a lot of changes for the better. At the bare minimum, his sister and xrias, but from what he had heard of Ajuka, he respected that man a great deal. He didn't know much about Falbium, the last of the 4 Saiyans. All he had heard was that the man was extremely lazy guy that loved to sleep, and thus his mental image of him was permanently saved as Shikamaru. Sorry for the wait, it took me a bit to dig all of this out of my laptop, but here you go. He heard from his left and blinked to leave his stupor as he saw Sona handing him a couple of documents. He gave her a small smile and accepted the papers. No worries, I was just thinking. Careful with that, Sona smirked and sat down. Well, let's take it from the top. Kage Busujima is a pretty well-known face within the kendo community. Often referred to as Master Busujima, he cuts quite the figure. He attended a kendo convention overseas about 4 weeks ago. Naruto stayed quiet as he looked at the paper in front of him. It was safe to say that Seiko had probably gotten her looks from her mother. The gruff man he was looking at had short black hair along with a few shades of gray that showed that the man wasn't exactly young anymore. I see. Do they have any information about where exactly the problem is? If you can call it that. Naruto continued. Sona pushed up her glasses. The lungs. The outbreak at the convention left several men and women in the hospital with a lung infection that not only had them sick, but it also severely lowered the oxygen distribution in their bodies. I know that Busujima-san fainted not long ago. All we know is that he may have indirectly suffocated due to that lack of oxygen. Naruto nodded his head and gathered the papers, folded them, and stuck them inside his jacket. Thank you. It's been a great help. I can act on this. I knew I could count on you. Sona's cheeks heated up a bit from the sudden praise, and cleared her throat. Anytime. So, what will you do now? He zipped his jacket up again and looked at her. I'm going to heal him. Or well, I'm not sure you can call it healing. I'll use my magic to reverse the area of the infection to a time before that convention. May reverse it with 5 weeks just to be sure. Won't that be taxing though? I know that you're skilled at what you do. But this is a lot of time you'll have to manipulate in a relatively small amount of time if you don't want her to figure it out. Sona analyzed. Naruto just gave a small smirk as he stood up. Don't worry about me. I'm tougher than I look. Thank you for the food and all your help again. Sona stood up as well and walked him to the door, where they shared a brief hug. Good luck with it all. Just don't get into too much trouble. And if you need my help for anything, just let me know. He nodded his head in gratitude. There is one thing, in about a week's time I'll have an unofficial game against my cousin Seetvera. Could you perhaps help me set it up? Sure, just give me a time and place and I'll make preparations. And Naruto? With a small turn of his head, he watched his sister's face as somewhat close a worried expression formed on it. Be careful. Don't overwork yourself too much. I know you have plans but they won't matter if you die. He raised a brow at that. Why would I die? I'm right here. I'm being careful. Don't worry so much about me. She sighed. I've known you my entire life. When you find something you want to do you go at it with everything you have. Dealing with Lucifer, and sulfur monosulfide class criminal, and whatnot, it's dangerous. Naruto gave a small chuckle as he walked up and engulfed her in a hug that lasted a few seconds. As he separated himself from his sister he gave a small smirk. Don't worry, I won't do anything that'd make you miss me. Bold of you to assume I'd miss you that much, she smirked back. Naruto gave a last smile before he left the house, and heard the door click shut behind him. That reminds me. He thought to himself and zipped open his jacket to pull out a paper on Seiko, and found the address. He didn't know where she lived, so he had to first get the address. When he had it memorized he flapped out his wings, and flew out in the direction of where the Busujima household was located. Kaigyu night was still looming over the town of Kuo as Naruto landed outside the house the address had specified. It was slightly secluded, so the only dim light in the area was a few traditional-looking lanterns located around the stone path leading up toward the main entrance to the house. It was a traditional Japanese house with a large fence around it, a gate in place to keep intruders out. He figured it was because the Busujima family was semi-wealthy for their standing since her dad was such a big figure within the kendo world. Besides the main house, a smaller building was placed, one that resembled the kendo club at the school a lot, which he figured was a dojo. It would make sense for them to have a private one. He sighed a bit as he leapt over the fence with no difficulty and walked up toward the house. The lights were off, so they must have already gone to bed. It was in the middle of the night, after all, so he'd have the peace and quiet to work. Step by step he made his way up the stone path and looked around all the cultural stone statues placed around the place. If he had to guess, then this had been in their family's generation for quite a while. With a simple motion of his hand, he reversed the time of the lock to the front door, hearing the slight click signaling that it was now unlocked. As he entered the house he slipped off his shoes in the doorway and tread carefully over the wooden floor. He wasn't a fiend, so he'd rather not desecrate the entire house by dragging his dirty shoes through the entire place. He stood in the hallway for a little bit, as he remembered that he had no idea where to look first. Though, he seemed to be lucky. One of the rooms had a door open, and he could see the foot end of a futon through the doorway. Figuring it was likely a 50% chance of being the right bedroom, he walked in. However, as he leaned in against the doorframe he found out quickly he wasn't alone. Sitting by the side of the futon, sat no one other than Seiko, who knelt down beside her sleeping father with her eyes closed. She hadn't registered that he was there yet. She seemed either really tired and fatigued or just deep in thought. Deciding he should probably be quiet about it, and not startle the already weak man, Naruto crouched down behind Seiko and slowly tapped her on the shoulder a couple of times. She instantly flinched as her eyes flew open, and with a quick movement slammed her elbow backyard to hopefully knock all the air out of the intruder's lungs. Naruto had to mentally chuckle as a small smile settled on his face, and he raised a palm to catch her elbow. He watched as she turned her head and spotted him, and slowly raised a finger to his lips. She watched him intensely and stared into his calm red eyes, stiff as a board as she pulled back her elbow, and maintained the eye contact with the now revealed devil that had snuck up behind her. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out as he lowered his finger from his lips and snuck over to crouch down beside her. With slow movement, he raised a palm toward her sleeping father. A blue circle with Roman numbers appeared beneath the futon he was laying on, as he closed his eyes. A concentrated expression fell on his face as an identical blue circle appeared in front of his open palm, but smaller in size so it would fit with his hand. The sound of a faint humming noise started to fill the room as he turned his hand to the left, and the circles spun in tune with his movement. The circles glowed. It was as if the rays of magical light wrapped around him, but shone the brightest around the chest area. They kept spinning for a few minutes before they along with the light disappeared, and the room was once again dark, appearing darker than before since their eyes had gotten used to the light. His red eyes were the remaining visible thing in the pitch-black room. Figuring the work was done, He watched over her for a few minutes until he sensed the older man on the floor starting to wake up. With a mock salute that his old teacher used to make, he started to back out of the room, disappearing without any trace before she could get the chance to notice. 448 Chapter 10. New Blood Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit-based work. Note. Well, with this chapter I think it's safe to say that 9 weeks have passed since I published the first chapter. Time sure flies. I hope you'll enjoy this chapter and leave a review. I read all of them and try my best to respond to them all, but if I miss some then I do apologize, some do tend to slip. Once again thank you for the support on all of this, and for those interested, I'll start working on a High School of the Dead story on the side, featuring Naruto x Seiko. I know a lot of you have been asking for that to be added to the pairing here, but I decided not to since it didn't fit with the outline and I was going to write a HOTD story anyway. I hope you'll check it out when I publish it. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 10 New Blood. Kaigyo as she woke up the next day, it was like she was living in the middle of a dream. Her sanity tried to keep telling her that everything that had happened the day prior was due to fatigue, that she had overdone it in the kendo club and her mind had decided to hallucinate and show Sona's brother as some kind of biblical creature. Though as she made her way into the kitchen that morning and stared at her dad who looked as healthy as the day he had left for the convention, her mind was instantly filled with doubt. Something had happened, and she was certain now that everything she had tried to write off as mere fatigue had been real in the end. She had of course been the overprotective daughter all morning, catering to all his needs and asking her dad every 5 minutes or so whether or not he was feeling alright. The man was as confused as she was, and assured her that he was fine and that he'd go for a checkup that day. It still made her sigh as she walked toward the entrance to the school that morning. Her long purple hair idly swayed behind her, as she paid no attention to what was going on around her. When she got to the front gate, her blue eyes scouted around the area. Her gaze fixated on every student and teacher alike, as her mind ran a mile a minute. Each living organism in this place could be just like him. Are they all devils? Or is it just him? She repeatedly asked herself. She'd pretend nothing was wrong, respectfully greet her teachers and fellow clansmen, but she couldn't shake the questions out of her mind. The clock ticked by slowly throughout the day. Every noise was distracting, every sound or move only added fuel to the fire inside her. A glance at the teacher, and she wondered if he was a devil just like he was. The dark-haired boy was an employee here as well, so there was a chance that the staff was all devils. It could also be a case of him infiltrating the place, and simply posing as a regular human for his own amusement. However, there was another more pressing question in her mind. Sona. If her brother was a devil, she had to be one too, or was he the only one in their family that had succumbed to such a fate? He was also an advisor and supervisor for Ria's club, so she couldn't help but tie his status as a devil to the rest of them. The day continued to go by slowly. Her mind was filled with questions that she needed him to answer. Everything that had been going on was just a blur, and for the first time since her enrollment in Kuo Academy, she had been repeatedly scolded by the teachers for her lack of attention. No matter how many times she apologized, it was half-hearted. As much as she cared for her future, the idea of grades didn't matter. The world was suddenly a whole lot bigger now, and the key to all of it was nowhere to be seen. It made her angry, frustrated, and nervous. Irrational lines of thought streamed through, as she flipped her pen around on her fingers and counted each tick of the clock on the wall. When it finally rang, she was the first to leave the classroom, as she rushed down the hallway, not even turning around to say goodbye to her fellow classmen, much to their worry. With her destination in mind, she didn't even knock as she entered the room reserved for the student council. As soon as she entered and closed the door behind her, her eyes locked with that of the person sitting in the middle of the council. The gaze in her eyes allowing none to ignore her, something which Sona seemed to pick up on. Sona blinked lazily at the intense glare, and waved her hand with a small sigh. Leave us. I figured this would happen. We'll resume this meeting later. Go home for the day. The other looked puzzled at each other but complied in silence. The sound of bags ruffling slowly died out as the room emptied, and the last two in there were Seiko and Sona. Sona pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose. So what can I help you with, Busujima-san? Seiko's eyes narrowed as she placed her school bag down and the small bag she used for her bakken. I need to speak with your brother, it's quite urgent. The dark-haired girl gave her a calm look. I must say I'm quite surprised. You only met him yesterday. Yet he's somehow done something that'd kick up this much of a fuss. That doesn't sound like him. The Busujima crossed her arms under her chest. What gave you the idea that I was here to talk with him about a bad thing? Sona shrugged and stood up from her chair. Your body language, tone, eyes, it all adds up to give me the idea that you're quite hostile or distressed right now. So which one is it? She blinked and calmed down just a bit, just in a bit of a pickle, and he could help me out. Your teachers did say that you were misbehaving today and that it was not like you. I decided to take full responsibility and have a talk with you, reassuring them that it would not happen again. This way it won't affect your grades much, but if I do this for you, then you need to be honest with me. The xrias said in a calm tone. The purple-haired girl narrowed her eyes and clutched her fingers around the sleeve of her school uniform. Then you need to be honest with me too because nothing makes sense anymore, she replied tiredly. Sona smiled a bit, as she already had an idea of what was going on. I'll try my best to answer to the best of my abilities. It was a do-or-die scenario. She could ask something that would forever brand her as crazy in the off chance that Sona was not a devil, or she could instead go insane from the endless speculation. Are you, like him? Or is my sense of reality falling apart? Like him? Well, he is my brother, so we do have some similarities. Sona mused, as the corner of her lip lifted up into a small smirk. Her eyes darkened as she grasped her face. Please don't play games with me right now. I might snap at anyone at this moment. And I'd rather not make a complete fool of myself in front of the student council president. Then ask what you want to ask, and don't beat around the bush, Sona responded. She grunted and lowered her hand from her head, and stared without a word. No words were exchanged for a while, and if anyone were looking on they'd expect the scenario to be some kind of wicked staring contest. Are you a devil, just like your brother is? Sona's eyes widened in shock as she brought her hand up to cover her mouth as she replied. You would compare me and my brother to being devils? Why yes we are. She suddenly felt stupid for dragging it all out, and it was as if a boulder had been lifted from her shoulders. She still had tons of questions, but at least she could get some answers at this moment. With a small sigh, she sat down on a nearby chair. I need someone to explain to me what's going on here, and for how long. It feels like my world was turned upside down yesterday. As I said, I'll do my best to answer. If you have any questions in regard to this school then I'm here. However, if it's something else we'd probably need to fetch my troublesome brother. Sona replied and retook her seat in her specified chair. Seiko nodded her head and rubbed her eyes. How many people are devils here? I feel like I've been trying to stare through people's skulls all day, but I can't see anything that'd stand out. Is it just the two of you? With a small shake of her head, Sona leaned back in her seat. The student council is all part of my peerage, which means they're all, in essence, devils. The current heiress to the House of Gremory is also a devil, so yes, xrias and her club are also, in fact, devils that attend this school. She gave a nod of her head. I had suspected xrias and her club, but I had not thought the entire council was. Is there anyone else? Sona hummed. Well, the administrator is xrias' dad and the current head of the Gremory household. That should be about it, and well, my brother is too, but I guess there was no need for that to be mentioned. Seiko gave a series of nods, as she let the information settle in. What is it that your brother can do? I sparred with him, and things happened. We talked, and there was a lot of information that I couldn't quite digest. Next thing I know, he's in my house, and this morning my dad is fine. With a chuckle Sona shook her head. Let me guess, he went in there and did his thing without explaining anything at all. Typical of him. Oh well, Naruto is probably the best person to ask. That's what I thought as well, but I haven't seen him anywhere today. It's almost like he's avoiding me now, she chuckled back tiredly. Sona shook her head. He's not really ignoring you, but he's not required to be here every day, and thus relishes his time away from school. Though it really is quite rude to disappear the day after, I guess he didn't think about that. I wouldn't blame him too much since we don't know the full story. Seiko tried defending him, but as Sona snorted at the response, she just raised an amused brow. The dark-haired girl just shook her head. He's as unorthodox as he is lazy, so he probably didn't think about it at all. Anyhow, I'll show you where he lives. Given the information I've been told, I'd assume there is a good chance I'll see the two of you together more often. What do you mean? Seiko asked with a confused look, though her cheeks heated up a bit as the words Sona spoke hinted in a bit too specific direction. Sona, who had caught on to why the other girl asked, just shook her head. I didn't mean it like that. I know he extended an invite to join him, but that's about it. I don't know whether or not you'll accept, but if you do, then you'd probably spend a lot of time together with him and his other peerage members." Understanding the situation now, Seiko let out a breath of relief. Trying to explain herself out of that potential misunderstanding would have been draining. He offered to train me in using my sacred gear, I think he called it. Also that I could join him if I wanted to. Well, I guess you'll need to talk with him to know more about it, though, I'm not sure where he is. I can probably call him or ask around, but he's a bit like the wind, I never know what he's up to. Sona sighed and shook her head. Seiko gave a small chuckle in response. I see, I'd imagine there is never a dull moment with him around then. Sona gave a small shrug of her shoulders as she started to gather her belongings in her bag. I guess you can say that, but it can get a bit irritating in the moment. Understandable. Is there a chance that we can exchange contact information? I might as well head home for the day if he isn't anywhere nearby. Seiko asked with a polite smile. The Sea-Tree heiress raised a brow and took out her phone. Sure, I don't see a problem with that. It may be easier to just tag along though. I plan on stopping by his house to see if he's there, first. And it's on the way. The purple-haired girl just gave a nod of her head and followed the shorter girl. The walk was pretty quiet, not many words were exchanged between the two of them. Though it was to be expected anyway. Seiko wasn't sure if she should ask more of Sona. If devils had their teams of people, whatever you'd call them, separated in the way that she understood peerages were, then there was a chance that Sona wouldn't have answers or that she was allowed to answer anything that her brother was involved in. She didn't quite understand the power dynamics yet, but perhaps she had a chance to in the foreseeable future. This is the place. Seiko blinked and realized she had walked too far as she was in the midst of her own thoughts. Snapping out of it, she turned around as her eyes almost bulged out of her head. There was no doubt that the Busujima estate was quite big since it was pretty much a family heirloom that had been built and expanded upon through generations, but the mansion behind the fence she was looking at was almost surreal. Plus, she was quite certain she had walked this way before and had never seen this house, so it had to have been built recently. I'd make a joke about compensating for something, but I feel like that'd be inappropriate, she mused. Sona snorted with a small smirk. Oh, trust me, it's not his idea. The one that, well, sponsored the house if you want to call it that, didn't leave much room for input. It was just like this when he got it, but I don't see him complaining. Seiko nodded her head. Your brother must have friends in high places to get such a home for free. I guess you can say that. Feel free to see if he's here, I'll have to leave now. In case he isn't here, just send me a text and I'll hunt him down, Sona said with a small bow of her head. She smiled and returned the gesture. Thank you for your help, I'll see you at school tomorrow. Sona gave a small wave of her hand as she continued down the road, allowing Seiko to return to her line of thought. It almost seemed like an image from a comic book, it didn't fit in at all. All the houses around them were pretty regular in comparison, and then there was this huge building in the middle of it all. She took another minute to prepare herself. While Naruto seemed friendly, she assumed there'd be other people here. At the very least, she expected his peerage to live here. And she didn't know what to expect of them. The books and stories had a lot to say about devils, but almost none of it matched with what she had seen of both Naruto and Sona, but then again they were siblings. Taking a breath to calm her nerves, she decided there was only one real way to find out. Kaigyu Naruto woke up with a small groan that day. He had gotten home late that night after his small adventure to the Busujima household. When he had gotten home he had practically been tackled by a pretty annoyed Kurama, who was expecting him to come up with an explanation for what he was doing all day. After a pretty lame explanation of talking with xrias and also getting to know someone that may or may not join them, Kurama had shaken his head and walked off mumbling something about bird brains and lazy leaders, or something like that. The last thing he had said was to prepare themselves because he had challenged Seikvera. Kurama didn't appear super surprised, but he could clearly see the excitement in the Yukai's eyes. Seemed like he wasn't the only one that was ready to let loose. He had gone to bed that night, or well, it was already morning by the time he went to bed. Anyhow, he had told them to not wake him up since he'd rather not be grumpy from the lack of sleep. Though as he heard someone shout for him in the living room, he groggily kicked his bedsheets off and got dressed in some casual clothes. Black shirt and white sweatpants. He certainly hoped it wasn't something important he had to take care of because then his choice of clothes might have been a bad idea, but he was a bit too sleepy to care. Yawning, he entered the living room and rubbed his eyes, though as he heard a facepalm, he blinked and lifted his head. In front of him stood Kurama with his hand clapped over his head, and his thumb pointed to his side. Veldora was as usual just sprawled out on the couch with a mountain of manga on the coffee table. Shrugging since it didn't seem so out of place, he turned his gaze more to come face to face with a certain purple-haired girl that looked at him with amusement. Replicating the facepalm of his queen, Naruto sighed. Of course, it had to be something like this. Well, whatever. It wasn't like he ever had much situational awareness, to begin with, and it wasn't like he was inappropriately clad. Yo, excuse my clothes. I may or may not have just woken up. Not to be rude or anything, but I wasn't aware that I gave you my address, Naruto said questioningly with a raised brow. Seiko blinked with a slight smile. No worries, I don't think it's strange to dress comfortably within the secure space of your own home. And your sister showed me where you lived. Of course she did, Naruto chuckled and looked around. Can I offer you anything to drink? She gave a small nod of her head. Tea or water would be nice if that's okay with you. Sure, though, I'm curious. What did you come by for? I was going to be at school tomorrow. Maybe, not sure if I'm going to yet. Naruto mused as he heard Kurama's exaggerated sigh in the background. Seiko rubbed the bridge of her nose. With all due respect, I don't think you can expect me to not have questions about the situation after what you did last night. Naruto's sweat dropped as he momentarily paused. It's not that I wasn't expecting you to not have questions, I just figured that you'd want to spend time with your dad now that he's, hopefully, alright. Hopefully? Seiko asked with narrowed eyes. He sighed. Listen, I did what I could. I researched the situation and did what I thought was enough. If it happens that I turned out to be wrong, then I'll fix it for good. It's a question about a few days at most, there's nothing to worry about. She relaxed a bit more as he brought over a tray of cups filled with tea, and put it on the dining table in between the kitchen and living room. Alright. Naruto gave a small smile. Don't worry, I know you have questions and I don't plan to dodge them. Though I'd like you to meet my peerage first, I think I've avoided the introduction for long enough. The grumpy guy over there is Kurama. He may not appear to be a social butterfly, but he's one of the real ones. Don't let his gender fool you, he's actually my queen piece. Kurama grunted a bit at the comment and snatched a cup from the tray. Nice to meet you, I guess. She blinked a bit, likewise. With a small chuckle, Naruto handed Seiko one cup and grabbed the last two afterward. With a small kick to the bottom of Veldora's foot, he caught the blonde-haired dragon's attention, and handed him one. And the nerd here is Veldora. He's my pawn, I guess. As I said, it's based on the chess system, and he has all 8 pieces. Yo, great to meet you. If you lack anything to read, feel free to help yourself, he called down from the couch, with a small wave of his hand as he managed to take his eyes off his precious reading material. Once again, Naruto was getting serious Kakashi vibes. Hopefully, he wouldn't read romance or smut anytime soon. The younger woman gave a small nod of her head and looked down. Pleased to meet you as well. You must be very talented as a fighter if you're worth 8 pieces. If I understand the system correctly. The storm dragon gave a small smirk to show one of his fangs. You'd be correct. Naruto had to use all 8 of his pieces to contain my awesomeness. She looked amused at the strange guy, but before she could comment she heard a loud laugh from the doorway. With a blink, she turned her head to stare at the orange-haired man leaning against the doorframe. If you used more time training instead of reading these, whatever it is, then you'd perhaps be more close to this self-proclaimed awesomeness. Kurama smirked and took a sip of his tea. Veldora raised a brow and cracked his knuckles. Sounds like you're challenging me. You might be in the lead, but I'll beat you this time. Naruto sighed and rubbed his forehead. Could we not have an all-out fight in the middle of having guests? With a snort, Kurama shot him a disbelieving glance. And that should come from you? As she gave a small laugh, Seiko warmed her hands on her cup. Seems like you're in charge of a pretty energetic bunch. What did he mean by being ahead, if I may ask? The dark-haired devil sat down at the table and smiled. Let's just say we all love a good spar. So far I'm undefeated, and the two of them are having a small contest to see who can get the most wins against each other. So far Kurama is ahead with 2 wins. Kurama smirked and put his fist down on the table. Don't worry about the score. One of these days I'll crack you like an egg and finally beat you. Mark my words. Naruto's sweat dropped at the metaphor. Now that's just mean. The small bickering was interrupted as Seiko almost choked on her tea. Sorry, I couldn't help but find it funny. This is not what I expected a devil house to be like. Let me guess, you'd expect there to be some kind of satanic ritual on the living floor? Kurama asked through a chuckle. She shrugged her shoulders. I wouldn't say I'd expect it, but I probably wouldn't be too surprised, no offense. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, none taken. And well, it's not fully a devil house. Kurama used to be a fox yokai, and Veldora a storm dragon. They still have the characteristics, but they've been reincarnated into devils to become part of my peerage. So, devil fox and devil dragon, Seiko thought out loud with an amused expression. At this rate nothing would surprise her, she felt like she had seen it all by now. The orange-haired man shrugged. I guess you can call it that. She nodded her head and decided to take a seat on the opposite end of the table. Now, I would like you to answer some of my questions. I hope you don't mind. Naruto nodded his head and got comfortable. Ask away. She took a deep breath and prepared herself. All right. I would like to know what you did for my father first of all. Deeming her request acceptable, Naruto hummed. Well, I'll try and make it simple. While I can't control the time of the universe, I can control other things like an area. As long as my magic is strong enough and can reach it, I should be able to affect it. So I did some research on your dad and turned back his lungs' physical state to a time before the trip. So what you're telling me is that he is essentially the man he was before you left, so there'd be no trace in his system of what had originally infected him, she finished. Kurama snickered and nudged Naruto in the side with his elbow. She's a quick one. The dark-haired boy just smirked back and shook his head. That she is, and you're correct. If I calculated correctly, he shouldn't get it ever again, but if he does, I'll fix it by turning back the time even further to make sure. I appreciate all you did for my father and our family, though I do wish to know how I can repay you, she mumbled out, and tightened her fingers a bit around the teacup. Naruto sighed and crossed his arms over his stomach. Listen, I didn't do it while expecting something from you. All I wanted was to help a friend of my sister, and potentially get a friend of my own. Then I thank you, for everything you've done. There is one other thing I'd like to know, and what I want to know is what it means to be part of this peerage, she finished with an inquisitive look. Kurama blinked with a surprised look but kept quiet as he turned to look at Naruto, waiting for his reply. The boy in question hummed slowly as he thought it over. Well, I told you the basics of it already. You'd be reincarnated into a devil. We'd all be able to help you train your sacred gear and spar for the heck of it. We also want to participate in the raiding games, and have an upcoming match in a little under a week. What are these games? Is it like a kendo tournament? She asked next. Naruto gave a small shrug. I guess you can say that it's a competition between peerages. It serves as a form of entertainment in the underworld, though it's also a good way to prove yourself and get stronger by fighting other devils with all kinds of abilities. Additionally, you can also go all out without fearing for anyone's life, since there is a retirement system that'll pull the participants out of the fight before that can happen. Seiko slowly nodded in understanding. Is there anything you want to prove? Or are you just fighting for the thrill of it? He raised a brow and chuckled. Bit of both. Well, I do want to prove something. I have a dream of making people understand each other and prove that anyone can be great if they just try hard enough. That's the idea I want to prove. If someone like me can become the number one in the game, I hope to inspire the less fortunate devils to do their best as well. An admirable goal. You truly have a kind heart. Would I be qualified for this? Naruto smiled. Sounds like you got something to say. Seiko looked a bit flustered as she bit the inside of her cheek. I hope that I'm right by trusting you, and also hope that you'll keep helping me if I accept your offer of joining this peerage. He closed his eyes and kept silent for a while. I want to know why first. I don't want you joining for the wrong reasons. I want to learn more about all of this, and myself. I feel like I have a chance to truly express myself, and learn more about this gift I was given. I want to test the waters and become stronger, and, your peerage seems nice. I think it'd be fun, she finished, as a smile started to spread on her face. Naruto's face broke out into a foxy grin as he clapped his hands together. Good. If you had said something like, repaying me for what I did for your dad, I'd have taken my offer back. I'm glad you accepted for the reasons you do. When you're ready, I'll begin the reincarnation ritual. Seiko was about to answer when she felt an arm fling around her neck and turned her head to see the brightly grinning face of Naruto's pawn. Seems like we'll work together from now on. She chuckled and scratched the back of her head. Seems like it. Please take care of me. I hope I won't slow you down. Veldora grinned and took a seat at the table. Don't worry, we'll make sure you're ready. Just wait and see, we'll crush them and everyone else that dares cross us in the games. He smirked and smacked his fist into his palm. Kurama smirked at the notion and nodded his head. Seems like we can agree on something, picture brain. We'll beat each and every single one of them. With a shake of his head, Naruto chuckled nervously. Please don't jinx it, I'd rather not lose in our first unofficial game. Unofficial? Seiko asked, confused. The Ukai snorted. Yeah, since it's all about rank and whatever in the underworld, we need to build up a bit of a reputation first before the official competitors will accept our challenges. So Naruto has a few people in mind that'd be able to get us close enough to that. The king of the peerage nodded. Yep, our first opponent will be my cousin Sikvera. She's the heiress to the house of Agaras. We've always had a bit of a competition about who'd become the best time user. I guess we better win then. She smirked and started to feel the atmosphere in the room rub off on her. She'd always been competitive, but this felt entirely different. This was better. Much better. So, are you ready? Naruto asked after a bit as he let the atmosphere cool down a bit, and summoned one of his knight pieces into the palm of his hand. Seiko eyes it for a brief moment before she smirked. Apparently, she'd be a knight, not that she should be surprised. Being anything else would be weird. She gave a slow nod. I'm ready, so how are we gonna do this? Naruto scratched his cheek, without sounding like a pervert. I need you to expose your back to me and I'll insert the knight piece. It'll be a painless procedure, and the changes will be quite instant. So I have to know if you're sure because there's no turning back. With another slow nod, she stood up and finished her tea. I'm sure. I've thought about it, and I want to do this. It feels right if that makes sense. It does. Very well then, let's get this show on the road. If you'd prefer some privacy, we can go to another room. Naruto offered, to which she nodded silently. With a quick, excuse us, Naruto led Seiko down the hallway and entered one of the empty guest rooms. She looked around the place for a while, before she knelt down in the middle of the room with her back facing him. Taking the last second to think it over, she nodded to herself and undid the buttons on her top. Naruto sat down behind her as he watched her shirt getting lowered down to reveal her back, and looked away to allow her at least some privacy to get comfortable. When he heard that she was ready, he turned back and brought the knight piece back into his palm. It slowly levitated out of his hand, and toward her, the red piece glowing slightly in the dark guest room as he watched it disappear into her being. Seiko gave a small gasp and she felt something akin to a warmth spreading through her. She had felt powerful before when she had subconsciously used her sacred gear, but this was like a constant wave of it washing over her. It kept growing for a while, a feeling in her that she had never experienced before until she felt something erupt from her back. Taking a moment to turn her head, she noticed the glow had died down and she could make the outline of wings that had sprouted from her back. She remained quiet for a while as she inspected them. She didn't feel much different, aside from the sense of power. How are you feeling? With a quick blink to gather her thoughts, she stood up and the wings retracted. She didn't know how she did it. It was almost like it was an instinct that had been awakened. She quickly readjusted her clothes and turned around. I feel stronger, much stronger. I can't put it into words. If I had to compare it, then it'd be like a small campfire beside a bonfire, she chuckled. He mimicked her chuckle and turned on the light. Figuring that now it was over, he didn't need to keep the room dark. Well, I guess I can finally say welcome to you properly. I'm glad you decided to join. I truly hope that you won't regret it. I don't think I will. You're giving me a lot of opportunities to be a part of something good. And your queen and pawn seem friendly if a little rough on the edges, she smirked. Naruto shrugged as he started to lead her back toward the dining room. They grow on you. Let's just say that. Plus, they'll have your back whenever you need it. I'm happy to hear that. I'll do my best to do the same since I'm now in your service, I suppose, she mused. He waved his hands dismissively. While that would maybe be true in most peerages, it's only really a formality here. Everyone here has a voice. I don't want to be some kind of dictator that isn't listening to you. So I take criticisms and compliments alike. Good to know. That was the one thing I was unsure about, but I didn't want to let it keep me from saying yes. I would have been able to live with it even if it was that way, but I'm glad it's not. Naruto and Seiko rejoined Veldora and Kurama a second later, the former already doing a small celebration on his own now that there was another one in their little group. Kurama remained somewhat calm, but he seemed intrigued about the new blood in the peerage. Well, I guess this calls for a celebration of some sort. A welcoming party, so to say. So what do you say we have dinner here? Naruto offered, as Kurama narrowed his eyes. Please don't tell me he is going to say what I think he is, the Ukai internally sighed. Seiko tilted her head and said, I guess I can. I'll call my dad and say I'll be eating with a friend. Naruto quickly punched his fist into his open palm. Sounds great. And I just know that nothing is better for celebrating than some homemade ramen. A loud thud was heard as they turned around to see Kurama's forehead hitting the doorframe. I just knew you'd say that. Only you would call ramen something fancy to celebrate with. The dark-haired boy grinned sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry? 448 Chapter 11. An extra guest disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit-based work. Note. First of all, I apologize for being late with this chapter. I had intended to publish it last Friday to keep up with my weekly schedule, but my beta was busy. And I procrastinated writing chapter 12, so that isn't finished yet. In the end, I decided to wait and publish this chapter today, and then have another week or two to finish chapter 12. So, here we are. Just going to say this, some of you said I've been blue-balling you, in regard to showing how strong Naruto is. Which I found funny as hell, not gonna lie, that cracked me up. I think it's safe to say that the rating game won't be the next chapter, possibly the one after. I had like 3 points in my outline for this chapter, and before I even finished one I had 4K words. So I need to adjust my outline once again. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 11 An extra guest, Kaigyo. The evening air swept through her kimono as she stood on top of the water tower looking over the town of Kuo. Her amber eyes glanced curiously down at the city's lights as she idly scraped the bottom of her sandals along the concrete surface beneath her. Kuroka gave a small sigh as she looked at the sunset. Part of her questioned why she was here again, but it wasn't like she needed an answer. There was just this voice in the back of her head, one that had been there for many years. Even as she had gotten acquainted with people like Biku, or her other friends in the Chaos Brigade, it had always been there. She trusted these people now, but it had never changed the fact that she had always been wary of them. To some degree, she still was, though she'd assumed that paranoia like that would never disappear. It didn't change the fact that she wanted to trust him too, but the variables felt overwhelming. He seemed genuine, but devils could be smooth talkers and liars in nature and be so good at it at the same time they'd be able to convince a regular person that the moon was square-formed and you couldn't see it because of the lack of light in space. She chuckled at the thought. He had to have returned to the human world by now. The information they had gotten had stated as much. The meeting he had said he'd have with Lucifer had really happened. So at least he'd have been truthful about that. Though, short of speaking with xrias himself, there was no way to know if it was the truth. Time would have to tell, though for now, there was not much else to do. She'd have to trust her instincts and make sure to get away if she ever felt that it was a trap. As much as it didn't, one could never be too careful. You're coming out here a lot these days. Any specific reasons? Or, person? A voice called from behind her, and she turned her face to look at him. Or rather, them. Behind her stood her group of friends, the people she had been with ever since the accident with her former master. Though, one was lacking. No surprise there. With his current position among the Grigori, it had to be expected he wasn't available for a little expedition. She gave a small sigh, and then a small smirk fell upon her face. I didn't figure you guys for stalkers, but I guess you learn something new every day. Biku gave a loud snort followed by a chuckle, ha, and that came from the cat. That's funny, ain't that so, Arthur? The man standing beside him shook his head and adjusted his glasses. What Biku means to ask is why the sudden interest? We know that you have plans that you're heavily invested in, but still, we're interested in who it is. Kuroka gave a small laugh. Well, you know what they say about curiosity and cats. The Monkey King shrugged his shoulders. It's not like we don't know she's visiting her new boyfriend. A shorter head peeked up at that. Her curious blue eyes with a tint of innocence looked at the older woman with utmost curiosity. She got a boyfriend now? I hope he's cute. Arthur gave a small nudge at his sister's shoulder. LeFay, Kuroka may not want to share too many details with us. It is considered private after all. He finished, but there was the smallest possible lace of teasing in his tone and expression. The blonde-haired girl pouted a bit at that and crossed her arms. I just want to know what he's like. I think it's great. She deserves someone like that, somebody that'll be there for her. As the conversation spiraled out of control, the dark-haired woman rubbed her face. For the last time, no, he's not. And Biku, if I catch you spouting such nonsense again, I'll claw your eyeballs out. The monkey Yukai snorted and stuck out his tongue, as if I'd let you. And what's the matter? He's strong. He's a good choice. Though if you don't mind, tell him I want a rematch. I'll extend your invitation, but if you're so interested in him, perhaps you should date him yourself. Kuroka grinned carelessly. Biku gave a look of mock hurt. Seems like Kitty got claws, though I wouldn't count on it. Wouldn't want to steal your boy toy. LeFei gave a small frown. You don't have to be mean about it. Why would she tell us if that's how you'll react? The brown-haired man raised a brow. What? I'm not mean about it, I'm just messing with her. She's a big girl, she can take it. The blonde gave an unsure look as she switched her eyes back to the other girl there. Kuroka just shrugged her shoulders non-caringly, as if anything Banana Brain said could hurt me. If anything, I'm just more curious about him coming out of the closet. Though I guess I already had my suspicions since he's so interested in Valley. As Biku lifted his hand and was about to retort, he paused as a hand grabbed onto his shoulder and turned around to watch Arthur's gaze. The swordsman gave a small chuckle. I think it's about time we left. We could stand here bickering all night, but that'd just interfere with all our plans. I wish you luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. He finished, his gaze turning to Kuroka. She gave a small nod of her head. Thanks, good luck to you too. I'll be back later. I don't plan on staying long. Though if you manage to find Valley, tell him I wish to ask for a favor. Arthur got a curious expression. Mind if I ask what kind of favor it is? Her amber eyes glinted mischievously. I need to test someone's strength, and I think Valley will be more than interested in doing that for me. Hell, he's in the prime spot for it. LeFei hummed a bit as curiosity got the best of her. If you want to know if he's strong, then why not ask him for a spar? I mean, even if you're not like what Biku says, then you're still close, right? I wouldn't say we're that close, but he's alright. I don't know if I should. Plus, I somewhat owe Valley one. I think he'd be interested in seeing a potential opponent like this, she mused. Arthur listened and thought for a second. You know Ophis still wants to have him join her cause. I know he declined the offer, but she might want to get more persuasive. Kuroka remained quiet for a bit. Is he really that strong? He might seem impressive, but that impressive? The blonde-haired man pushed up his glasses. Let's just say that despite his reputation, he's known to have bested several strong opponents in the underworld. He's a prime rival of Cyroorg Biel, and we all know by rumor how skilled he is despite how challenged he was in life. I forgot about that. He also seems resourceful. I mean, it's not every day you just get an audience with Lucifer when you want to either. Biku chimed in, appearing a bit more serious than before. The dark-haired woman gave a chuckle. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye out. Though I have no reason to believe he would ever accept the invite from Ophis. She may have to get a bit more personal about it. LeFei seemed to get a bit more nervous about it. Isn't that bad though? I mean, if Ophis has to get personal about it, then he could be in trouble. Arthur shook his head. She wants his help, and he'd have less reason to consider it if she were to get ugly. I think Ophis would agree to that, and behave. The younger girl gave a small nod of understanding, as Arthur swung Caliburn to create a rift and led the others through. Just keep it in mind, though once again I wish you luck. No more than a second later, she was once again alone on top of the water tower. As much as he loved her friends, they often got too many good ideas about what she was up to. And while LeFei might have been right, that wasn't the dominant thing in her head at the moment. Koigyo, it didn't take her too long to find him. Senjutsu was an amazing tool in her arsenal, and she opted to just watch him for a while as he waltzed down the streets of Kuo with a grocery bag under his arm. Seemed like he was alone, his peerage nowhere in sight. As she moved over the rooftops, her keen eyes kept a close watch. At the present time, she didn't know why she hadn't just dropped down and surprised him like she normally would have. Perhaps it was the fear of not knowing what had happened at the meeting. Anything could have been said, anything could have been done, and her only answer to it would be what he said. Maybe it was that slimmer of hope she had started to feel that made her uneasy. Whether or not she could accept it was what she wasn't sure about. Sure, she had said he could go with it if he wanted to. But the undeniable fact was just that there were no guarantees. Anything could go wrong, just like it had always had. In the end, she just had to figure out if she was willing to grab the hand he had offered her. Knowing there was only one real way to figure out if she was ready, and it was to hear his words, she jumped down and made her way toward him. Her ears and tails were hidden away from the general population as she got closer. Though, even without seeing him, it felt like something was off. With a quick tap to his right arm, she maneuvered around his right side to stand in front of him as he turned his head. She heard him give a small chuckle as she prepared to spook him, but her lips immediately fell into a pout as he spoke. "You know, you can try and sneak up on me as many times as you want, but it won't work, again." Her face fell into a blank stare as he turned his head with a small laugh at her misfortune. She sighed and crossed her arms over her chest. "You could have at least pretended to be scared or something since I went out of my way." "Out of your way to stalk me?" he countered with a small chuckle. With a roll of her eyes, but soon got a look of surprise. "Kind of funny you mention it. Biku just said indirectly I was a natural stalker since I'm a cat." He might have been right. Naruto blinked at her. "I see, so how is Biku? Been a while since we crossed paths, to put it lightly." Kuroka laughed and started to walk with him. "Oh, let's just say that he wants a rematch. He told me to ask you if you were up for that." She watched as he halted in his steps with a curious look on his face. "Any particular reason?" The raven-haired woman shrugged her shoulders and looked back at him. "He likes to fight strong people, and you put on a performance the last time. He knows you're capable of more, and so are others. He just wants a little friendly brawl." Naruto chuckled loudly at that. "For some reason, I feel like if I say yes, then I'll have more people like that coming. Am I wrong?" She got a mischievous look in her eyes. "Only if you win." He smirked a bit back. "Oh, don't worry, I'll win." "I take it you accept the challenge then?" she asked with mild surprise. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and rubbed his chin. "Maybe, not now though. I got a rating game coming up in a couple of days, and I got things I need to take care of. Though I'm not against the idea, it's just a bit of a bad time." She frowned a bit, his words starting to merge with the vibe she got just a moment before. Did something go wrong with the meeting? He blinked and looked at her, quickly shaking his head. "Oh, no, not at all. Quite the contrary actually. Everything is going as well as it can. Which is actually why I had wanted to talk to you about something." "Well, what is it? Going to share the good news with me?" she asked, the hopeful tinge in her eyes returning. There was a quick nod of his head. "Yeah, actually, we got a new peerage member today, and since we're having a celebratory dinner, I figured that we have more than one reason to celebrate. I just wasn't sure if I'd see you in time, but here you are. So, would you do me the honor of joining us?" he asked, the same small grin on his face as he extended an arm toward her. She knew it was his way of meeting her playful behavior, but she stared at it for a while. It was like now was the moment of whether or not she'd accept the hand he had extended toward her. As she didn't make a visible move, the look on his face almost seemed to make him take his offer back. Though, before he could, she gave him an arm and released a breath she didn't know she had been holding. "Fine, I'll tag along. Though, there's something that I'd like to ask too," she started and waited for a response. He blinked and looked down at her and asked, "Sure, ask away." After another pause and looking him over, she hummed and started to walk, letting him lead her the way. "You seem off, or am I wrong?" "That obvious, huh?" he chuckled. She gave a nod of her head. "Yeah, both your face and energy seem almost horrible. I almost thought for a second the entire plan had gone bad, but I guess it's a more personal matter." "What's wrong with my face?" he asked with a raised brow. With a loud snort, she pointed at it and poked at the dark spots under his eyes. "Do you want me to find you a mirror or take a picture, because there is plenty of stuff to poke at?" He shook his head with a small laugh. "Nah, I'll take your word for it. It's a mix of a few things honestly, both the whole plan, my peerage, and my sister. Everything really." "Want to talk about it? I don't have anything but time anyway," she offered and put up a small smile. Naruto chuckled. "How ironic, but it's all right. I doubt you'd want to hear me rambling all day." Kuroka gave him a blank stare. "Okay, I'm not sure what it is you're dealing with, yet, but you've given me every opportunity I have to make everything right again. This is a way for me to start repaying you." "Repaying me? With what? Listening to my sorry ass?" he joked with a mild chuckle. She gave a quick nod of her head and took her arm back, and sat him down on the curbs. "Yes, by listening to your sorry ass. You listened to mine after all, and we're not gonna go anywhere until you spill. And if you're difficult, I'll just sit on you and make you." A mischievous grin formed on his lips as he chuckled at her supposed threat. "Well, if that's what's in it for me when I'm difficult, it's quite the temptation." She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms under her chest. "Be serious." The look on his face changed, and eventually gave a small nod and patted the seat beside him. "Fine. Take a seat at least. So, why are you looking so serious all of a sudden? It can't be that bad, I mean, How much can happen in under a week? She tried and sat down with a small sigh. He nodded his head. Yeah, it's not that serious. It's mostly like speculations and the like, so it's not really something you have to bother yourself with, I promise. With a quick jab to his side, she shot him a heated glare. Listen, I'm not going to offer it again. So spill it. If the two of us are meant to be friends, you know what's required, don't you? With a quick moment of silence, he looked up at her from the corner of his eyes and started chuckling idly. I think this might be the first time you recognized us as friends. I'm glad. I'd hoped it could be like that. Alright, I know being friends is a two-way street. Kuroka visibly relaxed more and retrieved her hand. Good, now spill, Naruto. He blinked, as he recognized this was the first time she had used his actual name instead of some kind of nickname. It's just, I never thought I'd be in a situation like this. I just find it hard to not disappoint people. Who would you disappoint? I mean, it's evidently clear that you're willing to do a lot of things for people you don't even know. Like me. She countered with skepticism. A smile settled on his lips. Yeah, I want to help where I can. It's just that I don't know if I can be a good king. It didn't really strike me as an issue before I left to get groceries. Probably because it's the first time in a while I was truly alone to think things over. Anything else? He nodded. Yeah, also your case. I just don't want to fail to keep my promise. I'm all about not going back on my word and all, but if it should backfire on me I don't know what I'd think. Or what xrias, Sona, or you would think for that matter. She let out a small sigh and placed a clap on his shoulder. Listen, you're doing what you can. I won't blame you if it doesn't work in the end. You and xrias are trying, which is what counts, and your sister, well, without knowing her, I don't think you need to be so worried. Naruto nodded his head slowly. Thanks, I needed to hear that. I just don't want to fail anymore, you know? And being a king, like, I want everyone to feel welcome and like it's a home and not just some sort of private army. I don't know if I'm leader material. Kuroka chuckled much to his confusion. That's what your queen is for, that Kurama guy, right? He's your second in command, he'll help and advise you. And if everyone knows they have a say in what's going on they'll help you. You're seemingly close with xrias, and your sister and the Gremory girl are also there. They've been in this game longer than you, so if you ever feel lost there are always people you can ask for advice. He remained quiet for a while before he gave her a last smile. I probably knew all of this, I just needed some confirmation. Thank you. Was that so hard? Now come on. I'm starving. Kuroka snorted and stood up and grabbed the grocery bag out of his hand. With a dumbfounded look on his face, Naruto shook his head and followed after. Yeah. Well, it'll still be fun to explain this to the peerage. Kaiguya as Naruto arrived back at the mansion with Kuroka, he bit the inside of his cheek and turned to her. I'm just gonna be ready ahead of time here. I haven't told my peerage yet about the plan. The only people that know are Sona and xrias, but I haven't given them any specifics about your story. I figured that wasn't my place to tell. She halted in her steps and tilted her head to the side. I appreciate that, though what does that mean? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Let's just say my friend Kurama is pretty energetic, and considering how the circumstances were the last time you two met, he might not think we're friends. So, let me guess, he'll speak with his fists first, she thought out loud, with an amused tone. He nodded his head. Most likely, yes. Though don't worry, as soon as we're seated I figured I'd tell them along with you what happened with xrias and I's talk. And if you want, you can tell your side of things. You don't have to if you don't want to, as again, it's not my place to tell. As he finished his sentence he turned around to open the door, though he wasn't exactly ready for what was on another side. It was a bit like fate's irony, as his orange-haired queen piece was standing with a cup of water just a few feet down the hall, and the look on his face was not close to amused the second he spotted the person that was with him. But while he had expected Kurama to make some kind of violent motion, he just came walking down and stared him straight in the eye. What's she doing here? Naruto blinked. I've got to admit I'm surprised. I half expected you to come rushing down with a bat or something to knock some heads off. Kurama snorted. Because of our last meeting? The dark-haired boy gave a nod of his head, as his equally dark-haired friend glanced between the two with a curious glint in her eyes. The fox snickered. I guess you were wrong again, bird brain. I was the one that told you her story was worth less than that bushy-browed kid's barber. I just didn't know you'd get a friend out of it. Naruto looked at Kuroka, and then back at Kurama. I'll explain in a bit, a lot of things have happened. Let me guess, it has something to do with why you and that Lucifer guy are best friends now. He chuckled at the wording and just nodded his head. Hit the nail right on the head there. Now come on. We need to get started on cooking, or else this celebration will take all night." Kurama offered a slow hum in return before casually walking down the hallway and into the kitchen. Naruto scratched the back of his head, as Kuroka walked up beside him and nudged him in the side with her elbow. "That was a surprise, huh?" "Sure was. I pretty much expected him to try and roundhouse kick the door down, but I guess everything can happen these days." He chuckled and followed her inside, closing the door behind him. As he entered his home, he quickly summoned his familiar and handed over the grocery bag that Kuroka had decided to carry for him. Without having to say anything, the crow transformed into its humanoid form and disappeared into the kitchen. It wasn't exactly anything he was proud of, but his familiar was able to cook much better than he could. And since there was a lot to discuss, he figured it as awkward as hell to just let people sit and wait 30 minutes with no word of what was going on. This way he could at least be on top of the situation, and also have food served right after. As he let his familiar do its thing, he walked up and tapped Kurama on the shoulder. "Can you gather the others and have them meet us at the dining table? I figured that'd be the most appropriate place to talk." The orange-haired man raised a brow before he gave a small nod of his head. "Sure thing." It didn't take long for the Fox Yukai to gather the last 2 remaining peerage members and gather them at the table. As he sat there, Kurama sat on his right, and Kuroka decided to take a seat on his left. The rest of the peerage filled in the remaining spots, as he glanced them over, noticing their curious expression as to what was going on, but also who the newcomer was. It was kind of funny to him. He had read a few history books, not because he wanted to, but because he thought he had to. And one story about the Knights of the Round Table suddenly reminded him a bit of this situation. Perhaps he should have some kind of meeting room set up in the basement, or perhaps get a second floor. He'd have to think about that. Unless they needed to address major situations, often there wasn't really the need. As their eyes turned to him, and he suddenly started to feel like the spotlight was on him, he cleared his throat and coughed into his hand. "Well, I guess this may seem a bit confusing considering we're supposed to have a celebratory dinner." Veldora chuckled. "That's for sure. Feels like we're having a conference now." Naruto had to share the chuckle as he scratched his neck. "Yeah, there are a few things we need to discuss first. Because we have more than one reason to celebrate today, and in advance, I'd like to apologize. The other reason is something I haven't been honest about." The newest member looked a bit unsure between them. "You make it sound serious." The dark-haired boy shook his head slowly. "No, it's not. Or well, it honestly depends, as it's serious in a good way. Initially, I had decided that only I would be aware of the situation. However, things are different now, and I can afford to be a bit more open about things." "So, what is it?" "We've already figured it's tied into whatever you've been talking with Lucifer about," Kurama chipped in, his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto gave a quick nod of his head. "First of all, I'd like to introduce my friend here. Her name is Kuroka. She is tied into what I've been working with, and that'd be clearing her name, and also reuniting her with her sister." As he finished the last sentence, there was a small round of greetings and questions, which Naruto replied to as they came. By the end of it, none seemed to have a problem with it. Seiko even joked around and tried to reassure the dark-haired woman about him helping her out too, that he was trustable. Kuroka had remained quiet throughout most of it until he got to the point where he started explaining his relationship with xrias, to which she started showing more visible interest. Everything from the first meeting with Kuroka, up until the latest talk they had. And then how it all tied together with the plan that had been set in motion. When he had finished it, he had shot a look at her, which Kuroka took as her invitation to tell her side of the story if she wished to do so. Before she decided, Naruto had made sure everyone at the table would stay quiet about things until they could properly exonerate her. He did so because it was the safest option, both for the people they cared about, but also for themselves. The more people that were aware, the higher the chance of the word spreading, and they all knew that wasn't an option. In the end, she had stared them over and tightly gripped the fabric of her kimono. She had shot a glance toward Naruto, the look of uncertainty in her eyes present. In the end, he had openly told them that her side of the story would only be shared at her discretion. It took her a couple more minutes before she started telling her story to his peerage. As she neared the end where she met Naruto and got his offer, she felt Seiko's hand grab her own supportingly. "I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. I hope I speak for all of us here when I say we'll help with your and Naruto's plan," the purple-haired girl said with a small comforting smile. Kuroka gave a small nod of her head, as Naruto's familiar started to put dishes on the table. "Thank you, I appreciate it." At that, Naruto clapped his hands together as he stared hungrily at the food. "Now that we're all on the page, I guess we can finally celebrate. Everything is going well, and I hope that you feel welcome." She gave a smile, one that seemed more genuine than usual. "I do. Thank you for inviting me. I hope that we have no bad blood between us," she finished and shot a look at Kurama. The orange-haired man waved his hand. "No grudge from here, you are keeping up a facade. That's all there is to it." Naruto smiled a bit to himself as he watched the interactions. Had this been the Kurama he knew from before the war, then he'd for sure have held a grudge. He was thankful that his friend had come a long way since then. With a look of appreciation from her side, they started eating. Mild conversation across the table, and she had to admit it felt as strange as it felt good to be here. For as long as she could remember, she had only done this with members of Valley's team, and she of course loved her friends, but something about this was completely different. For once in a long time, she felt normal, like she was a person just like everyone else here. She could hear Naruto bickering with Kurama and the one she had come to know as Veldora. Everything from battle to strategy, and everything in between. There was no doubt that the dragon was very energetic in comparison to the two others, and that said a lot. As something came to her mind, she looked from her dish and looked in the dark-haired boy's way. "That reminds me, you said you were fighting a raiding game soon?" Naruto blinked as he realized it was him she was talking to, and turned her way. "Oh, yeah? I'm having an unofficial game with my cousin. We for a long time wanted to figure out who he is best at using time magic." A curious expression lifted her features as she paused eating. "I've been curious about that. In how many different ways can you use it? I know you can do that reversing thing from when we first met." Seiko nodded her head as she listened in on the conversation. "He did that to help my dad, but I have to say I'm curious too." Kuroka got a mischievous glint in her eyes, as an almost proud smirk lifted her lips. "I figured out when I tried to poison him." Naruto's brow twitched as he mumbled, "Yeah, that wasn't fun." "Not fun?" Seiko's sweat dropped internally. Kuroka shrugged casually and shot him a wink. "First impressions count." "You certainly got your point across," Kurama chuckled with a shake of his head. Veldora blinked at the conversation before he snapped his fingers. "Oh yeah, he can also shoot air with it. No idea how that works, but it feels like a building drops on you. Best spar we've had." He nodded and recalled the supposedly fond memory. While what Veldora said wasn't technically incorrect, it wasn't correct either. Naruto just sighed. "Y'all are just giving away my secrets at this rate." The dark-haired woman hummed at that mention, and pointed her chopsticks at him. "If you could combine the ability with senjutsu, then you could probably amplify it a ton. If he says it feels like a building, imagine how much worse you could make it." He paused in the middle of taking a bite of his food and shot her a curious look. Interesting." Kurama narrowed his eyes and gathered his hands in front of him. "What are you planning?" "Nothing, yet." He chuckled, "Though, could I perhaps ask a favor of you?" She tilted her head. "Sure, depends on what it is though." He smirked and clapped his hands together around his chopsticks. "Would you be interested in teaching me about senjutsu? Not necessarily teach me how to do it, since it's not certain I'm able to, but just theory and concept?" Kuroka blinked, confused. "Doesn't your queen already know it though? I could, but it seems a bit counterproductive." "He's already been teaching me. I just thought that his views and yours might be different, and if I could cross-reference all of that, then I'd maybe be able to learn something. I just thought it could be a good idea to know a bit in case Kurama needed some help, or I had to fight someone that uses it," he mused. She chuckled. "Like Biku?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders with a sheepish grin. "Perhaps, he does want to fight after all. Though I thought that I should be ready in case someone in the raiding games would use it, and I'd like to be more helpful to Kurama and potential others that join us." Kuroka gave a small smile in return and nodded her head. "It's a date then, you free tomorrow?" As Naruto was about to respond, he looked to his right as Kurama laughed. That sure escalated quickly. The dark-haired boy shook his head at the Fox Yukai's antics and gazed back over to his left, smiling as he replied, "Yes, I'm free tomorrow." Small talk filled the table again until they were finished with their food. Naruto stretched as he dried the dishes after Veldora would wash them, whilst also trying to stop him from throwing them like frisbees at Kurama whenever he'd interject with some kind of comment. He could of course just reverse time and clean the plates that way, but this was a lot more entertaining, despite how chaotic it was at the same time. As he heard a knock on the doorframe leading into the kitchen, he turned his head to see Kuroka standing with Seiko beside her. Is that hot spring or onsen thing still working? Nodding his head, he put another plate away. Sure is, what's up? She gave a small smile and wrapped an arm around the purple-haired girl's shoulders. Oh, I was just wondering if I could borrow it for some girl talk, she grinned cheerfully. Seiko smiled a bit nervously as she raised a hand to scratch her cheek. I hope you don't mind, but I told her you had one in the backyard. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. She already knows. She joined me the other night, which sounds a bit odd out of context. As he finished his sentence, he felt a fist collide with his shoulder and looked up to stare at Kurama, who flashed him a grin, showing off his canines. Seems like you're keeping more secret from me than you're admitting to. What else have you been doing that I don't know of? With a deadpan expression, Naruto returned the favor by smacking his own hand into the slightly taller man's arm. Nothing. We just talked about the plan. That's all. I swear to the Satans, you get weirder by the minute. Kuroka blinked, amused at the situation unfolding, fighting her inner urges to continue to mess with the dark-haired boy at his expense. In the end, she decided that Kurama had that under control. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto sighed and looked at her with a minor smirk. Yeah, you can use it. Make yourself at home. Needing no more confirmation, she flashed him an excited smirk and was about to latch onto Seiko's wrist, but she paused just a second before. Before she started to drag the poor girl with her, she looked him in the eye and waltzed up to whisper to him in the ear. While I don't mind you joining me, I'm not sure she shares the same sentiment. The others might get jealous too. As the hairs on the back of his neck stood up from the hot breath against his skin, Naruto gave her a small playful push. Get out of here before I change my mind, though. Despite his words, a smile was present on his face as he shook his head. On her way out, she shot him another look before she latched onto Seiko's hand and started to drag her along, leaving Naruto to stand back with Veldora and Kurama, who both looked quite amused. He already knew now that she'd constantly mess with him, and he had to admit it was fun. It was refreshing compared to how serious everything had been. Not a word, he muttered and put down the towel in Kurama's hands, and started to make his way out of the kitchen. After he had pushed his kitchen duties into Kurama's hands, he walked into the living room and turned on the gaming system, and grabbed a controller. Everything had gone better than he could have hoped for. As much as he trusted his peerage, there was always that small voice in the back of his head that said the secrets he'd have kept or would be keeping were gonna be a problem. Luckily enough for him, they had just waved it off. He was also happy that Seiko had taken Kuroka in as quickly as she did. While he hadn't pushed for it, he had inwardly hoped that those two would hit it off. While he obviously already cared for his new friend, he also wanted her to feel welcome in the house, which was another thing he had to thank them for, especially Kurama. Veldora was always happy to meet new people, even though his usual social skills were about picking a fight because he thought it was fun. Kurama, on the other hand, well, he didn't need to tell anyone that the guy was probably more reserved than anyone he had ever known in his two lives combined. And for a good reason too. The evening passed by as he just zoned out in front of the TV, flicking the buttons around on the controller as he figured that his two male peerage members were probably either fighting or doing an arm wrestle at this rate. As he heard some footsteps from his right, he turned his head and watched the amused expression of Kuroka that stood a raised brow at him. What's up? He asked with a small chuckle. She grinned and shrugged her shoulders. Nothing. I was just coming to tell you that I was heading out. Seiko asked me to tell you that she was staying here. Your queen offered her to spend the night. A frown fell upon his lips. Already? It's pretty late. I mean, you can just stay here. It's not like we lack space, as you know. Seems like Seiko has taken a liking to you too. Kuroka shook her head. Nah, I think I'll just head back. It was fun though, I appreciate it. I can't remember the last time I did something like this, so, thank you for this, and the food too. I'll be sure to tell my familiar you liked its cooking. He snickered and leaned back into the couch. It was really fun. I'm glad you decided to tag along. A smile grew on her lips, as her amber eyes fell to the TV. The curiosity on her face showing as her cat-like ears did a small twitch. What are you playing? A knowing grin lifted his face as he reached down beside him to grab a spare controller, and lifted it invitingly toward her. Street Fighter, care to join me? I have to admit it's no fun playing alone. I could use a challenge too? Her eyes almost seemed to glow as she eyed him and then the controller, the voice in her head telling her she should probably go home, but at the same time, she didn't want to. Shaking her head, She snatched the controller out of his hand and dropped down on the cushions beside him. Her legs crossed over so their thighs were slightly touching, as she smirked, "You're on. Just don't expect me to go easy on you." "Oh, I'm not planning on losing, you know." He chuckled and got ready to pick his character in the game. She snickered and shot him a glance from the corner of her eyes, prepared to eat dirt, Citri, because there is no way in hell I'm losing either. Naruto had to stop himself from laughing. "Very well then, let the best one win." "Oh, she will." Kuroka gave a quick nod of her head before she suddenly got an idea, and turned to watch him. His curious expression meeting hers, as she just smiled. "Got any snacks by any chance?" He blinked a bit in surprise, humming as he smiled back, "Oh, I'm sure we can figure something out." 12. Family Matters Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto or High School DxD. This is a non-profit based work. Note: I think I'm gonna go with updating every other week from now on, just to give myself time for potential other stories, but also so that it mixes better with my beta's schedule. Though I might not make it for the next chapter, I'll try and keep to this schedule afterward. I have a couple of things coming up that I can't avoid, so writing isn't my first priority for the next 2 weeks, but hopefully, I can manage it, but I'm not gonna promise anything. I just hope I'll be able to keep it up and not repeat what happened to Zay, since I made the same promise there but then I went on like an 8-month break lol. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 12 Family Matters, Kaigyo. The rays of the morning sun shone upon the dark-haired boy's eyelids, as he groaned out in mild annoyance. Twisting his body slightly, still partially numb from his slumber, he buried his face in something soft to shield his eyes and returned to sleep. Despite the desire to fall asleep again, he couldn't quite understand his current situation. His body felt more horizontal than it should be, and he didn't quite remember his pillow having such a nice feel to it, or scent for that matter. He gave a small groan as he opened his eyes to inspect his situation, his vision slowly blurring in to focus on the black mob of hair that he was resting his cheek against. Blinking, he slowly raised his head and recognized the feeling of something leaning against his shoulder. As he sat straight, he leaned a bit forward to get a look around the room, then remembered that he had no memory of leaving the living room, so he wasn't super surprised when he saw the TV still turned on. Yawning softly, he turned his head down to the source of weight leaning in against him and looked on with surprise as he saw the sleeping face of Kuroka nuzzled against his shoulder. "I guess we fell asleep, no surprise there. We did play the game all night, so I guess it's still a tie." He chuckled to himself, as he raised a hand to move a strand of her away from her face. He watched as she scrunched her nose and moved a bit around in her sleep to get comfortable again, resulting in her nuzzling her head deeper into the crook of his neck than it had before, so her raven locks tickled against his skin. With a quiet chuckle at the ticklish feeling, that he muffled by covering his mouth, he felt her hand move up to slightly claw against his chest in her slumber. As he smiled slightly at the cat-like behavior, he wondered if he should wake her up or not. They were still seated on the couch, so his neck did feel a bit stiff from the awkward sleeping position, but he ignored it for the time being as he didn't want to interrupt her sleep when she seemed to be quite comfortable. Though he also felt oddly relaxed at the same time. So perhaps the pervy sage had been right when he had said there was nothing equivalent to sleeping with a cute woman. He had waved him off back then, but now that he was finally in the situation, despite the circumstances, he'd have to admit defeat. The old man had been right after all. It didn't take long after he woke up before she started to move in her sleep. Her back stretched much like a cat would as she rose up to rub against his cheek with the top of her head. A slight moment of disorientation before her head turned in his direction. Naruto gave a small smile as his red eyes came in contact with her amber ones. "Good morning, did you sleep well?" he asked with a glint in his eye. It took a second for Kuroka to understand the situation, before the corner of her lip quirked upward and her blurry vision tuned in on him smiling at her. "Morning. Yeah, your shoulder was surprisingly comfortable to sleep on compared to what I'd have imagined. I have no complaints, you?" she asked and laid her head back down sleepily. "That's so? Well then I'll gladly offer my shoulder another time, and yeah, I slept quite nicely. Though my neck is a bit stiff." He chuckled back and stretched his back, and rolled his neck to try and get some of the stiffness away. The raven-haired woman yawned slightly as she rose to her feet, following the Citri's lead and doing a small stretch. While it wasn't intended, it was definitely nice. "It's been a while since I had fun for the sake of it. beating your ass in Street Fighter just made it better. Naruto raised a brow as he stood up beside her. I think you're delusional, it was clearly a draw. She snorted and jabbed an elbow in his side. Come on, just admit it. I beat you. And I could easily do it again. With a quick shake of his head, Naruto chuckled and walked into the kitchen with her in tow. Please, if you want to win that badly, I'll give you another chance. Unless you're scared. He sang and got to work on some tea. Kuroka folded her arms on the kitchen counter from the opposite side, her brow rising upon her forehead as she gave him a teeth-filled grin. Oh my. Asking me out on a second date already? We haven't even had our first one yet? The red-eyed boy gave her a surprised look, the grin on her face quite inviting as he shrugged his shoulders playfully. Am I to assume that you don't want to then? She rested her cheek in the palm of her hand as she followed his gaze. Did you hear me say no? I didn't, he responded and put a cup down in front of her. Kuroka gave a small laugh before she took a sip from the cup. Then you have your answer, He gave a small smile and leaned in against the counter. I guess I do. So when do you think we should get to work on that senjutsu thing? She gave him a look of disbelief as she rotated the content in her cup around by moving her hand in circular motions. Do you always think about training as soon as you wake up? No, not usually at least. I just thought it was going to be fun, and I don't have much else planned for today. Well, aside from perhaps contacting xrias about you having a talk with her, Naruto mused. Kuroka tilted her as she remembered the informative talk around the table yesterday. Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday. If you can arrange it, then I'll do it. As much as I had hoped it wasn't necessary, but I'm glad that she's looking out for Sherwon's well-being. He smiled and put down his cup on the counter. She cares deeply for her. To the Gremory, their peerage is akin to family. So I can assure you that she only wants what's best for everyone. The Nekoshu's gaze softened a bit as she nodded her head down in a slow manner. Make the call and we'll go. I'll do what I can to make her believe me. With a slight chuckle, he turned to look at her again. Don't worry too much. xrias trusts me. And I trust you. That says a lot already. So unless you directly punch her in the face, I doubt it could go wrong. Thrown off by the comment, Kuroka giggled slightly behind her hand. That's a unique way to put it, but I got it. No right hooks from my side. Promise. Naruto was equally surprised as he heard the sound of her giggling. Sure, he had heard her laugh before, but the sound of the sweet tune got to him, making his lips quirk upward, as he made a mental reminder to hear it again as soon as possible. What's with that look? She suddenly asked curiously. He blinked at her question and just settled for a smirk in return. Oh, nothing, just happy that my effort at making jokes didn't go unnoticed. Before their conversation could continue, a soft sound of footsteps met their ears. Turning their heads down the hallway, they both raised a hand in a small as the slightly messy mob of Seiko's purple hair came into sight. Morning, sleep well? The raven-haired woman asked. Seiko blinked in surprise and nodded her head. I did. Thank you. I wasn't aware that you were going to spend the night. I thought you said you were going back home. Kuroka grinned. Well, I didn't plan on it, but he invited me to a sleepover and I just couldn't say no. The purple-haired girl raised a brow out of amusement and helped herself to a cup of tea. That's nice, it looked like you were having fun. So who won? Naruto rolled his eyes. She'll say she did, but it was a tie. We're having a rematch as soon as possible. Her curiosity got the better of her, as Seiko leaned her side against the fridge. Sounds interesting. You should make it a small tournament, it could be fun to see who's the best. The dark-haired boy tilted his head, equally curious now. So like the three of us, and then Veldora and Kurama. If they'd like to, I think it could be fun. Unless we have something better to do, it could perhaps be a fun little competition. Kuroka's ears twitched as an idea came to her mind. That's actually a great idea. We should put something on the line too, like, the one that goes last place has to pay for food or drinks. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I'm not exactly of age to drink alcohol, Seiko mused. Naruto waved her off. We're devils. The rules don't exactly apply to us. If anything, we can just hypnotize them a bit to leave us alone. I'm technically not of age either, but I still find myself enjoying sake from time to time. The dark-haired woman nodded her head quickly. Exactly, come on, it'll be fun. Seiko sighed in defeat, but smiled nonetheless. Fine, but my dad won't appreciate that. So as much as I'm against lying to him, I think I'll have to do it this one time. That's the spirit, don't worry, I'm sure the Lord of Time here could make you sober with his magic even if something goes wrong, Kuroka snickered. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ah yes, the Lord of Time. That's what I am. Safe to say his annoyance was humoring them. Kaigyo, it didn't take long before the rest of Naruto's peerage was up and about. A light breakfast was served and the table was once again filled with small talk. After the dishes had been done, Naruto was pulled to the side by Seiko, who wanted to talk to him one-on-one for a second. Agreeing to meet her request, they had gone outside and started walking down the street side by side. "So what did you want to talk about?" he asked curiously. She took a breath and looked him dead in the eye. "I just want to say that, I won't lie to my dad. I know that taking a role in your house was a big decision and I did so knowing that I'd potentially become something my dad wouldn't approve of. Regardless, I won't lie to him about what I am. My family's honor won't allow that." Naruto listened quietly until she finished, and nodded his head in understanding. "That's fair. I got nothing against that. Why are you telling me that like this?" She sighed. "I had hoped you'd come along since there are likely things that I can't explain, and things that only you can say that reassure him that you're not evil. Only then will he be able to accept my choice. I won't lie to you, there is a big chance that no matter what I say he won't accept it. However, he is your father, he'll come around eventually even if he deems me untrustable. I'll still help you though, so don't worry," he finished with a smile. She gave a smile filled with gratitude. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Do you think we could go do it now? He'll likely be busy with the dojo as it gets closer to the afternoon, and I'd like for him to know as soon as possible so he doesn't believe I've been keeping secrets from him." Naruto nodded. "Of course, just lead the way. Not that I don't know where it is, but I don't think it'd be the best first impression to just kick the door in." Seiko shook her head and remained quiet for the rest of the walk. Sure, they could fly, but she wanted to think the situation over in her head and figure out what she wanted to say. It didn't take long for them to get there, as a few minutes later they were now standing in the household of the Busujima household. "I'm home, father," Seiko called out, as she walked into the kitchen with Naruto in tow. The gruff-looking man raised his head from the newspaper in his hands, his eyes first landing on his daughter but soon settling on the young man that was standing beside her. Naruto raised a hand in a greeting. "Yo," Kage said nothing, before he turned back to his daughter. "Your room door stays open," he said with a tone of authority, leaving no room for arguments. Seiko waved her hands dismissively. "We're actually here for you, father. We'd like to speak with you about something urgent and important." The older man's eyes widened slightly. "If the next thing that comes out of your mouth is that you're pregnant, then I might actually die this time." As those words left the older man's mouth, Naruto almost choked on his own spit from laughing, clutching his stomach as he completely lost it when he saw the look on Seiko's face. "And no, I'm not. Father, I want you to keep an open mind about what you're about to hear, but first I'd like to introduce you to Naruto Citri, the older brother of the student council president." Seiko finished and waved a hand toward him. The kendo master hummed and folded his newspapers before putting them down on the table in front of him. "Pleasure to meet you then, young man. I've heard great things about your sister. Please, have a seat. What is it you wish to discuss with me?" Likewise, Naruto responded and took a seat beside Seiko at the table, and looked at him. "I'll be blunt, I'm a devil and the reason you're healthy again. I have an affinity for time magic and was thus able to turn back the physical state of your body." Kage blinked several times, before he turned his head to Seiko with a serious look on his face. "Daughter, I'm fairly certain that your boyfriend is either taking illegal substances or mistaking me for a fool." "Father, please," while Naruto might have been able to reveal it in a better way, it's nonetheless the truth. "And we can prove it like he can fix something we break," Seiko finished, shooting Naruto a small glare. The dark-haired boy shrugged his shoulders. "What was I supposed to say? I just told the truth without dancing around the issue. That should count for something." The older Busujima snorted. "Just because you might be efficient with super glue, doesn't mean you control time." Naruto rubbed his forehead and grabbed the man's coffee mug and stood up, ignoring the man's protest, and simply hurled the porcelain utensil into the wall, obviously shattering it to pieces, and spilling the contents all over the floor. "What do you think you're doing, boy?" Kage asked in a threatening tone as he stood up from his seat. "What kind of boy is it that you're bringing into our home, Seiko?" Seiko quickly stood up between Naruto and her father. "Just look, father, I promise you I wouldn't do anything to humiliate you." The man grunted and decided to humor the clearly disturbed boy, and watched with as much patience as he could. Naruto sighed and muttered a small, "Thanks," before he raised his palm toward the shattered cup on the floor, twisting his hand slightly to the left as it started to reassemble itself. Not so much as a scratch was left as the contents flowed back into the cup, leaving not even a stain behind on the wall. With a smug look, Naruto placed the mug back down on the table. "So what about it? You still think I'm crazy?" The man's eyes were wide open for a while, seemingly trying to logically explain the occurrence in front of him, but could find none. Quickly lashing out, he grabbed onto Seiko's arm and pulled her behind him. "I'm not sure what exactly you want, or how my daughter managed to drag Satan into our home, but I suggest you leave." While Cage's tone had probably intended to be threatening, it was the fear that shined through. Naruto raised a brow out of amusement and waved his hands. "Oh no, I'm flattered, but I'm nowhere near strong enough to be one of the Satans yet." You're saying there is more than one? Did my daughter sell her soul to you in exchange for healing me? Because if she did, then you better give it back to her. I don't care what you do with me afterward, but I will not allow you to take advantage of her," he roared out, finally showing some actual ferocity once it came to his daughter's safety. The Cetri sighed and took a step back and kept his hands up. "Okay. I get that you probably think you know how we devils operate, but you don't. We don't take souls as payment. I promise you that on my sister's life." Cage remained still for a while, his gaze changing between the pleading look of his daughter and the seemingly calm expression of the creature in front of him. Finally lowering his arm, he narrowed his eyes. "If not her soul, then what did you take?" "Simple. I took nothing. Seiko is a friend of my sister's, and she was having a hard time because you were sick. It was my brotherly duty to ease my sister's mind, and that just happened to be this way," Naruto explained slowly. The older man sighed tiredly and slumped down in his seat. "Then what do you want here? If not to collect some kind of payment?" Seiko finally moved back to stand beside Naruto, pressing down on his shoulder so they could take a seat again and talk without the intention of hurting each other. "As you now know, Naruto is a devil. And he is going to help me, because they're not the only supernatural thing in existence. Speak your mind, daughter, because I can't read what is going on anymore. You've always been honest with me, and that's the only reason I'm not cleaving his head off," Cage mumbled. "Please don't," Naruto gulped and idly touched his neck. Sure, there was no chance that it could happen, but the gesture still wasn't exactly nice to hear. The purple-haired girl idly grabbed onto the fabric of her uniform and started to explain in detail what had happened. Everything she could remember, even going as far back as the night she was attacked. When Naruto heard of that, he frowned, much to the surprise of Cage. As much as he didn't want to trust the boy, he had a keen eye for body language. And he seemed genuine, but it could all be fake. She finished off by explaining how she had met Naruto, and what he had offered in regards to helping her control what she had. The powers of her sacred gear. And that she had accepted his invitation, and become a knight in his service. When she finished, both she and Naruto expected Cage to lash out violently for doing something so extreme without telling him. But to their surprise, the man stood up and looked Naruto dead in the eye. "I want to speak with you, alone. Is that possible?" Naruto blinked, but nodded his head and joined the older man in the private dojo on the property. The man didn't say anything for a while, as he walked around and inspected the various family pictures and heirlooms inside the training space. "For a long time, I was confident in my ability to protect my daughter. Just like our ancestors had protected their kin. But I realize now that she has moved into a territory where my power is probably not able to do the trick anymore. Or am I mistaken?" The young man crossed his arms over his chest. "I wouldn't say that you're powerless, but supernatural beings likely aren't a good idea to try and fight." "I see," Cage started with a small sigh. "I'm probably in no position to ask anything of you. But despite how I'm still hesitant to trust you, I want to ask something of you regardless." Naruto nodded. "Ask away." Cage returned the gesture. "I want you to protect my daughter. I get that she has accepted this deal to understand herself and become more in tune with the gift she has been given, but I'm still a father. One that worries about his daughter, since she is all I have left. I understand, and you have my word. As king of my peerage, I promise to help and guide her, as well as protect her. Just like I would with any other member of my peerage." He finished and did a small bow. A small chuckle came from the man's lips as he extended a hand toward him. "As it's out of my power, I'll accept the image of the proper young man in front of me. I, however, won't apologize for my actions." "That's fair, I did go about it in a bad way. I guess I still need to work on my sales pitch." He snickered and accepted the hand extended toward him. "You don't say," Cage huffed and took back his hand. "So if not taking our souls, then what will you do?" he asked as they started to walk back inside the main house. Seiko watched them as they re-entered the room, relieved that the atmosphere was still calm. Naruto shrugged at the question, "I'll just borrow your daughter every now and then." As the words left his mouth, he realized how they had sounded. His eyes shot to Seiko as her cheeks started to get a bit red, and was about to explain that he meant for raiding games and training when Cage gave him a dark stare that both left him silent but also curious. "Devil or not, you won't touch my daughter if you're not married to her," the man said firmly. Safe to say Seiko was further embarrassed, and Naruto cursed his existence tiredly. That wasn't what I meant." Naruto returned back to his mansion later that day and sighed as he kicked off his shoes and slumped down on the couch with his face first down on the pillows. The talk with Seiko's dad was exhausting, though it has at least ended up alright. But he still couldn't quite shake the feeling that the man didn't fully trust him yet. It was fair enough, and thus he had extended an invite to see their little unofficial raiding game against Seikvera, just so he could get a first-hand impression of what exactly they were doing. "You seem exhausted. What were you out doing anyway?" a voice asked from above. Naruto turned his head slightly to gaze up at the familiar face of the amber-eyed woman, and gave a small sigh. "You try explaining to a girl's dad that you're a devil that has recruited her when he is literally from a family line of sword users." No thanks, I'll leave that to you," Kuroka chuckled at his misery. The dark-haired boy sighed and slowly sat up again. "You're still here. I thought you'd have left by now since I practically just wandered off without saying anything." She shrugged her shoulders and slumped down in the seat next to him. "It's fine, I took a dip in the hot spring to pass the time. Plus, we were supposed to talk senjutsu today, and I'm a woman of my word." "Right, sorry about that. I forgot for a second," he apologized with a small frown. Kuroka tilted her head with a non-caring smile. "The day is still just starting, we have plenty of time. I don't have anything else to do for the time being, and it's surprisingly comfortable here." "Does that mean I'll see you swinging by more often?" Naruto asked hopefully. She hummed for a bit, "And if you did." Naruto chuckled, "Well then I'd just have to remove the guest sign on the spare bedroom, and hand it over to you." With a thoughtful glance, she cupped her chin. "Is it close to the hot spring?" He nodded. "It's right beside it. It's the room beside mine. The door leads out to the garden, so the hot spring is to the left when you walk out." She gave him a bright grin and twirled up on her feet. "Well, if you manage to keep challenging me in the game, then I might have to take you up on that offer." "Oh, and if I suddenly wasn't a challenge anymore?" he continued. Kuroka snickered and poked a finger at his chest. "Then you'd probably have to figure out another reason for me to stick around, wouldn't you?" "Well, I could hire you as my senjutsu teacher. With the contract requiring it," he joked and stood up. "Look at you being all clever. Now come on, there is a lot about senjutsu. So I think we should start with the basics, and for that, we need to be outside," she instructed, making him do a mock salute as he followed her outside. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he watched her take a seat in the shade of one of the few trees in the backyard, patting the grass in front of her. He tilted his head quizzingly, but nonetheless gave in and sat down cross-legged in front of her, his hands resting in his lap. "Ready?" she asked with a slight smile. Her hands intertwined in her lap as she straightened her back. Naruto gave a small nod of his head. "Sure am, sensei," he added with a small snicker. Kuroka blinked a bit at the title, but didn't comment on it aside from the minor smirk on her lips. "First of all, my belief is that to properly learn senjutsu, then you need to be in tune with yourself." "Like, understanding myself?" he questioned. She gave a brief nod. "Yes, properly understanding both yourself and others, but also the ki of nature. Whilst completely concentrating, a senjutsu user should release their own ki, and thus sensing the ki of nature in return." Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So it's like drawing in the power of nature?" he asked, trying to find similarities between his old world and this one. Kuroka hummed softly as the shadows of the leaves danced over her skin. "Both yes and no. By utilizing your own ki you can sense and affect the ki of others. Also natural things, like plants and trees. That's how you sense the emotions of others, isn't it?" he continued after a small snap of his fingers in realization. Her lips flew upward as she nodded her head. "Yes, by becoming aware of the ki of others, you become aware of their aura. Senjutsu allows you to feel the aura, and from there, how it feels, whether it be sad, happy, angry, or even a mixture of the three." Naruto chuckled. "What do you sense from me now?" The Nekoshu's ears did a small twitch of curiosity as she looked him in the eye. Curiosity, interest, and a hint of happiness? The dark-haired boy snickered. You're good. You noticed all of that by just looking at me? Not your physical appearance, but your ki. Why are you happy? She asked next, the interest in her eyes clearly showing. He shrugged. Why not? I mean, this is fun. I'm learning something new from a really good friend who's using the time of her day to help me out. As the words settled in, she couldn't stop the slight bit of happiness from growing inside her. Aside from Biku and a few others, a lot of people had grown to be quite scared of Senjutsu, probably due to the rumors around her. But Naruto was genuinely interested in what she had to say, and was even happy about it. She coughed into her hand to get them back on track. To visualize it, I imagine feeling the air around me and connecting myself to it. Instead of my ki, I'd see it like breathing. Slowly bring the air in and feel it, then slowly exhale. Just like you would with ki. She explained whilst closing her eyes, slowly breathing in through her nose, and exhaling it through her mouth. Naruto watched her intensely, as the usefully energetic woman explained herself in the most relaxed manner he had ever seen her. So by doing this, you could affect the ki of the grass. A slight grin formed on Kuroka's lips as she opened her eyes and looked down at the grass in front of her, and in a split second, they were caught on what appeared to be a small blue fire. Cheerfully, she nodded. You learn quickly. Using a senjutsu technique with the ki I was connected to, I used the grass' own ki to destroy it. Mentally noting how enthusiastic she seemed about her specialty, he thought to himself, I guess that'd mean if I became aware of the magic of the world around me, I could tap into it like how senjutsu worked where I came from. If I'm not able to learn senjutsu, perhaps I should give that a try, Naruto mused. Seeing the thoughtful look on the boy across from her, Kuroka tilted her head down to look up at him, getting good ideas. He lifted his head to meet her eyes. Maybe, do you think I could try it? He asked hopefully. A slight frown fell on her lips as she hesitantly nodded. Are you sure? There is no guarantee that you could do it. No ordinary devil has ever used it without Yukai heritage to my knowledge. It could go wrong. Naruto chuckled a bit as he gave a sheepish grin. Well then it's a good thing I have you to save me, huh? Caught off guard by the comment, her cheeks flushed a small amount of pink before a smirk of pride settled on her face. Sure, I'll gladly take the excuse to kick your ass in case you go berserk from something you don't understand. Feeling like he should return a remark, he decided against it. Given that it'd be my own fault, it'd be your right. You did warn me after all. Nodding with a satisfied glance, she reached over and gathered his hands in her own and placed them together so he sat in a zazen posture. Like this, you need to focus. As I said before, try visualizing it like breathing. Reach out to what you want to connect with, and then draw on it. As he was instructed, he closed his eyes and started slowly getting into the rhythm of steady yet slow breathing, inhaling through his nose, and exhaling it through his mouth. Staring at the back of his eyelids, he tried focusing on what he felt around him. The wind rushing through his clothes, the grass, the earth beneath him, and the sounds going into his ears. Kuroka watched him closely as he did so. There was no visible change for a while. To make sure he wouldn't spiral out of control, in case he did connect to something, she reached out with her ki and kept a keen eye on the state of his aura. It took another 10 or 20 minutes, in which she gradually became more and more impressed with his resolve. Even when she first was learning, her patience didn't tolerate it. To her, it almost seemed like he had tried it before. Little did she know he had, and on top of a stone pillar on a mountain at that. As they passed the 10-minute mark, he was sitting completely still. And her eyes started to show keen interest when she felt the tiniest spike in his energy, though it didn't feel like senjutsu. Naruto felt like he had sat there forever without noticing anything. At least until 20 to 30 minutes had passed. Aside from the sound of the rustling leaves, he started to feel something new. If he had to visualize it as instructed, it looked like a water tap idly dripping into an ocean beneath it. And if he had to make an educated guess, the tap symbolized the magic of the world, and the ocean, his own magical power. As quick as the image came, it was gone, and Naruto opened his eyes and met the curious gaze of Kuroka, who was now seated even closer to him than before. What is it? You did something, didn't you? She asked with big eyes mere inches from his face, as she seemingly inspected him. He chuckled a bit at how close she had gotten, and tried not to stare back. I think so. I mean, I couldn't feel any ki or plants if that's what you mean. Though, there was something else. She blinked and slumped back down to where she was sitting before. What was it? Naruto cupped his chin. Do you think it's possible to make the magic of the world around you, your own?
You'd have to be the first to do it, but theoretically, maybe. She asked with an unsure tone.
He hummed thoughtfully. I tried visualizing what I felt like you said, and I saw like a water tap dripping into like a puddle or something like that. Kuroka tapped her chin idly as she thought it over. By chance, it could have been your subconsciousness trying to show you what you wanted to see, but I felt something too. You know, whilst I was making sure you weren't gonna explode or something. That sounds quite violent for something so simple. Naruto's sweat dropped. Ignoring him, the raven-haired woman continued. There was a small spike of something, but it wasn't senjutsu. However, the amount was so small that I couldn't tell if it was your own magic or something else that acted out. Naruto listened carefully to her words. If he had to be honest, all he did was exactly what she said whilst also keeping in mind what the geezer toad had told him to do when he was taught Sage Mode. Drawing in the power and mixing it with his own to form a perfect balance, but this was simply his magic mixed with outside magic, so it didn't feel any different to him. Normally in Sage Mode, he'd start to sense things and feel his chakra get stronger. But this time, it just felt like something was poking at his reserves. Like Kuroka, he couldn't tell if he was the one doing it or if he had caught onto something. Try it again. Blinking quickly, he lifted his head to look her in the eye again. Huh? Excited all of a sudden she repeated herself. Try it again, now. Sure, but why so suddenly? Shouldn't you teach me more first? He asked through a small laugh. She shook her head as she grinned widely ear to ear. That can wait. I promise I'll tell you more later, but this, don't you think it could be the breakthrough you're looking for? Naruto's sweat dropped. I think you lost me. No one has ever done this before, at least to my knowledge, but if you create something innovative that only you have the secret to, isn't that exactly what you need to make sure you win the top spot of the rating games? She finished, her eyes almost sparkling at this rate. Realization hit him like a ton of his bricks at that. It was just like it had been with Pain back when he had killed his mentor. Learning senjutsu was a figurative mountain he had climbed to reach a height to which he could beat the Rinnegan. And whatever this was, could be the very same type of figurative mountain that he'd need to climb to achieve the top rank for himself and his peerage. Senjutsu had been the key once, and it felt like the things the geezer toad Fukasaku had taught him were once again to be useful to him for achieving his goals of helping and saving others. If this new project was as strong as he hoped, of course. Determination shone in his eyes as he clenched his fist with a smirk. I think you might be right. Of course I'm right. I'm your teacher, remember? She grinned proudly. He chuckled at the view in front of him before he once again let focus take over. Please teach me a bit more about how it's supposed to be done with senjutsu, and then I'll try again. Even if it was a long shot, he'd try it as many times as he needed to. If the images he had seen weren't just his imagination, he was determined to replace the water tap with a waterfall instead. And hopefully, with such a thing in his arsenal, no matter if it'd take weeks or months for him to achieve it, he'd have the biggest tool in his arsenal to achieve his goals. 13. Confirmation note. Sorry about the wait for this. Decided to take some time off as I mentioned on my profile. I've been pretty much writing every day or every other day new and old stories for the past year or so and decided August was gonna be like, vacation time, I suppose. Anyhow, as you were on a guest account, Jaylito. Good to hear from you, man. If you want to chat again just let me know, and it's all good. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZBM58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 13 Confirmation. Kaigyo Naruto stretched as he walked around on top of the roof of Kuo Academy, his eyes darting out over the academy grounds that were just dimly lit by the moon and the occasional scattered lampposts that lit some of the paths between the different buildings and club-designated areas. It had been 2 days since he'd started his new project with Kuroka. The dark-haired woman had been over the past 2 days and even stayed the night in the guest room as they'd practically been having the nerdiest time of his life. It was most probably because of how much it reminded him of senjutsu from his old life, but he was also having a ton of genuine fun. To him, it also felt like she was having a good time, even when he didn't understand what she meant, and then had to explain it a couple of times for him to properly understand it all. In short, unless he misunderstood it, she was also having fun doing something more lighthearted compared to what their usual relationship was about. Which in turn made him able to see more of the person she actually was. Sure, he'd seen it before, but she was behaving a lot more laid back around his and his peerage's home these days, to the extent that Kurama had started to call her a couch dweller. She denied it of course, but it was very much amusing to see. In the end he was just glad that they were all getting along properly. Though he was soon pulled out from his line of thought, as he heard footsteps approach him. "You're late," a voice called out from his left, and the dark-haired boy turned his head to send a sheepish smile in the direction of the crimson-haired heiress of the Gremory household. Not wanting to miss his chance to do something he'd always wanted, he lazily waved his hand. "I got lost on the road of life," he chuckled, but then thought about it once more. "How can you tell me I'm the one who is late when you arrived after me?" Rias rolled her eyes and crossed her arms under her chest. "That's got to be the tardiest excuse I've ever heard," though there was a hint of humor in her tone. "And I can say that because I was here first when you didn't show up, I decided to take a small walk back to the orc to see if everyone had gotten home safely." "You make it sound like I'm some side character with a quest in a video game." Naruto's sweat dropped. The crimson-haired girl tilted her head in a mischievous manner. "Oh? Are you not?" "Nah, that ain't me," he responded with a shake of his head. With a look of amusement, Rias walked up to stand in front of him. "Really now? Then which character would you be?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders as if the answer was easy. "The main character, duh." Rias shook her head with a small sigh escaping her lips. "You're so full of yourself. Anyway, where's your new bestie hiding? I figured you two would arrive together. Speaking of, I'm amazed you managed to convince her to meet here instead of on neutral grounds." The Sentry let out a small grunt as he sat down at the edge of the building, his legs dangling over it. "She'll be here soon enough. She's probably making a quick reconnaissance to make sure it isn't some kind of ambush." "She thinks I do that? And even go as far as to loop you into helping me out with it?" Rias asked with an uncertain look in her eyes. Naruto shook his head. "No. Well, I don't think so at least. There, however, isn't a thing as being too careful in her situation. If this had turned out to be the biggest lie I've told in my life, I'm sure she'd rather have been ready for it instead of just blindly trusting everything I say." Feeling more relaxed, Rias nodded in acceptance. "That's fair enough. Good that she is being careful. Devils might not all be bad, but there are some bad apples among us." "Exactly, so I don't blame her for being a little bit careful. Especially since I had suddenly suggested that we do it here," he chuckled. "Why did you ask to meet here instead? You didn't even give me a reason," she questioned curiously. Lifting his legs up to cross them on the roof instead, Naruto propped his elbow down on his leg and raised his palm to rest his cheek on it. "I have a surprise for her." "Naruto, don't worry, it isn't anything bad. I think it's something she really needs, and I can only really give it to her here because well, it's somewhat out of my control," he pondered out loud, as he watched the windows of a couple of classrooms to try and spot what he was looking for. The Gremory heiress hummed thoughtfully. "Well, that's nice of you at least. Even though you're leaving me quite curious, you know, you're a very strange devil." "Are you and Sona having some kind of contest to see who can insult me most?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. Taken back by the sudden question, Rias shook her head with an amused laugh. No, not at all. It's just that, you're a bit strange per devil standards, you know. Many devils have some kind of sin, things like greed, lust, stuff like that. Yet I don't think I've ever seen yours." Naruto visibly became stiffer at the thought of it. He'd once been wondering a lot about why he became a devil. The common propaganda was that devils were evil, and thus he thought that since he'd been reborn as one, well, then perhaps he'd done something bad. It took him a long while along with everything else to figure out why, but in the end, the only answer he came up with was that they weren't all evil. People like his sisters, and the few friends he'd managed to make, weren't bad people per se. Sure, they could make extreme decisions, but that didn't make them bad. Whether it was his devil blood or simply results from his previous life, he had a pretty good idea what his sins were. And it wasn't something he felt like openly sharing with just anyone. "Well, let's just say you haven't seen them yet. Who knows, maybe I'm a lustful pervert. Maybe that's the reason I got a hot spring in my backyard, so I can peep on my female guests," he teased with a slight smirk. Feeling the tip of a shoe kick into his side, he winced a bit at the flustered look on Ria's face. "I swear, you're hopeless sometimes. My, if I knew we were having this much fun I'd have hurried." Hearing the now familiar voice, Naruto grinned and stood back on his feet. Turning around, he came eye to eye with the raven-haired beauty walking his way. Her amber eyes locked on him as a cheeky grin lifted her face. "You made it," he greeted calmly, though a glance to Rias made him realize that he was the only one that wasn't at least a bit worried. The Nekosho nodded her head and put a hand on her hip. "Of course, I said I would, didn't I?" "You sure did. So, Kuroka, Let me introduce you to the king of Sherwon's peerage. This is xrias Gremory. Naruto started, making a gesture with his hands toward xrias as he did the introduction. The amber-eyed woman nodded her head in a greeting, pleased to meet ya. xrias looked a bit uncertain for a bit, but given there had been no sign of hostility so far, she figured that there most likely wouldn't be any, likewise. Kuroka eyed her for a second, before something caught her senses. You seem a little on edge. Though I guess that's fair, given my so-called reputation probably precedes me. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't mean any offense by it, but given that Naruto is here I trust everything will be done without incident, the red-haired girl responded with a small smile. With a mischievous smile Kuroka started to grin, and stepped up to Naruto's side to give him a slight elbow in the side. I wonder why that is. Is our Prince Charming your knight in shining armor or something? Naruto rolled his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest and gave a slight smirk. No, but I already said I'm ready to go a few rounds with you. If you think you can keep up, that is. Kuroka raised a brow and flicked her finger against his nose. We've got company, genius. Out of context that sounds rather dirty. Imagine, she might think you meant sparring. Now who's bullying who? Naruto replied with a glance toward xrias, who seemed very flustered at the innuendo that Kuroka had decided to imply. The raven-haired woman chuckled a bit and rested her hand on the taller boy's shoulder. Yeah, I'll behave. Maybe. Oh well, should we get to the point already, or are we gonna play this verbal game of cat and mouse all night? Clearing his throat, the red-eyed devil gave a quick nod. Right. Well, we all know why we are here. xrias and I have a plan, which is to clear Kuroka's name and prove her innocence. We already have those steps ready. The only issues that are unsettled at the moment are two things. First, we need to wait for some kind of event to draw attention away from the matter to kind of cover it up, so we don't upset certain factions more than we most likely will. As Naruto paused, xrias took a deep breath, and the other issue is the case around Kaneko. I've agreed to hear you out. I trust Naruto a great deal, which is why I'm open to potentially trusting you too. xrias paused, and looked at Kuroka, though I want to make sure that I do this first. She is part of my peerage, and thus my responsibility. I hope that the desire to keep her safe is not a problem. Kuroka's hand tightened slightly as it clasped around Naruto's shoulder. She could feel the boy's eyes glancing at her as she breathed slowly to keep herself calm. It wasn't that the suggestion made her angry per se, but she felt that since it was her sister, it should be her responsibility to keep her dear sister safe. I must say that, I feel like that should be my place to do, but I also understand what you mean. As I said to Naruto, I'll entrust the two of you with her safety until I can do it myself again, since that's my sisterly duty. A rare kind of determination filled the woman's eyes, to which Naruto couldn't help but slightly smile. xrias gave a slow nod of her head. While I can accept that, I'll still continue to watch over her as she is a part of the House of Gremory now, but I will not stand in the way either. With a slow nod, Kuroka seemed to visibly relax more and her grip on the boy's shoulder eased. Alright. Well, do you want to hear my story now? There was a moment of silence before xrias shook her head. No, I won't need to hear it.
What? Kuroka and Naruto asked in unison, looking at each other in slight surprise before turning back to xrias.
The Gremory raised her hands defensively. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just don't think I need to hear it. I trust Naruto and my brother, and I know the matter is in safe hands. And I just, in general, wanted to see you for myself, and unless there is some kind of deception that no one has managed to see, then you genuinely care about your sister. Of course I do, she's my adorable little Chiron after all. I just want things to return to normal, or well, as much as they can after everything that has happened. She opened up, making xrias give a small smile in return. I don't want to keep the chat short, but I promised to Kano to meet somewhere. Some peerage business, so I hope you'll excuse me to be on my way. Naruto nodded. Sure, I don't have anything else to say. What about you? He asked next, turning his head down to Kuroka, who met his gaze. Thinking about it for a second, the amber-eyed woman turned back. Just one thing. I want to say I appreciate this chance. You're welcome, xrias smiled. I trust we'll talk more soon about how we'll approach the thing with Kaneko. Giving a quick thumbs up, Naruto responded, yeah, one of these days I'll bring Kurama along. We'll discuss the plan. We aren't completely finished with it yet, so it might take a few days to try and predict how the approach will go, but I'll give you a call once we're ready to figure out a time and place. Very well then. Now, if you'll excuse me, Rias finished as a magic circle with the Gremory symbol in the middle, and soon disappeared from sight, leaving Kuroka and Naruto alone. Kuroka removed her hand from Naruto's shoulder and took a few steps forward, taking a deep breath of the chill night air, before she turned back to look at her new partner in crime again. I guess this concludes tonight, huh? Not quite. There is still one more thing, but first of all, how are you feeling? Naruto asked as he stuck his hands inside his pockets. She raised a brow at him. There is more? Kuroka first asked, but then took a second to respond to his question. I'm good, I think. It was nice to clear the air and get another person in our corner. Makes the chance of us winning feel bigger, you know? He nodded his head. Yeah, though I have no doubt we're gonna win no matter what, but you're right. It does feel good to have someone in your corner. That's why I appreciate my peerage as much as I do. Kuroka had to let out a small smirk at his optimism. So what is it we're waiting for? Naruto grinned and sat down on the edge of the roof again, patting the seat beside him. I got a surprise for you. Come, sit with me. With a small tilt of her head, she dropped down beside him, a mischievous glint in her amber eyes as she nudged him in the arm with her elbow. If you're trying to romance me under the moonlight, then you need to try harder, pretty boy. Knowing fully well that she was just teasing him, Naruto let out a chuckle and leaned back, and rested his weight on his palms. Nah, that ain't it. Then what is it? Come on, the anticipation is killing me here, she responded with a slight pout, resting her chin on her hand. Pointing toward a section of the school, Naruto said in a quiet tone, look at the windows to the far right, ground floor, it should be there any minute now. She hummed at the cryptic words before she turned her head toward the school building. Kuroka sat there silently for the next few minutes, but she soon started to get a bit restless and impatient. Just as she was about to turn her head and question what exactly they were waiting for, the lights out in the hallway flicked on and one of the doors started to open. Her amber eyes widened slowly in the next couple of seconds, like a small white-haired girl left one of the classrooms and started to walk down the hallway. A bag slumped onto her back as she walked. Sharon? She mouthed out quietly and started to lean forward to get a closer look. Placing a hand on her shoulder so she wouldn't just fall over the edge of the roof, Naruto gave a small nod of his head but remained quiet. The raven-haired woman's lips slowly curved upward as her eyes fell into a soft gaze. She's grown so big now. Naruto stood up to his feet and took a few steps backward to leave the woman alone with her thoughts for a little bit. It was most likely the first occasion in a long time that she'd seen her sister so close up in person. He couldn't help but smile at the look on her face as she watched her sister walk down the school's hallway until she rounded a corner and got out of sight. Kuroka let out a soft breath as she fidgeted with her kimono for a solid minute or so. You alright? Naruto asked slowly. She seemed surprised to hear him but turned her head with a small nod nonetheless, and stood back up. Yeah, I'm okay. It was just a bit. I don't know how to explain it. I think I was caught off guard by your surprise, she admitted with a slightly sheepish look. Naruto chuckled at her reaction. I hope you mean that in a good way. I figured that you probably hadn't seen her for a while, and I wanted to show you some sign of faith, you know? To his surprise, she gave the most genuine smile he'd seen to date. Thank you. You probably don't know how much I needed that. Not sure how to properly thank you though. No need to thank me, I'm happy to help, he chuckled idly. Tilting her head slightly, she stepped closer with a small mischievous smirk. If there's no price for your services I might require them more often. When you say it like that you make it sound very dirty, Naruto's sweat dropped. She rolled her eyes a bit. That's the point, duh. Now do you want your thanks or not? I just said you don't need to thank me, he repeated again. Kuroka could only sigh at him, but stepped up to him nonetheless and wrapped her arms around him. Resting her chin against his shoulder, she let a smile split her face again. You might be a goofball, but you're alright. Surprised at first, Naruto felt her engage in a hug. He returned it with a small squeeze after a couple of seconds. While he didn't want to focus on it, he couldn't quite ignore how soft certain areas felt when pressed up against him like this. Since he wasn't as oblivious as he was in his previous life, he had no issue admitting that she was very beautiful, and this only managed to further fuel that line of thought he'd been developing. Unbeknown to him, the Nekosho was in the middle of having a similar thought process. They stayed like that for a couple of seconds before the hug broke off, and Kuroka took a step back. There, my fee is paid. So do you have any more surprises? No more surprises, at least for now, he replied as he stuck his hands inside his pockets. That's so? She started and stretched her back. She didn't quite feel like going back just yet. The night was still young as they said. Hey, wanna go out for a drink? A drink? He questioned. Kuroka nodded. Yeah, you know, a type of liquid that makes you drunk. He rolled his eyes at her. I know what a drink is. Could have fooled me, she teased in return. Naruto had to sigh at her playful attitude. Sure, we can go for a drink. I wonder why though? Surprised at the question, Kuroka shrugged her shoulders as the wind rustled through her kimono. I just don't feel like going back yet. Plus, I have a few questions for you. And I think it'd be rather awkward to stand and talk on a roof all night, so I figured we might as well go somewhere warm and comfortable instead. Plus, I can feel the toll it's starting to take on me. You know, trying to stay hopeful can be rather exhausting. He immediately understood what she meant. It couldn't be easy seeing her sister from such a short distance without being able to do anything, and inside just keep hoping that their plan wouldn't mess up. That's fine with me, so do you know a place? Got to admit I don't know the good drinking spots around here just yet, he admitted. Kuroka gave a quick nod of her head. Yeah, I know a place. Well, it's the only one I know considering I'm not usually around these parts. It's a nice enough place, just a small bar but the liquor is good. Naruto chuckled and offered his arm. Very well then, shall we? Snorting at his gesture, she did a quick bump with her elbow against his arm before accepting it. Just don't push your luck, pretty boy. Wouldn't dream of it, he replied cheekily, as they started making their way toward the spot that the feline had in mind. Koigyu, the time Naruto returned home that night was around 5 in the morning. One drink had escalated to be a couple more than he had imagined, and in the end, the two had just sat and talked about anything and everything. And the bar Kuroka had suggested was exactly how she described it, just a small and cozy place. A hole in the wall, as some people would likely call it, so there weren't really that many people there, which allowed them all the time in the world to just talk without too many interruptions aside from a few tipsy strangers wanting to give their own 2 cents on occasional topics they were talking about. Since he'd been a recluse for the majority of his second childhood, he'd kind of forgotten how fun it could be to go out and do something like that. Chuckling a bit to himself, he walked in through the front door and tossed his jacket and shoes into a corner, figuring that he could deal with it in the morning. He continued through the hallway and into the living room, where he spotted Kurama draped over the couch watching some show on the TV on his own. The yokai lifted his head in a lazy manner and rested it in the palm of his head. Oh shucks, you're alive. I'll call off the search party, he remarked in a sarcastic tone. Very funny, now move your legs off the couch. I need to sit down, Naruto retorted and slumped down on the seat next to Kurama, throwing his feet up on the coffee table as he sunk down into the couch cushions. Kurama raised a brow as he put his arm up on the armrest. You reek of alcohol, are you drunk? With a shallow chuckle, Naruto waved his hand, past tense. I was drunk, now I'm just tipsy. The orange-haired man let out a snort and looked back at the show he'd been watching. Did the meeting go that bad? Naruto raised a brow and looked at Kurama. No, it went surprisingly well actually. Now, all we've got to do is wait for a good moment to clear her name, and she'll finally be free. Well, that and to also start working with Kaneko in regards to senjutsu, but I'll just leave the hard stuff to you since that's your area of expertise. Kurama let out a slight hum. Then why are you drunk? And yeah, I'll see what I can do. Just know that I can only introduce it to her, it won't be easy and she'll probably hate the idea. In the end, it's up to her. I can't force her to understand it or come to terms with it. I get that, and so does Kuroka, but still, she wanted me to say thanks. It means a lot that we're all willing to try and help out here. And I'm drunk cause Kuroka wanted to have a drink. All of this had taken its toll on her and she wanted to relax, not surprisingly though. Naruto responded. The queen of his peerage waved him off. Tell her it's no sweat. Guess you'll have to deal with a hangover tomorrow. First time for everything, huh? Naruto shook his head and sank further down into the pillows. Nah, I'm a time mage. I can just push the time into reverse and feel fine, though I can't say the same for Kuroka though, he chuckled. With an amused laugh, Kurama too slumped his feet up on the coffee table. You should start making contracts like the Gremory girl. You could probably earn a fortune by selling the cure to hangovers. Got a feeling that supply and demand won't fit together, so I'd rather keep that trade secret in-house, Naruto snorted. By the way, thanks for the favor. Kurama looked at him from the corner of his eyes. You know, making sure Kaneko hadn't left the school. Would be a tad bit anticlimactic if I had said there was a surprise and then left her hanging. The dark-haired boy's sweat dropped. Oh yeah, that, no problem. I'd rather do that instead of listening to Veldora ruining his pants over a new manga he discovered. I swear I have no idea where he gets the funds for that stuff, Kurama mused. The sea tree had to let out a hollow chuckle. I bet his bed is a few inches off the ground with all the manga stuff beneath it, but I guess he's just taking advantage of our small fortune. Being a devil sure comes with a few quirks. Kurama gave a slow nod of his head and turned back to watch his show. There was a couple of minutes worth of silence before the orange-haired man finally let out a breath he had been holding. So, since you aren't going to bring it up, I will. Bring what up? Naruto questioned. With another sigh, he turned his head again. When are you going to ask her out? Naruto blinked. Who? Didn't know we had an owl in the house, Kurama commented. Rolling his eyes with an elbow planted firmly in his former Biju's side, Naruto shot him a glare. Very funny shithead. Kurama let out a quick grunt before rubbing his ribs. I aim to please. Really though, when are you going to ask Kuroka out? Why would I do that? I don't know her that well. Naruto asked, and soon found the ceiling much more interesting. This time it was Kurama's turn to roll his eyes. Please. You practically know her life story at this rate. And don't try to dodge it. You two seem to have more fun than that kid Konohamaru and his group playing ninja back in the day. We've only known each other for so long though, don't you think that's kinda rushing it? I will admit I like hanging out with her, and it's fun, I just don't know. The Yukai shook his head. In a world like this where people go on dates without ever having seen each other in person, no, I don't think it's rushed. What do you mean? Naruto asked curiously. Kurama let out a sarcastic laugh. For better or for worse this world has these terms that'd be beyond comprehension back in the elemental nations. Things like internet, blind, and speed dating. Hell, I even saw a show on the TV the other day where people went on dates in a dark room, and the climax of the episode was them seeing each other for the first time. Naruto laughed with him for a second. Yeah, Veldora showed me some of those shows. Still kinda unbelievable to me. Listen, kid, if I'm to be serious for a minute you need to follow my line of thought here. This world is different. We're no longer in the elemental nations where you didn't know which day was your last. People died and it'd never make the front page, because that was just how life was back then. Kurama started, and took a look at the dark-haired devil to see if he was still following. At this point Naruto had put his attention back to Kurama instead of the ceiling, his hands folded on his stomach. Yeah, I get that, but I just don't know. Sighing, Kurama stood up from his seat on the couch and walked toward the door, but before he exited the room he leaned in against the frame. You've already given up your right to live once. You sacrificed your bloody life. This world is different, Naruto, and you have a right to be selfish at least once for everything you did. Before Naruto could answer, Kurama quickly continued. A date is nothing more than two people that are close getting to know each other under a bit more intimate circumstances. No one says you have to waltz up to her in a rainstorm and get down on your knee with a bouquet of flowers. That sounds oddly specific, Naruto commented with a raised brow. Kurama shrugged. Veldora wanted to watch some anime but found some Korean drama shows instead. The damn fool nearly emptied 2 boxes worth of tissues. Sounds like him. The Yukai let out a quick chuckle. Yeah, but I need you to understand what I'm saying. You have a right to pursue something that might make you happy, and you might as well test the waters. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, well then it isn't the end of your life, and I doubt you'd lose her as a friend if that was the case. Naruto remained quiet as he took in the words because he knew to some extent that they were true. But there was still something bothering him deep down. She doesn't really know who I am though. I'm an imposter in a stolen body. How am I supposed to explain that? No matter what you decide to do, you can't keep that a secret for the rest of your life. Eventually, people close to you will find you slipping some things, and you'll need to explain it. You might as well start with the person that already let you in on her own secrets. Once again Naruto remained quiet as he flipped the idea around in his head, though he didn't get much of a chance to reply before Kurama waved and started leaving. Just keep it in mind, as I said, no one says that you have to do it now. Just hold on to the thought, and if it feels right then ask her. If it doesn't, no sweat. Anyway, I'm off to sleep. Naruto nodded with a slight chuckle. I thought you were watching the show? Kurama grunted. It was boring anyway. Anyhow, enough with this sappy stuff, for now. Later kid, I'm gonna catch some shut-eye. Goodnight, Naruto replied and leaned his head back to continue staring at the ceiling. Kaigyu. After Kurama had returned to bed that morning, Naruto had decided some air would do him good. After exiting the small mansion, he leapt onto the room and lay down to stare at the sky. Shikamaru had enjoyed this a lot, so he figured he might as well try and see what all the rage was about. As he'd gotten comfortable, he folded his fingers underneath his head and let out a hollow laugh to himself. I bet Ino and Sakura would have their day made if they saw me like this. Oh well, I never was one to overthink things. I might as well take it as it comes. No point in dwelling on what ifs. Kurama might be right. I guess a broken clock can be right twice a day after all. Had you said that a couple of weeks ago, I'd have been tempted to disagree. Naruto quickly sat up and turned his head around. As much as he felt that the voice was distant to him, he couldn't deny that it was familiar for one specific reason. Standing up on his feet, the dark-haired boy turned around and met the gaze of the newcomer. His red eyes met the violet ones of the dark-haired bearded man standing in front of him, who was wearing a set of seemingly dark and noble robes, finished off with a black cape swung around his shoulders. Naruto visibly fidgeted more in place as a sense of insecurity started to wash over him again. A feeling he'd grown way too used to feeling over the years of growing up in the underworld. Though despite the situation, it wasn't this man's fault, but just his own. "Dad?" Naruto asked after a few seconds of silence. Josiah Citri, head of the house of Citri, nodded swiftly in his son's direction. "How've you been, son?" The younger Citri tapped the tip of his foot against the roof as he dug his hands inside his pockets. "I've been fine, man, this is awkward." Lord Citri gave a brief chuckle at his son's comment. "Why is that?" Naruto let out a brief snort as a faint smile settled on his face. "Of all the problems I'm juggling around with, I hadn't expected an awkward family reunion on top of it all. It just took me a bit by surprise, that's all." His father let out a seemingly amused grunt at the revelation. "That's so? I see, I heard you're going to have an unofficial battle with your cousin of the Agaras." He gave a slow nod of his head. "Yeah, that's right, it's here in a couple of days." I'll cut to the chase. I know that your childhood was anything but expected, and circumstances led to you being different from the rest of us. While your sisters were more consistent in regard to pursuing a proper family relationship with you. I can't help but feel as if I've failed as your father, the head of the Citri revealed with a somber tone. Naruto hurriedly shook his head. "No, you haven't failed. It was always my own fault. For some reason I always felt out of place. It's kinda hard to explain. I think I just needed to get away for a bit to gain some perspective." Lord Citri let out a few chuckles. "Still, if I was unable to comfort and reaffirm you as your father, I clearly didn't try hard enough. All I can hope is that I still have the chance to right my wrong." With a loud sigh, Naruto slumped up against the chimney. "I got a feeling you'll match Sona's stubbornness about this, so I guess I'll just give up." Well, she probably has it from somewhere within the family, and while I'd like to claim it as her mother's responsibility, she'd probably beg to differ. The red-eyed boy couldn't help but let out a laugh. "Yeah, knowing women, it'd probably be a bit of a discussion. One I'd rather not participate in." Josiah let his lips curl upward into a slight smile. "I agree." There was yet another brief moment of silence as the father and son duo stood and stared at each other, both seemingly waiting for the other to start the conversation again. At this point in time, Naruto decided to be the one to continue the conversation for once. "So, why are you here, Dad? Not to sound rude or anything, but I didn't expect visitors I guess it's about 6 in the morning now." Josiah chuckled. "Forgive me, this was the earliest I could fit it into my schedule. Your older sister reminded me that I needed to make an effort so that you wouldn't drift further away now that you've moved out and properly begun your own life. Should have guessed. Whether or not she's here, she's still the queen of unexpected entries. I bet Sona would agree with me there," Naruto joked idly as he scratched his cheek. With a shake of his head, Josiah pulled something out from under his arm and held it up in front of him. "I came here today because I wanted to give you this." Now curious, Naruto stepped away from the chimney and walked closer to his father with a brow steadily rising upon his forehead. "What is it?" For once smiling fully, Lord Citri patted the fabric he was holding and dusted it off. "Long ago, my father wore this through his first battle and passed it on to me. His words were simple. I was to pass it on to my own son in due time if I had one. Like my father before me, I wore this robe through the Great War." "Dad," Naruto started, but as his father held up a hand to silence him, he paused. Josiah sighed. "This will be the first attempt at fixing the gap between us. Since you're now going to head into your first real fight. Even if it's an unofficial rating game, I want you to wear this if you want to." He finished and offered the article of clothing to Naruto. The younger devil hesitantly accepted it and held it up into the light of one of the street lamps and unfolded it. As the fabric folded down, he realized that it was a black cloak with a large dark blue symbol of the Sea House on the back. Several signs of usage along the fabric, but overall still in good shape compared to how old it supposedly was. Deciding to try it on, Naruto flung it over his shoulders and clasped it shut around his neck. Looking himself over for a brief moment, Naruto let out a sigh and rubbed his head. "Fine, but you better come and watch me then." A small victorious grin split on the older devil's face as he nodded his head deeply. "I wouldn't miss it for the world. Now then, tell me about your peerage." 448 Chapter 14. A final countdown note. When I first wrote this author note, I was talking about how I was going to go back to work on January 1st, and it's April LMAO, almost May. So that well, it's been a while, huh? The chapter has been done for a bit as well. I was just focusing a lot on my other stories, so I might have put this on the back burner for some time. Plus writing a rating game doesn't seem like the most fun. Been trying to think about how to do it properly cause I feel like no one wants to read a 10k words long fight that isn't even for an official game, so I'm still in the thinking phase for that. Small question for y'all, what is an underutilized power that you'd love to see more of? It doesn't need to be from DxD specifically, it can be useful in any other show. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZDM 58DN4 Kaligyo Chapter 14 A Final Countdown, Kaligyo. Kuroka let out a soft sigh as she leaned into the beanbag she was slumped against. Idly biting at a rice ball in her hand, she awkwardly tried to flip some pages in a comic she was reading. While it wasn't the most attractive hobby for a majority of girls and women, she was one of the few that quite enjoyed it. Just like games, there was something interesting about them. And it always managed to rid her of her boredom. Though it wasn't that easy this time around. Her mind was often occupied with the enigma that was Naruto Seatree. He was beyond odd, but she'd say that it was in a good way. It wasn't often you'd come around to find a person that was more than willing to sacrifice both time and resources to help someone you'd just met. And even after all this time, he seemed as eager as ever to succeed. The thought managed to bring a chuckle through her lips as she flipped another page, mentally going over their activities for the past couple of days. It was safe to say that she wasn't really paying attention to anything that was written or drawn at this rate. Instead, she settled for thinking about how goofy he could be when trying to learn new things. He was ambitious, perhaps overly so, but it was charming in a cute way. Some things he picked up like a sponge. She'd been quite surprised at how quickly he'd managed to understand the concepts of the senjutsu she was using. While he wasn't able to utilize it himself, at least, they couldn't know for sure if it was an absolute that he couldn't learn it. Other things, well, she'd have to carve it out into simple terms. Another giggle escaped her as she shook her head. He meant well, and that was all that mattered. It was safe to say she trusted him at this rate. He had more than enough opportunities to do something that had proved the opposite, yet he hadn't done anything in that regard. As she sat there with her own thoughts, only paying half attention to her reading material, her pointy ears did a small twitch as she picked up the sound of the front door opening to the house they were currently renting. Even if they were part of the Chaos Brigade, they still needed a place to stay. And for her very persuasive request, they'd gotten a nice house at the time just next to Kuo. Far enough away to be on the safe side, yet close enough so that it wouldn't take a day and then some to get to where she was currently spending the majority of her time these days. Slowly she could hear footsteps approach the living room, making her lift her head to see the individual who had just arrived. It was a young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes, wearing a dark green V-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. Kuroka let out a slight snort as a smirk lifted her lips. My, who do we have here? What is that supposed to mean? He asked curiously as he crossed his arms over his chest, and leaned in against the doorway. His brow raised quizzingly, as he awaited her response. She shrugged a bit as she clapped her comic shut and took the last bite of her rice ball, dusting her hands off. Not much, so where have you been, Valley? It ain't often the White Dragon Emperor vanishes from the face of the earth without a word. Valley rolled his eyes as he walked over to the dinner table, dragged out a chair, and sat down with his feet crossed. Azazel has been a pain lately. So much stuff he wants me to do and be a part of. I almost didn't manage to get away today either, but I snuck out when the old crow was taking a nap. I see, she hummed and got more comfortable in her seat. The young devil sighed and ran a hand through his silver locks. Talked with Arthur the other day. He said you wanted to talk to me, something about Beating someone up, I guess. Kuroka raised a brow at the choice of words, and shook her head. Yeah, but actually no, it has to do with fighting though, you got that much right. You want me to beat up your boyfriend or something? Valley asked as he scratched the back of his head. The raven-haired beauty rolled her amber eyes exaggeratedly. He's not, just forget it. Valley raised a brow in surprise. What is this? You're not denying it anymore. I don't know. He's sweet and fun to be around, that's all. Could we just focus on the subject? She asked in a tired voice. Deciding not to torment the woman any further, Valley nodded his head and leaned back in his seat. Sure, so what is it you want me to do? Kuroka took a deep breath as she fidgeted with the sleeve of her black kimono. As bad as it may sound, please let me explain before you reply. I want you to fight Naruto Citri. Scratching his neck out of confusion, Valley just nodded. Alright. I don't want you to kill him. If you do that, I'll claw your throat into an unrecognizable mess. Thing is, he is helping me. And my sister, and you know she is the most important thing to me in the world. And as much as I trust his word of wanting to help us reunite, it's dangerous. My reputation ain't exactly pretty, so there is a chance that he might get attacked. He has promised to take care of her, and protect her, but I don't know how strong he really is. She admitted, taking a breath to calm her nerves. I trust that this stays between us. I swear if Biku starts poking at my nerves with this. Valley lifted his hand to quiet her down with a casual wave. Relax, I'm not saying anything. Not that the monkey brain would be able to fathom it regardless. He smirked a bit, as he watched her let out an amused chuckle. So, as Arthur said, you want me to test his strength? Kuroka gave a slow nod of her head. Yes, but don't hurt him. How am I supposed to test him, if I can't fight him to that level? Valley questioned with a deadpan expression. The Nekosho gave him a heated stare as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Valley, do not hurt him, am I clear? The White Dragon Emperor sighed as he leaned his head back to stare at the ceiling. Fine, since I owe you one. I got to ask though, why not just test him yourself? You seem to be on more than friendly terms. Just tell him you want to spar or something like that. It's not that simple. I don't want to hurt him by doubting his abilities, and I know it might hurt his feelings regardless when he finds out why I sent you to try his strength, but it's for Sharon, and there is nothing I wouldn't do to ensure she was safe, she admitted, the guilt clearly evident as she rested her cheek in the palm of her hand and gazed out of the window and away from Valley. The silver-haired man took a moment before answering as he stood up with a slight grunt. From what I've heard, he seems like a cool guy. I doubt he'd take it too hard. Just be sure you don't keep it a secret. If you do, then I can't guarantee he won't just shrug it off. Kuroka just gave a slow nod of agreement. I know, so will you help me? As I said, I owe you one. So, when? She tapped her chin thoughtfully for a second. Not any of the upcoming days. He got a rating game to fight out, and wouldn't want to cripple his chances of winning by some kind of accidental injury. Well, I suppose it wouldn't matter since he uses time magic, but still. Valley gave her a quick glance of acceptance. Understood. Wouldn't want to throw him off either. Wouldn't be easy to fight out another devil's peerage if you're constantly wondering why one of the dragon emperors suddenly wanted the smoke. Anyhow, I better get going. I don't want to be interrogated by Azazel for ditching the Grigori for a few hours. Few hours? You just got here. What have you been up to? Kuroka questioned with a raised brow. The young man gave a slight smirk as he waved his hand. Wouldn't you like to know? He chuckled as he made his way out of the living room, and soon, the front door would be shut behind him. Though as he left, he mentally went over the conversation. Part of him knew that the dark-haired young woman harbored some feelings for the Citri, and that was probably partially the reason she didn't want to be the one to fight him. After all, if her heart was not in it, pushing him to the limit wouldn't be easily accomplishable. But for someone like him, who often desired challenges, even from his comrades, it wouldn't be a problem. It made him smirk to himself. Glad that his friend at least found someone to put her faith in. Trust on that level seemed like a luxury these days. Perhaps even rarer than winning the lottery, so of course he'd help. Even if it meant giving the other devil a few bruises. Kuroka sighed loudly from frustration as she let her head fall back and down into the beanbag, rubbing her temples as she stared up at the ceiling. At least one dilemma had been solved so far. Kaiguya, while most days in Kuo were filled with sunshine this time of year, Naruto had to let out a sigh as he watched the rain splash against the window of his bedroom. In all honesty, he had no problem with the rain itself, it was more so the confining part of not being able to go outside without it being a bother. And on a day like today where time was rapidly counting down until he had to participate in his first rating game. While he was confident in his chances of winning, he'd at least have liked to practice, at least a little bit. As he stood there just counting the drops of water running down the window, he raised a brow as he heard the sound of his door creaking open. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Kurama leaning in against the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest. "You could have knocked," Naruto commented with a quick chuckle. The yokai shrugged his shoulders non-caringly. "I could sense that you were awake and just moping around. I didn't see any reason to." The dark-haired boy rolled his eyes. "I guess. Oh well, what's up?" Kurama gave him a quiet stare for a while before he sighed and stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. "I figured it was about time we had a quick chat. Well, I guess it's not that simple of a subject, but I'd rather get this over with sooner than later." "Sure, I mean, I don't have much else to do right now." Naruto began a bit awkwardly as he took a seat on the lone chair in the room. The orange-haired man gave a quick nod of his head before slumping down on the foot end of the bed. "First of all, Busujima is coming over with her dad today. Something about him wanting to know more about this supernatural reality show called a rating game." Naruto nodded at that as he folded his fingers behind his head. "Makes sense, it's all new to him. Probably want to make sure his daughter is safe and all, so I got no problem with that. Figured you wouldn't, but I had to mention it just in case. Oh well, what I'm about to ask you about is probably not a very simple topic to discuss," Kurama grunted. The dark-haired young man shrugged. "Well, ask away." For a few seconds, Kurama remained silent. "What is your real goal?" Naruto blinked slowly. "I thought I told you already." "Not that. I know there is more to it. I know you're good at heart, and want to help people, but you were ambitious before. You wanted to become Hokage. So while it's still admirable that you want to reach the top to help people, I feel like there are still things you haven't told me completely." Kurama continued before Naruto could answer. "Have you ever thought about becoming a Saiyan?" The former blonde's eyes widened in surprise. "Not sure, why?" "I'm curious. You once wanted to become Hokage. In this world, being a Saiyan is the closest thing to that goal," Kurama responded, bringing his former statement into the equation. Naruto let out a soft sigh as he gathered his hands in his lap and looked out of the window, following the raindrops sliding down the glass panel. "Well yeah, I wanted to change circumstances back in the village. And I wanted people to acknowledge me. Until Itachi reminded me of what it really came down to. That only those already acknowledged could become Hokage, just like my dad did." The yokai gave a sound nod of his head. "And your goal is still the same. Unless I'm mistaken, you want to change the circumstances for those less fortunate. And while you seek power to become the strongest in the rating games, that only carries so much weight." "What do you mean?" Naruto questioned. Kurama continued. "Think about it. If you were a Saiyan, you'd have actual influence and power to change things. As the champion of the rating games, you only have a reputation and the ability to hope that people listen to what you have to say. Devils might respect power above almost anything else, but that kind of sway only carries a certain amount of weight in changing a culture." He let out a semi-frustrated sigh. "I guess that's true, but I don't know. Would they really listen to me though?" Kurama shrugged at him. "You made people listen before without a fancy title. I'm not saying you should change your current plan, but maybe widen the horizon and see a bigger goal. After all, if you do become the champion, what happens next? We're living as beings with insanely long lifespans. Even for someone like me who used to be a Biju, that's a lot of time to twiddle your thumbs somewhere doing nothing. Can you elaborate a bit on it?" With a slow nod of his head, Kurama crossed his legs and leaned forward. "First of all, being a champion at the rating games will show people a handful of things. You're productive and efficient, and got the power to follow through with it. Second of all, as a Saiyan, you'd not only have power from strength, but also from politics. And last, but just as important, you'd have power in name." Naruto raised a confused brow. "My name? I'm not sure I follow. The sea tree is already powerful in name to some degree." Kurama snapped his fingers. "Think beyond that. If you became a Saiyan, then the sea tree would not just have produced one Saiyan, but two, where one of them is also the number one in the rating games. Suddenly your name would carry even more meaning, and your title, and your job would also carry weight. So I'd have 3 cards to ensure a better future." Naruto trailed off, beginning to see the even bigger picture Kurama was trying to paint for him verbally. The former Biju nodded with a slight smirk. "I'd lie if I said I hadn't thought about it before. We both grew up in nightmares, and I don't exactly fancy that upon anyone else. We might not make it, but if you want, we could try. Naruto chuckled a bit. I'll have to think about it. Being a Satan is, put simply, miles away in comparison to a cage where we're from. But the duties are all the same. And we'd be able to make a difference. I'm sure xrias would agree. With a slow blink, Naruto questioned the mention of the current Lucifer, xrias? Kurama snorted, oh please. It's rather obvious he's hoping you'll stand in his corner. You're already on the way to becoming infinitely more powerful with your project with your girlfriend. I guess it would indeed be easier if we had some allies. After another round of chuckles, Kurama gave him a confident stare. Give it some thought, we got plenty of time. No pun intended. Very funny. Time jokes. Ha, ha. Naruto laughed mockingly. No, but seriously. xrias has almost groomed you to that role. It's like he knows what you're thinking already. If you're still scared of being a failure, then there is a place to start here. And if you're scared of having to replace someone that is already a Satan, don't be. The system was broken once after the Civil War. No one says there can't be another seat at the table. It might upset some of the old devils, but you can't please everyone. Your goal is a better future for the coming generations. You can't do that while always looking backward. Kurama continued, making sure he was keeping the Citri's attention. Naruto looked at him for a while, before he stood to his feet, running a hand through his dark locks before throwing his arms dramatically into the air. Screw it. What's the worst that could happen? A knowing smile lifted Kurama's lips. Now you're starting to sound like the Naruto I knew again. We might fail, but at least we can try. Well, we've always been a chaotic duo. I guess we can't ruin the pattern now of all times. Naruto chuckled as he put on his jacket. Come on. Seiko is probably coming over any minute. I suppose we should leave a good impression on her dad when talking about our plan. You have a plan? Now I actually am scared. Kurama joked as he stood up, and followed the slightly shorter man out of the room. Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked down the stairs. I've done a bit of homework. Do you know if Veldora is awake? Kurama nodded. He is in the living room, reading his manga as usual. Returning the nod, Naruto walked into the kitchen to get himself a glass of water. Good. Will be easier to brief everyone if we're all gathered here together. The rest of the morning went by quickly, spending a majority of the time discussing the upcoming match with Kurama and Veldora, until Seiko would come around so that they could begin to form the actual plan. Or rather, hear the one that Naruto had in mind. As the trio was sitting inside the living room, watching some TV in a comfortable silence, the atmosphere was soon broken as the doorbell could be heard ringing from the hallway. After a shared look, they all stood up and began to prepare for the upcoming meeting. With Kurama and Veldora preparing some beverages, Naruto went out to open the door. Hearing the door click open, he was met by the slightly smiling face of his new knight, along with the acknowledging nod of her stoic father. Glad you made it. Please, come in. I hear that we have a lot to discuss. Seiko gave him a quick, thank you, as she walked past him and took off her shoes, continuing onward and into the house. Whilst Cage stayed behind for a quick word with the young devil. I apologize for the sudden inconvenience. I get that it might not have fit into your schedule to have this kind of chat today. He started, with a slow and apologetic nod of his head. Naruto waved his hands dismissively. Trust me, aside from watching TV and potentially training for the match, we weren't busy. And it's okay really, you're her dad, you're well within your right to be concerned about something like this. Especially since you just learned about this whole new world with supernatural beings. I'd have been more offended if you didn't show any care. Cage's lips twitched upward into a thin smile of respect. I'm glad you can see it from my perspective. Of course, Naruto responded as he gestured for the man to enter their home, leading him toward the dining room, where the rest of his peerage was already seated and slowly beginning some conversation. Clearing his throat and thus getting the attention from his peerage, Naruto began talking. I suppose an introduction is in order first. On the right, next to my seat at the end, is Kurama. He is the queen of my peerage, and thus my right hand. Next to Kurama is Veldora. He is currently my pawn of 8 pieces. Pawn? Cage questioned. Naruto nodded. Despite the sound of it, the title is more like a formality. Everyone in my peerage got a voice to be heard, and since the peerage system is based on the chess pieces, he is technically a pawn. He got 8 pieces because he got some serious power, so to be safe, I didn't use something else. Plus he is pretty diverse in regard to fighting, with the rules of chess pieces. He can promote to other pieces and thus get their boosts and buffs for speed and durability, so he can match a situation that might require him to be faster or sturdier in battle. Giving an understanding nod of his head, Cage decided to take a seat beside his daughter now that his worries had been eased. I understand. Now then. The reason I wanted to be part of this conversation is to know more about what is going to happen. I've been made aware that a rating game is going to take place soon. Taking his own seat beside Kurama, Naruto folded his arms on the table. That's correct. It's an unofficial match to get our names out there, so we can soon participate in the actual games. I want our peerage to become the strongest, so I want to make that clear first of all. It'll require time and dedication, but I believe in everyone here. Once again nodding his head, Cage continued, how does such a game work? Thinking about it for a second, Naruto tried to come up with his best explanation. You're matched against another peerage for a fight. There are several kinds of fights. Some can be one-on-one battles until a peerage loses all pieces or their king, or a typical battlefield where the goal is of course to defeat the opposing team and their king. Though even if it's a fight, there is a system in place so that when you're eliminated, you'll be removed from the battlefield for treatment. So, I know it's simplified, a supernatural kendo tournament? The man questioned. Naruto hummed a bit, well yeah, just that there are other types of fights, but yes. You'll be removed before fatal injuries. Of course, like in kendo matches there can be unforeseen circumstances, but from what I know, it's rare. And the underworld got a lot of medical stuff available like phoenix tears to heal almost all injuries, also fatal ones. The man was almost immediately more easy once he knew that there was a system in place to prevent his daughter from potentially dying in these kinds of fights. That's good to know. With a soft chuckle, Naruto nodded. The devils are already low on numbers after the war a few centuries back. We wouldn't want to make a game just to die out faster. The peerage system was also made to strengthen our numbers, so we wouldn't go extinct. I see. Cage grunted. When is the match? Kurama was the one to respond. Tomorrow. We'll be told a time and place later today. It's all organized by Naruto's sister. Since it's an unofficial match, we had to go with an in-house type of arrangement. But don't worry, everything will be safe and sound. The same system is in place, even if it's off the books. Veldora decided to add in, giving a confident smirk and nod of his head, showing his usual cheerful attitude. A soft laugh escaped Cage's lips as he gazed at one of the sons of Tannen. Will it be possible to spectate? Veldora blinked. I think so, he said with uncertainty, looking at Naruto for an answer. The dark-haired boy nodded. Sure, I don't see a problem with that. The game was essentially put into place for entertainment. Might make it even more fun knowing we have some more people watching. I'm sure Seiko would appreciate it too. The Busujima gave a smirk. I'd be honored to make you proud on the battlefield, father. You've never let me down before, daughter, I already know you'll do well. The man reassured, giving her a quick pat on the shoulder. Naruto smiled a bit at the interaction, before clearing his throat. I suppose we should talk a bit about strategy. So, from what I know, my cousin got 2 peerage members. I'm not fully aware of their abilities, but I know that we'll outnumber them. One thing I do know is that her queen is also a dragon like Veldora, so I think our best bet would be to put Veldora into that fight. The blonde nodded his head. You can count me in. It's been way too long since I had a good fight. My brothers would always deny me a fight, even if I said it'd be a short one. The dragon sulked, almost forming a pout. Sweat dropping at this antics, Naruto continued, to be sure, I'd say we match you up with Kurama. Also because I know that her other piece is a knight, and since it's Seiko's first time fighting supernaturals like this, I'd like to back her up on that field. It's an unofficial match, so we don't have to impress anyone. If that match is supposed to get your names out there, wouldn't it be preferred to win with good numbers? Cage questioned. Kurama shrugged. Normally, yes. However, since no officials are watching, it won't matter as much. Only the outcome is going to be the talk around town. So we can think of it more like a practice match? Veldora questioned. Naruto nodded. Pretty much. Just to help us all get into shape, make ourselves known for being ready to fight in the real games, and of course it'll also help us learn how to work together. Solid strategy. Cage complimented. Being strong won't matter much if you don't know how to utilize each other's strengths and weaknesses properly. Giving a grateful smile, Naruto continued. With all due respect to my cousin, I know she is not much of a fighter. She is more the brain of her peerage, so I think that we can expect her peerage to have some strategies ready. Our best bet would probably be to separate her knight and queen, so we can even the odds. Veldora hummed a bit as he scratched his chin. Even if she is not much of a fighter, won't it be a bad thing to leave her alone? If me and Kurama are going to fight together, and he'll accompany Seiko to her fight, she'll be pulling strings in the background. While the numbers we win with aren't the most important, it might still look better if we take out the competition before calling checkmate. If people do talk about how we win, because we will, Naruto smirked, it might be better to make sure that they don't leave out the part where we first fought our way to the backline and ended the match properly. Cage raised an amused brow. Winning by potential cheap tricks won't carry much weight if the officials and judges know about it. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, exactly. So we case her in and attack from all fronts. If we all win, we'll have her surrounded. Solid and undoubtful victory, Kurama concluded. Naruto leaned back in his seat. It's probably not going to be that simple when we get there, but yes. And the official games will definitely be more advanced, so we can't slack off just because we might have an easy opening to win. Need all the experience we can get. The better odds we have, the bigger chance to become the champions. Hearing the conversation begin to dwindle down, Cage decided to speak up again. I have a small request, if I may. With a slow blink, Naruto nodded and gestured for him to continue. Would it be possible to have a spar between one of you and my daughter? While I don't doubt her abilities, this is not exactly my field of expertise. I'd be less concerned if I were to spectate some practice beforehand. Call me overprotective, but it'd ease my worries. Naruto gave him a quick stare, before he extended a nod of his head. I don't see a problem with that. It'd help her get used to her sacred gear too. Have you been practicing with it yet? Naruto asked, directing his gaze to Seiko. With a swift nod, Seiko answered, I've been sparring with my father frequently, and while I still lack some technique, I'm starting to get the hang of it. Though within a supernatural match where the speeds may be higher, I've yet to see where my limits are. We've already had a kendo spar once, I suppose we could try to have a real spar with actual swords. Naruto thought out loud. Cage furrowed his brows. Are you certain that'll be wise? Naruto sighed softly. We won't be using practice swords during the raiding game. And with the power and speed we might move with? I can't promise that wooden swords won't splinter. I promise you, though, that we'll be alright. Like when I healed you of your injury, I can also reverse any wounds from the spar. I promise. I suppose that is true. Very well then, I'll allow it. Naruto nodded as he stood up. Alright then. We should probably step outside. Hey Veldora, would you spar with Kurama in the meantime? If you two are to go up against Seikvira's queen, it might be a good idea to invest some time into getting to know each other's moves and stuff. Veldora nodded. Sure, sounds like fun. Though Kurama grunted a bit instead. I suppose. Though we've already sparred before.
Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto opened the door to the backyard. Then go at it a bit harder, push your limits. Something like that.
Sometimes I really hate you. Love you too, Kaigyo. As all three of them moved outside for the spar, Naruto stood out in the rain. Sighing to himself, he clapped his hands together as a faint blue light wrapped around the backyard. Water droplets from the rain began to fly from the soaked ground and toward the sky as they returned to where they came from, seemingly magically drying off the area. As the area dried, he made sure his spell remained in place, putting the area in a type of stasis, so that they wouldn't have to bother with the weather conditions for the time being, and could fully focus on the spar at hand. Seeing Seiko ready beside her father, Naruto extended his hand outward as a small magic circle with the sea tree emblem appeared. Slowly the circle would move, releasing a standard Japanese katana that was glinting in the light. Grasping it by the hilt, he extended it out toward the young woman. Will this suffice? Seiko blinked in surprise, as her father stood and watched with amazement at the display of magic, before she accepted the sword and tested its balance with a few practice swings. I think it will. It's heavier than a traditional bakken, but I'll make it work after getting used to it. Great! Naruto smiled and took a few steps back, summoning another identical sword from another magic circle. Doing the same as Seiko, he tested it out for a few swings, before he stood out in the middle of the backyard and gestured for her to join him. Seiko gave a quick nod toward her dad, before she stepped out onto the grass, readjusting her grip on the katana, before taking one of the many stances her father had taught her would be ideal for the start of a fight. As her sacred gear activated, her lone visible eye that wasn't being shadowed by her fringe of hair began to glow a faint blue. Figuring it was time to begin, Naruto himself took a sword stance, preparing himself for the spar. Since it was to show off her abilities to her dad, he decided to hold back a bit, but no to a degree where it'd be insulting. Extending his hand outward to her, he beckoned her to come at him, before taking a defensive stance with the katana. "Come on then," he shouted towards her. "I don't want to wait forever," he teased, forcing a grin to form on her lips. The two began their battle, as they faced each other in a horizontal position, with their swords facing each other and ready to strike. At first Seiko was hesitant, not quite sure how best to proceed, so she kept up with her usual defense until she got a better idea of what she should do. When she noticed that Naruto was just standing there, she figured it was now or never to show what she was capable of while wielding a real sword instead of a wooden practice one. She quickly came at him with her blade held high above her head, before bringing it down vertically, aiming to cleave him in half. Peeved. Naruto easily dodged her attack, causing the tip of his sword to graze her cheek. He grinned at her, which made her blush slightly before she retaliated again by swinging the katana horizontally, hoping to catch him off guard. However, instead of dodging like last time, he simply parried her blow with his own sword. This caused them both to clash blades, which caused a loud clang to echo through the field. They'd repeatedly clash blades over and over again, the speeds rapidly increasing. At some point, Kage even lost count of the amount of times he heard their blades slam together. It amazed him that such a thing could be happening before his very eyes. Though it also caused pride to swell within his chest, knowing that his daughter was adapting so quickly to it. After a while, their swords locked together again, both sides trying to use their strength to push the other back. "Tch," she grunted out as her arms started to ache from holding the katana that way for too long. "Not bad," she complimented him as he returned to his previous stance. "Thanks," he replied as she pressed forward once more. This time she tried to rush at him, but he easily evaded this attempt as well by stepping backward, which left her a little frustrated since she was going all out with everything she had, yet still couldn't land a hit on him. They continued to exchange blows, almost managing to land some hits on each other here and there. However, neither could land a decisive blow on the other. She thought about what to do next, and suddenly remembered something he'd told her from the first time they had a spar. About how he supposedly wasn't that experienced with wielding a blade. You're actually pretty good with a sword, aren't you? "Yeah, I'm decent, but nothing great," Naruto chuckled at her question. She nodded her head in understanding, and began to close the distance between them. "So, want to try something new?" she asked him. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, prompting him to raise an eyebrow at her before grinning. "Sure, why not? What did you have in mind?" "Hold on a second," she paused to take a breath before she resumed her advance. "Just a second." This time when she closed the gap between them, she thrust her sword forward and slashed it diagonally downward. "Oh, right. That's something new," Naruto exclaimed as he ducked to avoid the blade. Once he moved back, he saw her holding her katana vertically and pointed at him. "All right, let me try this." "What are you doing?" she questioned him as he assumed his usual stance with his sword aimed at her. "You said you wanted to try something new, so I figured we should change things up a bit," he explained as if he were reciting a lesson from a book. Seiko nodded her head, and readied herself to counter him. With that, the two proceeded to trade blows again, as she attempted to force him back with her attacks, using her sacred gear to track his movement and try and exploit any openings. Though with the speed the sea tree could move at, she was finding it difficult. Fighting someone able to use time magic to forcefully speed up his movement was proving quite a challenge. As she pressed forward, the tip of her sword grazed his shoulder, but she couldn't get him to fall back. It didn't matter whether he managed to dodge her attacks or not, she seemed unable to land a hit on him, but was coming closer and closer. Suddenly, she realized that she was trying to fight him like a normal human would. There were many things she needed to focus on besides simply fighting normally, hence why she was struggling so much. She quickly decided to stop worrying about landing a hit on him, and instead focused on attacking with everything she had. As soon as she changed her mindset, a smile spread across her face as her movements became smoother. As if she was a ballerina performing a dance, she was fighting like she'd reached some kind of high. Her sword swung forward, aiming for his stomach, but he swiftly ducked under the incoming attack. She then tried to follow up with a straight slash at his neck, but he parried it and countered her with an overhead swing of his own. He was just barely able to block her, but he couldn't keep blocking forever. Naruto smirked at the sight. I haven't seen you fight like this before. Well, it's been a while since I've used such methods, she admitted as she took a deep breath before she continued to launch a flurry of attacks. The girl's eyes were wide open, showing her excitement, as she swung her sword around her in a blur. Her movements grew faster and more precise with every passing moment, as she attacked with pinpoint accuracy with every single strike. Even though she was moving so fast, Naruto was able to keep up with relative ease, given his experience with fighting supernatural battles. He dodged one of her swings, and immediately launched a counterattack. His sword sliced through the air, which missed her by a fraction of an inch. Instead, the blade only grazed her arm, cutting off part of her sleeve and making a small cut on her skin. Ah! Seiko winced in pain, dropping her weapon in shock. Sorry, didn't mean to hurt you. Naruto apologized as he looked down at her wound. And no, it's fine. She shook her head to regain her composure and went into another attack. I'll be alright, just not used to being cut like this, I suppose, she assured him with a smile. Naruto gave a nod of understanding. Do you want to stop here? He asked her. Huh? No. No way. She responded with a firm shake of her head. I've got a lot to learn from this. I'm going to keep going until you can't handle it anymore. You sure? I don't mind stopping if you're tired, he offered. I am pretty tired, she admitted, but I know I can do better than this. Okay. Well, I guess we'll see how long you last then, he shrugged. Ready? Yup. The girl replied, and she charged forward once more. Her movements slowed slightly now, as she was getting tired, but she still wasn't giving up. Naruto watched her move carefully, trying to find an opening. He thought that she was going to start slowing down even more after a few minutes, but she surprised him once more by continuing her assault for nearly 10 minutes without pause. Damn, you're really putting up a good fight, he complimented her. It's all thanks to father's teaching, she smiled and bowed her head in her dad's direction. Naruto gave a soft smile. He must be quite the teacher. Seiko nodded, the best. They continued to exchange blows, and she slowly began to tire out. However, despite her fatigue, she refused to quit, and continued to press forward. After what seemed like hours, Naruto finally felt the need to call it quits. He'd never fought anyone that was able to keep up with him for so long, but he knew it was possible now, which was beyond impressive to him. She hadn't been a devil for that long, but the rate she'd adapted to the sudden extra power and her sacred gear was almost terrifying. Alright, I think this is enough for today, he announced. Whilst she felt she'd be able to keep going despite her fatigue, she decided he was probably right. Yes sir. She answered with a nod, tiredly chuckling as she lowered her katana. I'm impressed, he said to her, you've come a long way so quickly. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna just give up, she stated. Very true, Naruto chuckled. You shouldn't ever give up, he told her. She smiled softly. Thank you. Anytime, Naruto agreed. As they stood there, a round of applause met their ears. Simultaneously they turned their heads, to see the impressed expression of Kage as he walked in their direction. Naruto briefly waved his hand in her direction, his magic reversing the time of her wounds, so they'd close up and look like they'd never been there in the first place. Kage bowed his head in Naruto's direction, before turning to his daughter. I can't begin to describe how proud I am. I've never seen anything like it. Thanks, Dad. She smiled. Hey, let's head back inside. Veldora and Kurama left a while ago. Seems like we're the only ones taking our time, Naruto suggested. Sounds good to me. Seiko agreed. I'll lead the way, then. Naruto smiled. The two of them turned around to walk back in the direction they'd come from, closing the door after entering, allowing them to get some much-deserved rest. The rest of the afternoon was simply spent discussing various battle tactics until Kage and Seiko had to leave and return home. It made him happy to see that her father was becoming more accepting of him and the whole devil thing. Seeing them all interact together and be part of it, probably helped a ton in understanding that everything was not as black and white as some parts of the churches like to make it look. So overall, Naruto felt like the day had been productive. He'd learned much from the simple yet meaningful meeting. Especially to never underestimate Seiko. Even as someone that had been a mere human blessed with a sacred gear, she was way more skilled and easily adapting than even some of the pure-blooded devils he'd met. It brought a smirk to his face. The rating games were most certainly going to be interesting. Gai Xing. The rest of the day went by without any hassle.
Aside from the meeting and spar with Seiko, there hadn't been anything else planned. Since this was the calm before the storm, they had decided to take it easy for the rest of the day. And since that had become the case, Naruto had a lot of time to think.
It had been on his mind a lot. Well, she had been on his mind a lot. He liked to distract himself from potentially personal thoughts about his personal life. But ever since Kurama had given him a wake-up call, he'd found it difficult to ignore it. Plus all the time they'd begun to spend together, and the way she was like now that she was comfortable around him. While he'd never admit it openly, since Kurama would never let him hear the end of it, it gave him the sensation of butterflies in his stomach. He often hated when the grumpy fox was right. So after thinking for the rest of the day, he found himself in the hallway of the house, putting on his jacket once again, and preparing to head outside. "Where are you going?" Naruto turned around, digging his hands into his pockets as he stared at the confused expression of his queen and pawn. "You were right." Kurama blinked, as Veldora looked confused. "Well thanks, I love to hear it, but what exactly was I right about?"
With a quick snort, Naruto leaned up against the wall and closed his eyes for a second. Gathering his thoughts, he opened his red eyes. "About Kuroka. You said I had the right to be selfish. I tried to deny it for a bit, trying to tell myself that I had more important stuff to worry about." "Naruto," Kurama began. The dark-haired boy interrupted him. "I know what you're going to say. And you're right. I spend most of my life living for others, so I think, well, it's probably time that I took your advice and do something that I myself would like to do." Veldora grinned behind Kurama. "You going to ask her out, him?" The teasing tone made the former blonde scratch the back of his head. "Yeah, I guess, I can't deny it, man. She's fun to be around, and I like her." Kurama said it himself. "It's just about getting to know each other better, and seeing where it goes." The orange-haired Yukai soon began to smile, before patting the sea tree on the shoulder. "You've come a long way. Glad to know you're listening."
"Well, you're my partner. I owe you that much." Kurama smirked a bit as he made his way back toward Veldora. "Now get a move on before your bird brain changes your mind. I don't want to have to talk you back into it all over again." Naruto once again rolled his eyes, but decided that he was probably right. So gathering his thoughts once again, he took a deep breath and made his way out of the front door and toward the place he'd told her to meet him. Chuckling at the sound of Veldora shouting good luck from within the house, he used a magic circle to transport himself toward the local park. As he got there, he wandered around the fountain, listening to the sound of the water as he walked toward a bench and took a seat. Softly he grunted and leaned forward, folding his fingers and looking up toward the moon, as he patiently waited. While waiting, he went over what he was going to say. Quickly though he'd figure out he was probably overthinking it. If she was interested, it wouldn't matter how he said it. All he had to do was to be sincere about it. And make sure that she understood that as well.
"Wow, easy there now. Think any harder and your head might explode." A smile lifted his lips as he looked over his right shoulder, seeing the raven-haired beauty that had been occupying his thoughts currently leaning over the backrest of the bench. Her arms crossed under her chest, as she shot him a playful smirk. "Very funny. I'm glad you made it here." He greeted and stood up from his seat, watching her walk around to stand with him.
Kuroka shrugged, a small smile on her face. "I said I would, didn't I?" Naruto nodded in response. "You did." She gazed up at him curiously. "So what did you want to talk about? You mentioned wanting to ask me something." The dark-haired boy nodded his head as he scratched the back of his head, suddenly feeling a lot more nervous than anticipated. "I'm not really good with this kind of stuff, so I'm sorry if I sound awkward." "More awkward than usual," she teased, her lips flying up into a grin as she placed a hand on her hip. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. "Yeah, more awkward than usual." He responded through a slow chuckle. "I've been enjoying hanging out with you, and generally spending time together. And I've recently been made aware that I'm not good at doing things that I want to do myself. So, today, I wanted to make a difference." Kuroka looked a bit confused, but decided to listen nonetheless. She was aware that he often looked out for others before himself. Hell, her and Sharon were prime examples of him going out of his way for people he barely even knew. Which she was more than grateful for. It was much more than she could have ever asked for, and it made her happy. Taking a breath to gather a bit of courage, he looked down into her amber eyes, the sensation of butterflies in his stomach appearing again. "I was wondering if you'd like to maybe do something sometime. You know, just the two of us." The Nekoshu's eyes widened slowly as her cheeks began to go a bit pink. Do you mean, like a date? He nodded slowly and confirmed, like a date. Subconsciously, her lips began to quirk upward into a smile as she looked away, fidgeting slightly in place, as an unfamiliar nervousness born from surprise began to flood her system. But it didn't make her feel bad. You got a rating game coming up, right? Naruto looked confused but nodded again. Yeah, tomorrow. What about it? Kuroka let out a few giggles. If you win tomorrow, I'll let you take me out on a date. Sounds like it'll be fun. His eyes widened as relief was released from his system. What if I lose? She hummed a bit as she stepped up to him, not saying a word before she waved her hand so he'd lean down her head. Not sure what she wanted, he complied and leaned down, and was immediately taken aback as he felt the sensation of her soft and warm lips on his cheeks. Just a brief peck, before she pulled back. Just make sure you win, alright? She giggled with a knowing smirk, before she began to back away, shooting him a quick tease-filled wink, as she began to leave. Though if she were to be honest, if he somehow lost, she'd still show up. It was just so fun to tease him, and he made it too damn easy. As Naruto stood there, he chuckled a bit as he placed a hand on his cheek. Shaking his head at her antics, a newfound vigor to win filled him. If he didn't have much reason to do his best before, he for sure did now. 448 Chapter 15. Live for the fight. Personal note. I didn't really realize it's been a year since the last chapter. I apologize about that. I haven't really been in the best mental state for a while, and everything I wrote kinda just felt like another addition to the pile, instead of something I really enjoyed working on. I probably finished this chapter like 10 months ago. I have about 17 chapters I could release. A mix of new fics and updates, but I haven't been well honestly. I am getting help, so that's at least something. I figured I at least owed this chapter to those who are still waiting. And if you dropped this for one reason or another, I'm sorry I couldn't live up to the expectations. Except those that are just rude as shit, go punch sand. Don't know if it'll get updated again, or if anyone cares if it gets updated again. LMAO anyhow, until next time I suppose. Story note. I know I haven't been super consistent about where exactly we are in the timeline, and well, that's because I wasn't sure myself. When I wrote the outline, I said like a month before canon starts. So yeah, we're probably a few weeks away from when canon is supposed to start. Might have been moving a bit slowly because let's be honest here, like who gives a shit about canon? We've all read 10 different variants of Riser vs. xrias or shit like that. If y'all are interested in joining a community of readers and several talented authors, consider joining Aizen the Goat's Discord server. QBZBM 58DN4 Kaigyo Chapter 15 Live for the fight. Kaigyo the last couple of days had gone way better than the former blonde could have predicted. Generally speaking, they'd done pretty well for themselves. Despite the rather awkward way that Seiko had been introduced to the supernatural, she was actually doing more than well adjusting to it. Probably because she'd had the sacred gear for a while, and always suspected something was wrong with her, but then getting to learn she was more than alright was likely a key factor in how good her mood had been since. Veldora and Kurama, the heavy hitters on the team, well, the most destructive of them, at least. They seemed to get along just fine, even if the former Biju often thought about strangling the son of Tannen. The thought made him chuckle as he looked over Kuo Park from on top of a hill, the cloak with the C-tree insignia slightly swaying in the chill evening air as he looked over the place. This was where everything was going to go down in a couple of hours. Sona had personally overseen it, and all parties had agreed to this specific spot, and now, he just had to wait. He hated waiting, always had. And there wasn't much to do about it. The match was scheduled for midnight after all. You seem rather calm considering there is supposed to be a huge battle here later. Naruto blinked at the sudden remark as he turned around and watched the father of Seiko climb up the hill. A slight grunt escaping his lips as he took a stand on his right. Well, technically it's not here. It'll be like a similar space created identically to this one. It'd be rather difficult to explain to normal people why there are dragons flying around. A chuckle escaped Cage's lips as he crossed his arms over his chest. I suppose that is indeed the truth. Anything I can help you with? Naruto questioned with a curious expression. The man remained silent for a couple of seconds. Perhaps, I was just wondering about some stuff. I walked over to your place, but your queen, I think it was, told me you had gone out here to process some thoughts about the upcoming game. Naruto nodded slowly. Oh, yeah. Just trying to get an overview of the overall field we're going to fight in. Would that not be considered cheating by your opponent? Cage asked next. With a shake of his head, Naruto responded, we've both been told when and where. We're allowed to make the preparations that we need, since in a real fight, there isn't really any cheating. Of course, there are probably some ground rules, but this is totally fine. The older man seemed content with the answer, so what are you thinking? About the fight? When the man nodded, Naruto continued. Well, there is 3 main battlefields. The pond on the left, the fountain in the middle, and the woods on the right. Given that both peerages have someone that almost guaranteed got a type of transformation, they're going to fight on the left side. The knight are most likely going to try and take advantage of the woods on the right, he answered. Cage looked amused. Why? Scratching the back of his head, Naruto thought it over. Well, the pond is on the left. Trying to have 3 people undergoing a transformation fight in the woods seems bad. It's restrictive. So they will most likely make use of the open space, while the knights can take advantage of the woods by using the terrain. The trees for cover, branches for high ground, stuff like that. Nodding his head, Cage couldn't help but admit the boy was probably right. Though, there was one thing he was not mentioned yet, you forgot the fountain in the middle. I hope you know that is a poor move. I haven't forgotten. I'm just unsure, that's all. Perhaps I can help give some perspective? Shrugging his shoulders, Naruto looked toward the fountain with a minor indicating nod of his head. The middle of battlefields is typically a key point in a war. That's at least what my father told me. If you control the middle, you control how forces can regroup or send reinforcements to all the other battlefields. The man hummed, and you don't think you can take control of it? Naruto let out a couple of laughs. I think I'm more than capable. I just don't know if I should be there, instead of in the woods. Your daughter is not used to supernatural battles yet, but at the same time, I don't want to undermine her ability to adapt and overcome such a challenge. Cage sighed, my opinions differ since I'm both a father and a teacher of the sword. While I don't want my child to get hurt, there is one saying that you can't ignore. Failure is the greatest teacher. You want me to set her up to fail? Naruto asked with a skeptical look. The man looked confused as he shook his head. No, but you got to realize that holding her hand throughout it all is only going to be a limiter in the future. She won't learn to go beyond her limits if you're constantly there to save her. Naruto sighed as he thought it over. Just letting her loose isn't going to help either. Not that I think that the match is predetermined, but I feel like I should be a guide for her. I'm supposed to be the leader after all. What you say is correct, but you forget one thing, Cage answered as he gave the younger man a look. Inwardly being a bit surprised that a devil was acting so humane, it was almost as unsettling as it was reassuring. The dark-haired boy raised a brow, which is? Cage cleared his throat. If we look at it like kendo, this is a match or even a tournament. Both would suffice for the image I'm trying to paint. You do not train during the competition but for the competition. So you're saying I didn't teach her enough? With a shake of his head, Cage clarified. No, I'm saying that it's a result of unfortunate timing. You didn't have time to properly teach what scale the battle would be, and how she should prepare for it. That's not on you, but it'd be worth keeping in mind, before a second match. Naruto sighed as he leaned up against a tree and closed his eyes. While I could probably go in there on my own and win, it's not how it's supposed to be. I want everyone to get something out of this, and not just the credits of being part of the winning team. Experience is indeed important, Cage mused, before a question resurfaced in his head. I have a question for you. Something I've been wondering about for a while now. It's up to you whether or not you want to answer it. Sure, go ahead, Naruto responded with a curious expression on his face. The man didn't say anything for a bit, mentally trying to find himself a way to properly formulate a question that wouldn't be insulting, but given that this was an entirely new world to him as well, he didn't know what would be considered appropriate.
In the end, he decided to just say fuck it. The boy had appeared humane enough and was pretty easygoing, plus, the people he got in his peerage was pretty open-minded, so he put his money on the boy being open to the kind of question he had in mind. Clearing his throat, Cage asked him, how powerful are you really? Naruto stared at him for a bit before he burst out laughing. That's it. What do you mean with, that's it? Cage questioned with a thoroughly annoyed expression. Wiping a tear away from the corner of his eye, Naruto calmed down enough. Sorry. It's just that you looked so serious and calculating, like you were going to ask me something like, I don't know, if I had killed someone before. Have you? Cage asked, with a minuscule amount of humor present in the tone of his voice.
Naruto shrugged, that is a tricky question to answer. What? Waving his hands, Naruto leaned forward and walked toward the edge of the hill. To answer your first question, in terms of raw power I'm probably not as powerful as I used to be, he mused. As you used to be? Kage asked with a surprised tone. Crap, Naruto inwardly cursed, realizing he'd probably given away too much already. Then again, the man had said he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to be, but that would likely not ease the worries in his head. He wasn't obliged to tell the man anything, yet at the same time, having kept it a secret from everyone since he was reborn, well, with the exception of Kurama, it was tiring. No one really knew who he was aside the former Biju, and it wasn't like he intended to keep it a secret forever. Maybe, well, perhaps he was scared to see how they'd react. Couldn't be easy knowing that your friend, sibling, or something else, isn't really who you thought they were. Are you able to keep a secret? Naruto asked in a soft tone. Kage nodded his head slowly, I am. Though, is it a secret that'd harm my family in any way? Shaking his head, Naruto replied, probably not. At least not in any way that I'm aware of. It's more of a personal thing that I haven't really told anyone about yet, because I'm not sure how to go about it.
The older man remained silent for a bit before he got an idea. You can consider me a test subject then. You have my word that I'll remain silent about it, unless it should prove to be a threat to me or my daughter. If that is to be the case in the near future, I'll have to do what I can to ensure our safety.
Which is fair. Naruto chuckled. Well, it's going to sound outlandish but, I'm not really from here. This world. And I don't mean in the sense that I'm a devil and all that. Kage looked surprised. You're from a completely different world? Naruto nodded in a slow manner. Hard to explain, because I'm not sure how. To answer both your questions from earlier, I'm probably not as strong as I used to be in that world yet. And whether or not I have killed anyone, you could say that. The world I'm from is less forgiving than this one. What happened? Kage asked with interest. The former blonde chuckled sourly. There was a great war. Our enemy aimed to enslave the world, in simple terms at least. It was a bit deeper than that, but our goal was to stop them. We were a world that was built upon conflict, but we managed to find common ground and ally ourselves against one common enemy. Seeing where this was going, the older man frowned. Did you lose? Naruto shook his head. We managed to win, but that wasn't the end of it. Something from my past came back to haunt me. A friend, who lost his way, aimed to kill me because he believed our system was broken. I guess he was right. What happened to him should never have happened. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to kill my friend, but he was too far gone, and I died as a result of my own actions. We never managed to undo the damage our former enemy had done. What exactly did they do to your world? The dark-haired devil smiled bitterly again. It was a technique that had used the moon to reflect a technique on our world, put us all inside one big illusion. Well, a dream world. They cast the technique, and through luck a few of us managed to avoid it. My friend and I took down the enemy and sealed her away, but when we were supposed to undo the technique that was used to capture our world, he wanted to fight, and I lost. I can't know what happened after. It's very possible I doomed everyone and they're still trapped. The father of his knight stood with a blank expression before he sighed softly and placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. Were you much older than you are now? Naruto shook his head. I had just turned 17. To die at such a young age. I'm very sorry to hear all that happened, the man spoke softly. He shrugged. As I said, that world wasn't forgiving. You haven't told anyone else about it yet? Kage asked as he took the hand away. He shook his head again. Not yet. I don't know how I do it. Though my queen knows about it. He's from the same world. Ironically enough, he used to be a giant demon fox that was sealed inside me so I could keep the world safe from him. Now we're best friends. That's a unique friendship. The man chuckled. Naruto nodded with a grin. Sure is. He can be grumpy and annoying, but I know he got my back. The sea tree paused. I just don't know how to tell anyone else. My family, peerage, and friends. They know me as Naruto Sea Tree. What would they say once they know I'm just an imposter? But are you really an imposter though? The man questioned. What do you mean? The older man sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. You speak of them as friends and family. Sounds like to me that you've accepted them long ago. I can't say how everyone would react, but as long as you're genuine and accepts who you are now, there isn't much else you can do, and the rest is up to them. Well, I guess I'll have to do it sooner than later. Though, I think I will wait until after the game. We need to win after all, and being distracted isn't going to help, he smiled. Cage raised an amused brow. You sound plenty distracted already. Isn't that going to be a problem? Naruto gave him a stare before smirking. Normally. Probably, yeah. Don't worry though, I'm the strongest. We'll be fine, even if I have to beat them all on my own. Don't rely too much on yourself, you got a team after all. The former blonde grimaced at that. I know. The next couple of hours passed by in a flash. The pep talk with Seiko's father had helped him a ton already. For some reason, it felt good that at least one person knew who he was, and while Kurama for good reason was already aware, it didn't feel like it fully counted. With the reaction he'd gotten from someone of Cage's caliber and heritage, he'd felt more confident in potentially telling people the truth in the future. Also with how devils already used their knowledge and technology to reincarnate people of other races, perhaps it wasn't too far-fetched. The weirdest part of him was just that he was from another world, but then again, this world in itself was anything but normal with dimensional gaps and dragons controlling aspects of reality itself flying around in a dimensional gap existing outside space and time. When the time for the raiding game came along, Naruto was now wearing the cloak he'd been gifted by his father. The idle wind swayed the fabric as he crossed his arms over his chest. They just had to wait for Sikvera to get here now. He and Sona were already there, and his peerage was gathered around him. A bit away from them stood Cage and Lord Citri, who were engaged in a small conversation before the game started. It was clear that there was a bit of a nervous atmosphere among them, but he figured it was normal. It was their first time participating in something like this, but he was confident they had what it took. Naruto, may I have a word? The dark-haired devil raised a surprised brow as he turned around to see the latest addition to their team eyeing him with curiosity. Sure, what's up? Seiko gathered her hands at her front as a thoughtful expression fell upon her features. I spoke with my father. He let me know that he and you had a talk about me, and I'd like to speak with you about it. In regard to the game? Naruto asked to clarify. She nodded. Yes, he mentioned that I should treat this like a kendo tournament and that you holding my hand wouldn't be as much in my favor as we'd perhaps thought it'd be. The Citri let out a gentle sigh as he rubbed his neck. Sorry, it appears I have a lot to learn still. Seiko just smiled as she touched his arm. Don't worry, we'll learn together as we go. Deciding to interrupt the moment, Veldora swung an arm over each of their necks and grinned at the master of the peerage. So if she goes solo in on the action, what will you do? Going to kick ass with Kurama and I, huh? Eavesdropping is not nice, Naruto replied with a twitching brow, and no, I realize that I'm the one here that knows the most about these games because I'm already a devil. I'll hold the backline and observe. Give the three of you a chance to learn, but if anything looks the least out of order I'll come and help. An almost aggravated sigh could be heard from the peerage's queen as he crossed his arms over his chest. Despite how much I hate to say it, you're right. I'm not fond of admitting defeat, but you're the strongest here with the most versatile way of getting around. And if you're set on letting us learn the devil's sport you'd serve better as backup. Naruto just smirked at him. Don't worry, I'll save your ass if you get hurt. Don't make me hurt you, brat. Kurama grunted. Before the time user could retort, a bright light blue magic circle illuminated the area. As it cleared, Naruto smirked at the sight of his cousin as she walked forward with her two peerage members in tow. Which was also the first time he got a proper look at them. The one on her right, which he assumed to be the queen. A young man with black hair named Olivian, and oddly enough wearing a butler's uniform, but he wouldn't let that fool him. Much like Veldora, this guy was a dragon. Perhaps not one with a reputation as great as Tannen's, but it'd still be dumb of him to disregard him as a threat just because he wasn't as well known. The one to her left had to be her knight, a young woman with long chestnut-colored hair named Bafil Furkaz, who was also wearing a suit. He was starting to wonder if Sikvera had a thing for that type of outfit, but he just shrugged it off. While his cousin's queen was unknown to him, the knight wasn't. He'd been sparring with Cyroorg Bael countless times, and they were friendly with each other. So he'd met his peerage, and thus, in conclusion, he knew that the woman in question was the younger sister of Cyroorg's own knight. Which would likely be to his advantage, because he knew how they fought. Their family was practically a clan of horse tamers, so they often fought as a traditional knight would. You're finally here, I was almost scared you'd run off. Naruto teased with a grin. Sikvera just flicked her long hair over her shoulder as she returned a smirk of her own. Scared? That'd only make one of us then? He snickered as he looked at her peerage again. I thought you had a thing for mechs, not suits. The young lady's face flushed as she pushed up her glasses. "Shut it, you delinquent. It's just proper fashion and attire for my house's status and work, nothing more." And I dye my hair," he said with a smirk, not believing a word she said. Before their bickering could get worse, Sona cleared her throat. "How about we leave that for the game?" "Fine by me," Naruto responded with a casual shrug of his shoulders. "Agreed," Sikvera added, yet shot a glare in his direction. Sona nodded her head. "Alright, if the two of you would go stand with your respective peerage. The arena is ready for the game to start, so unless our spectators would like to say some words of encouragement, all that's left to do is get started." She finished as she readjusted her glasses. As if it was their cue, Lord Citri and Kage made their way over to Naruto's peerage, the young leader scratching the back of his head as his father smiled at the sight of his son wearing their family crest. "I'd wish you luck, but I know you don't need it. I'm very proud of you, son," the man said in a gentle tone as he placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder. Naruto looked a bit surprised as he scratched the back of his head. "Thanks, I'll win, no doubt about it." He chuckled. "I don't doubt you will. Now go on and show your cousin a fair fight. I've been looking forward to seeing you in action. I know you have several tricks up your sleeve." Josiah smirked. As his father left, he turned his glance to Sikvera and nodded his head in respect. "I wish you luck, may it be a good match." Sikvera looked a tad bit surprised as she bowed her head. "Thank you, Lord Citri." "Both peerages ready?" Sona's queen, Tsubaki, asked. The two cousins shared a look before they nodded at them, and soon enough, both peerages were engulfed in two blue magic circles. Sona spoke up next. "Rules are simple. Participants will be forcefully retreated by the rating game system when they can no longer fight. The first to eliminate the entire enemy peerage, or take out their king, wins the rating game. Any question?" The two of them shook their heads, making Sona give a small smile. "Have fun out there then." The Agara's heiress turned to him. "May the best king win," Sikvera smirked over at him. "Oh, he will," Naruto quickly replied before the two of them vanished from sight, leaving the spectators behind to observe the match from a safe space. Kaligyo, as Naruto's peerage appeared on top of a hill on the far north of the arena, he gazed out over the park of Kuo. Or well, the recreated space that resembled the park at least. "So, what's the plan?" Kurama asked as he stepped up beside him. The former blonde hit his fist against the palm of his hand subtly. "We wait. Use your senjutsu. If you sense that queen of her peerage, you and Veldora will go that way. If you can also sense the knight, that's where Seiko will go. And you'll remain here and oversee," Seiko concluded. Naruto nodded. "That's right. Wish I could take part in more of the action, but it's just an unofficial game. The experience is much more worthwhile for you guys. I've been taught about this for as long as I can remember, so it won't be much worth for me aside from a little extra battle experience." With a smirk, Veldora began jumping in place. "Don't worry, boss, I'll just have to fight hard enough for the both of us. Bet I could take them all on myself." Muscle Brain, Kurama sighed, making the young woman beside him slightly chuckle at their antics. The former blonde shook his head as he crouched down and began to watch the park. For the first couple of minutes, there was nothing to see. It was quiet, awfully quiet, like there wasn't even a game going on in the first place. It made him wonder what his cousin was planning out there. They knew that his peerage had the advantage in numbers, but she was also aware that he was rather brash in a lot of situations and probably more likely to be the one to storm headfirst against the target. If he had to guess, they were trying to surround them before they could spread out and make use of their numbers. "I think we should go with our plan," he suddenly spoke up. Kurama nodded in agreement. "So Muscle Brain and I go for the waters down there, and Seiko tries to match the knight in the woods?" As he stood to his feet, Naruto nodded in return. It'd be what makes the most sense. If her queen goes full dragon transformation, the woods would be too restrictive of a space to work in. "What if we're wrong though?" Seiko asked with a hint of worry. The dark-haired man smirked. "Then I'll use my time magic to switch you around. I can practically teleport by accelerating time, putting me in a place I'd first be in after like 10 seconds. Veldora grinned. "We'll leave it to you then. Come on now, my glorious partner. We can't leave the enemy waiting." The blonde dragon roared out laughing as he grasped onto Kurama's collar and began to drag him along. "Let go of me, you imbecile!" The yokai shouted out as the two of them began to disappear down the hill, leaving the last two members of the peerage behind to stare at them with amusement. Naruto clutched his stomach as he tried to stop himself from laughing. Despite how this was supposed to be at least just semi-serious, his team never failed to amaze him. As he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, he turned to Seiko with the calmest smile he could muster. "You ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied and tightened the grasp on the katana at her side. The young king just smirked and placed a calming hand on her shoulder. "Relax, you got this. Just remember your opponent is from a family that utilizes horses. So in a way, it'll be a 2-against-1 situation." She smiled gratefully. "Anything else you can tell me?" "If she is anything like her older brother, fast, she'll use the height advantage horseback would give her, so if you can play to your strengths, you will win. Remember, with your sacred gear, speed is your field of advantage." He grinned at her. Seiko just began grinning back as she visibly relaxed more. "Thanks, I needed that. And I'll make sure that I'll have the advantage in speed." He nodded and removed his hand. "Then go get him."
"Say no more." She laughed softly as she began to run down the hill, building up speed before leaping from the hillside as she unfolded her new devil wings, using them to glide flawlessly through the air and into the depths of the forest. Naruto shook his head as he sat down on top of the hill and crossed his legs.
His red eyes would wander over the park as the terrible silence was soon interrupted by the ground shaking like an earthquake was passing through. A smirk lifted his lips as he switched his gaze toward the pond, and his eyes watched the transformed dragon of Sekvira's peerage beginning to ascend toward the skies. It was quite a sight. The creature's large wings unfolded as he roared, the intensity of the sound enough to shatter the crack of the earth and shatter the trees nearby.
As he watched, he had to chuckle at the sight of his transformed pawn charging headfirst into the dragon, now also transformed. A trail of crackling lightning followed along as he all but headbutted his opponent with a ray of supporting magic shot from the ground. It was like watching titans clash in the sky, and giants battling on the ground. Which it was. Didn't make it any less impressive. As he sat there and watched, he rested his palms in his lap as he watched a fully transformed Kurama leap into the air, using Veldora's back as a springboard before clutching the large claws of his fox form into the wings of the enemy dragon. That gotta hurt. He sweat dropped as his queen began to drag the large reptile through the air, allowing an opening for Veldora to slam a large fist straight into Olivian's face.
Kurama would then let go and drop down toward the ground, but not before breathing 3 giant orbs of foxfire from his mouth, 2 of them narrowly missing Olivian, but the last one exploding like a sea of azure flames directly against his back. Their enemy was now enraged, and it clearly showed. He was flying faster, moving to counter the chaotic duo, and seemed to be successful at times. But the overpowering firepower of his 2 pieces would be too much for him to handle in the long run, no matter how skilled he was. Unless of course, he had some kind of ace hidden away. It was a bit exciting actually, perhaps this match could still get even more interesting. He was more than confident that his 2 close friends would win, and while Seiko was new, he had complete faith in her. It made him want to go and watch her fight. Sasuke had been a swordsman back when they fought, and there had always been some elegance about using a blade that he just never learned himself. It was always quite the sight to behold. Well, he'd learned a bit but he was nowhere near the finesse of the likes of Sasuke or even Seiko. This actually makes me a bit jealous. All this fighting makes me want to take part too. He chuckled with a mild smirk. Maybe he was becoming a bit of a battle junkie after all. Perhaps, he always had been. Gai Xing. Seiko landed on the ground as she withdrew her wings, her right hand resting on the handle of her blade as she began to jog through the dark woods. Ahead of her, she heard the sound of rustling leaves. She had no way of knowing where Bayfield would strike from, but all she needed to know was that, compared to her, her opponent would be riding on horseback. And since horses weren't exactly quiet, she just had to pay attention to her surroundings, and not let her guard down. She could feel a faint smile creep up on her lips. Her body was filled with a refreshingly clear excitement, and the cool night air seemed to revitalize her tired body. She reached out a hand to feel a nearby tree trunk. Her eyes caught a small twinkle of light, and she realized it was a dead leaf, catching the moonlight. She didn't know where Bafil was. She had no way of knowing what her opponent would do. All she could do was fight when the enemy decided to strike. But Seiko's smile didn't disappear. She was having fun. In fact, it felt as though she was in her element. That was the very first time Seiko had ever felt this way. She'd felt excited before, but this was different. It was nothing like a kendo tournament where a couple of hits with a bakken would determine the victor. This was a game based on life and death. A true thrill of battle she could enjoy repeatedly in the company of the peerage that had welcomed her. She truly felt grateful to have met the king of their peerage. Despite what the church said about the devils, it hadn't been true. She'd been given a spot in a place she felt like she belonged. And she'd do everything in her power to maintain the trust that had been put in her and enjoy the benefits to the fullest. Her smile didn't disappear. Seiko found it hard to contain her joy. She could feel her heart pound, and she was filled with an overwhelming amount of vitality. She had to win. And so, she advanced without holding back her speed. Her pace quickened, and the distance between herself and the rustling leaves shrunk. Suddenly, a small rock flew at her from the side. She leaned her upper body back and dodged, just as Bafil appeared from the undergrowth on the back of her horse that trampled against the ground, clad in bright metal armor that matched that of its master. As if she was taken out of a fairy tale, her suit had been replaced by the heavy armor of a knight. Seiko drew her blade, and it connected with Bafil's, the woman's armor clanking together as she swung her arm with all the force she could muster. "Oh, how scary," Bafil said, swinging her sword in a wide arc, then drawing it back. "You have the look of an opponent that knows their way around a sword." "I've studied kendo since I was a child, you know," Seiko said. "Kendo? Interesting. So you say, but I'm still going to beat you." Bafil grinned and rushed at Seiko. Seiko readied her blade. She could feel it shake as she braced for impact, but she didn't give in to the sensation, and instead thrust forward with a front kick. Bafil was surprised. "Kick? You'll never be able to win that way." "That's not what I'm aiming for." Seiko twisted her body, swinging her blade in a wide arc to evade the oncoming attack. As her body leaned back, she swung her right leg behind her and used it to sweep Bafil's horse with all the magic she could, reinforce to strengthen her leg so that her bones wouldn't shatter upon impact. The horse collapsed to the ground with a loud cry. Bafil rolled onto the grass. Seiko aimed her blade at Bafil as she landed, and the woman quickly lifted her blade to deflect it. Bafil stood up, her feet apart to keep her balance, and swung her sword again, this time aiming for Seiko's neck. That was a dirty move. Seiko took a step back and moved to block with her blade. Her eyes were wild as her lips quirked upward into a grin. "If you aren't cheating, you aren't trying. Everything is to win, so I won't lose. My master will be victorious, not yours." "We'll see about that." Bafil charged at Seiko. Seiko slid to the side and swung her blade horizontally. Bafil blocked it. They both leapt back and once again they were staring each other down. Seiko gripped her sword in both hands. "You know, I like your style," Bafil said. "But you won't win this way." She looked up at Seiko, then nodded to herself as if she'd made a decision. "All right, I'll end this here. Let's finish it." "You're finished," Seiko shouted. "So you think?" Bafil charged at Seiko, swinging her blade with all her might. Seiko stood her ground and raised her sword. As Bafil's sword neared the purple-haired young woman, Seiko's eye began to glow. The activation of her sacred gear had begun as everything around her slowed down. "This is it. I win," she thought to herself as the woman's neck was completely exposed in her vision. Ready to leap into the air to deliver the strike from above, Seiko cried out in surprise when the ground suddenly shook and exploded around the armored woman, a veil of dirt covering her form. "Huh?" The grass rustled loudly and, as the dust cleared, she saw Bafil still charging at her. What? Did she use a magic spell? Then, the woman's face appeared as she thrust her blade up toward the confused Seiko's face. Seiko tried to jump to the side, but she was too slow. The woman's blade collided with hers and the two swords hit each other, making a loud metallic clang. Seiko gasped, her eyes stopped glowing and the world went back to normal as she found herself staring at Bafil, who'd grabbed her sword by the handle with both hands and was pressing lightly it into her cheek, drawing a couple of drops of blood as she gritted her teeth. Her own sword tried to push back against the heavy broadsword. Impossible. Seiko thought to herself as she stared at the woman in front of her, her eyes wide open in disbelief. How? The two remained frozen for a moment. Then, Bafil's expression changed as she suddenly broke out into a grin. "Oh, that was close. But you really gave it your all there, didn't you?" Bafil pulled back her sword and raised it up into the air, preparing to bring it down on Seiko. Seiko's face showed no fear, only determination. She felt the grass rustle underneath her feet. And she leapt. Bafil's eyes widened in surprise as Seiko jumped into the air. The agility of a knight without armor was truly beautiful. Kaigyu Lord Citri chuckled out loud at the display as he gathered his arms together with a thoroughly impressed expression on his face as he turned to Cage. You have a very formidable daughter. The infamous sensei nodded his head in gratitude. I thank you, but it's your son's guidance that has brought her this far. Yet you've laid the ground foundation in her training. My boy has brought her up to devil standards, but it's the skills you've made her hone that have brought her even further above those mere standards. Truly magnificent. Josiah smirked. Cage smiled lightly. Can't forget the other night. Devil families are something else. Such speed, precision, it's elegant. Josiah just smirked. You sound intrigued. Care to join yourself perhaps? The man chuckled and held up his hand in a polite refusal. This is my daughter's place, and I as her father have duties elsewhere as it is. The Lord of House Citri just kept smirking. Perhaps, but speak to my son should you change your mind. With such skill and expertise in the art of the sword, you could teach many generations of devils the correct way to wield blades of various kinds. You're most kind. Cage simply answered as the two of them turned back to watch the fight, yet he still had a couple of questions. Is this how this rating game usually takes place? Josiah shook his head. No, it's quite different. Well, the game is similar. There are a lot of different versions you can play, but the foundation is the same. Peerage against peerage, usually in an arena with a lot of spectators. Cage hummed. A type of entertainment? You could think of it like the kendo tournaments. People take interest in the sport, and also at becoming the very best at it. Josiah idly laughed, knowing damn well his son was one of those people. The sensei crossed his arms over his chest. Seems like the ideal place for my daughter then. She was captain of the kendo team. Feeling a bit challenged, Josiah cleared his throat. My son is also aiming to become the best in the games. He might not be the official heir due to certain circumstances due to his parentage, but he is the brightest to enter the scene. Cage just chuckled at that. Seems like both our children feel at home in an arena. That is very true. For better or for worse, this is where they truly shine. Kaigyu as her opponent stood there, dumbfounded. Seiko thrust her sword at Bafil. The woman managed to react in time to block it, but the sheer force of the strike pushed her sword off course. Bafil's sword hit the ground next to her horse's leg as Seiko's sword went past her and continued its way toward the sky. Yes. Seiko landed on the ground, having jumped even further forward, and turned to face Bafil. I win, she thought to herself as she readied her sword, preparing to end her match right here and now to claim victory. Yet, she had forgotten one part of the match. In her thrill of battle, the horse had gotten back to its feet. Galloping across the ground, Seiko was forced to let go of her definite blow that'd ensure her the victory to not get trampled over by the huge iron-clad beast that made its way in front of its master. The head of the animal had tried to crash right against her side to knock her to the ground, but with enough reaction time, Seiko had thrown all her weight backward to dodge it. She rolled across the ground as the grass began to fill her hair, and she got into a kneeling position while Bafil reclaimed the seat on her horse. The woman's face was expressionless as she stared at Seiko. That was a good fight. I enjoyed myself. Seiko felt a drop of sweat roll down her cheek. Bafil seemed to notice her reaction. Did you really think you were going to win? Seiko didn't answer. She only stood up and prepared her blade by her side, steadying her breathing to reclaim her focus. Oh, you really are quite serious. Bafil nodded. But now it's my turn to go all out. She held up a hand to stop Seiko from coming at her. Please stay there, don't come closer. Seiko's eyes grew wide as she watched Bafil draw her sword from her back, and the woman's form blurred before her on the back of the horse. The horse's feet kicked up dust as Bafil advanced with blinding speed. Seiko could hear the grass and leaves being torn apart under the animal's feet as the distance between them vanished, and she instinctively lifted her sword and remembered Naruto's words. She had to trust herself and trust in her ability to fight. Her eye began to glow again as she activated her sacred gear. Once again Bafil slowed down. The same trick wouldn't work twice, and she knew it. This time, she'd be prepared if she tried to swipe the horse with a quick move. The only way to win against that type of duo was to bring the horse down, permanently. And she knew the armor wasn't as definite as it appeared. With a clean enough strike, with enough power and precision, she'd be able to cut through it. There were gaps between the metal plates guarding the large beast. If she could narrow the space down and strike, she could take the horse's legs off. Oh, I've finally got you now. Seiko took a deep breath. She readied herself and watched the woman come toward her, but her mind was focused on her attack plan. This is it. She held her sword in one hand and leapt forward into the air. As the horse charged at her, Seiko raised her sword up and brought it down with all her might as she approached it. But the two never clashed. As if the sky was cracking apart, the two lost focus at the sight and just narrowly missed each other. The sudden jerk made the horse fall over again as Bafil fell to the ground, and at the same time, Seiko crashed into the dirt where she'd planned to go through with her plan. With quick moves, the two got back to their feet and stared up at the heavens with wide eyes. This is not you, is it? Seiko asked with her blue eyes for the first time, showing that she was starting to get unsure of herself and unsure of what was happening in this very moment. Bafil shook her head as her voice began to lack the edge it had before. No, I don't even know. The skies above them had a huge crack in them, as if space and time were ripped apart. In the far distance a black void appeared. And it wasn't the only place. In several places in the raiding game arena, space got distorted, as if the very fabrics of reality had been ripped apart. It remained like that for a minute, the two beginning to wonder if the arena was failing. But that was when the void began revealing several figures. As if it was an invasion army, several winged people started storming through the cracks in space and into the arena. Devils and demons alike filled the airspace above them. What the hell is going on? Bafil whispered harshly. Seiko's grip tightened around her sword as she remembered the various lectures she'd gotten on Devil Society. There was only one faction in the underworld that could decide to pull something like this off. The old Satan faction. Kaigyu Naruto's red eyes were wide as he stormed to his feet. His gaze narrowed down on the intruders flying through the air. There were so many of them, and they kept on coming. Their arena swarmed, their game interrupted, and he couldn't figure out how it could happen. His fist clenched tightly. Just like Seiko, he realized that he knew who was behind this. He wasn't stupid, it was the only thing that made sense. Naruto. Someone is invading the arena. I don't know how, or who, what should we do? He heard Sona speak from outside the arena, but he couldn't bring himself to answer. He was pissed. But why attack now of all times? What did they stand to gain from attacking an unofficial raiding game? The questions filled his mind. It truly didn't matter when he thought about it. His demonic energy flared as the pressure built around him, the ground cracking like a spiderweb beneath his feet as the cloak with the C-tree insignia swayed wildly behind him. With all their plans down the drain, and the raiding game's purpose blown away, it seemed like he got to fight after all.